Por favor, mantenham os telefones celulares em modo silencioso.
Please keep your cell phones in silent mode so that together we can make the best use of the rich content that will be shared here during this Thursday, the 23rd of October of 2025.
Senhoras e senhores, mais uma
Ladies and
vez,
gentlemen, once again, good morning. My name is Celso Tomás. I'm a journalist and I have the honor, as the host of the Bank of Northeast, I have the honor to conduct this meeting regarding how to scale and accelerate sustainable investments in Northeast, the opportunities of powershoring. Welcome to this meeting, which happens before COP30. The objective of this meeting is to advance an agenda of qualified conversations between public entities, private entities, civil society, and the national and international society so that we can overcome challenges and make the best use of opportunities to position the Northeast region as a player of the just energy transition in Brazil by attracting and developing new businesses of the low carbon industry and promoting territorial development with the development of jobs, inclusion, and diversity. The Consortium of Governors of the Northeast Region, the Bank of the Northeast of Brazil, and the Institute Climate and Society united for the co-realization of this event, inviting strategic actors to build a common agenda that may face the challenges of the energy transition and that may accelerate the attraction of investments to low carbon industries. For this, it's essential to strengthen the regional capacity to provide a favorable environment for investments, also to develop projects and innovative financial instruments that may leverage national and international investments. This joint effort may increase investments, foster new businesses that are sustainable. It may also develop strategic cooperation for the long term, and in this way, promote technological development. This event has the support of UK Pact, FundBio, the Brazilian Biodiversity Fund, and the Instituto IMAIS Transição Energética, as well as the Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development and the Brazil-China Business Council. This event, ladies and gentlemen, will last the entire day, and it's being transmitted in two different languages, Portuguese and English, on the official YouTube channel of the Climate and Society Institute. And that's why we greet all of you who are following us remotely. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially open this event, we have the honor of inviting on stage to be a part of the opening roundtable the following people. The topic of this section is Plan to Action, planning territorial and technological development to structure programs in order to attract investments. So I'd like to invite on stage His Excellency, the Governor of the State of Piauí and President of the Northeast Consortium, Rafael Fonteles. Would I also like to invite on stage Ladson Viana, who's representing the Governor of the State of Ceará, Mr. Eumano de Freitas. We'd like to invite on stage our Director of Planning from the Bank of Northeast, Mr. Aldemir Freire, together with the Executive Director of the Institute for Climate and Society, Ms. Mariana Neto, or rather, Ms. Maria Neto.
Senhoras e senhores, desde já,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to once again thank you
todas e todos que aqui estão.
for your
E neste
presence.
momento, convidamos
And right now, we
para
would
fazer
like
uso da
to
palavra
invite to have
o
the
diretor
floor
de planejamento
the
do
Director
Banco
of
Nordeste,
Planning of the Bank of Northeast,
anfitriã deste evento, o
which is
senhor
the host of this
Aldemir,
event,
por gentileza.
Mr. Aldemir Freire.
Bom dia a todas e todos
Good morning to everyone.
aqui presentes nesse auditório, aqueles também que nos acompanham.
I'd also like to wish good morning to those who are following us on on social media channels and on the live YouTube channel. I'd also like to greet our governor, Rafael Fonteles,
Consórcio Nordeste,
who's the president of the Northeast Consortium.
secretário Gladson,
I would like to greet Secretary Vladson, who's representing Governor Eumano de Freitas.
Maria Neto,
I'd like to greet Ms. Maria Neto,
executivo
who is the executive director
Clima,
of the
Sociedade,
Institute for Climate and Society, ICS.
nosso
I would also like to greet Francisco Alexandre from Sudene. Where is he?
Francisco Alexandre,
There he is.
superintendente da
He's the
SUDENE,
superintendent of Sudene, who is our partner here in the Northeast region. I would like to greet Ms. Sandra Nunes,
aqui de Ciência e Tecnologia,
Secretary of Science and Technology and Higher Education for the state of Ceará. I'd like to greet Professor Jorge Arbache, the professor from the University of Brasilia. I'd like to greet Pedro Lima, who's from the same region as I. He's the subsecretary of the programs at the Northeast Consortium. Miss Ana Karina Gurgel, who's the undersecretary of program at the Northeast Consortium as well. I would like to greet our directors who are present with us, Mr. Leonardo Cruz, who is our Director of Risk Control, Antonio Jorge, Director of Third-Party Assets. So if you have money, Governor, for investments, he's the person to talk to. The Social Security Fund for Piauí, if if you need to talk, if you need to have somebody to talk to, speak to our colleague here. I would also like to greet our most recent colleague, Director Van Dier. Welcome. He is now assuming as Director of Business. And I would like to also leave a greeting for our President in Exercise, Dr. Vanja, who unfortunately had to be in Brasilia today. But by the end of the day, he'll be here in Fortaleza. I'd also like to on behalf of President Paulo Câmara, greet all of you because he was a part of of this whole process, and hopefully he'll be back here with us. And so, good morning, everyone. It's an honor to receive all of you here at this event, which is dedicated to a very relevant topic for our economic and environmental future. We are challenging our future, and especially the Northeast, with these topics. The topic here is the acceleration of sustainable developments, bringing a focus to a clean and just transition for our region. Brazil is already a world reference when it comes to clean energy, whether it's wind energy, solar energy, or even the production of green hydrogen, which we will have in our region briefly. And of course, when we talk about clean energy or renewable energy, we also have to talk about the Northeast region. The Northeast region is the main location for this kind of energy. Now, I just like to go off script because this is something that I like to do when I'm at an event such as this one. Because I want to talk to you about what the generation of energy is like in Brazil at this very moment in time. The idea here is to give you an example of the importance and the relevance of the Northeast region for the Brazilian energy transition. So right now, the Northeast is generating 17,500 gigawatts of energy. It's consuming 12 gigawatts and it's exporting around 5,000 gigawatts. It's not exporting more because probably there's a cold front in the state of Bahia, and so the whole state is covered in clouds, and therefore you have less generation of solar energy. But at this exact moment in time, all of the other regions in the country is producing a lot. The north is producing 6,000 gigawatts and consuming 8,000 gigawatts. The southeast is generating 39,000, consuming 41,000. The south is generating 13,500 and consuming even less. So at this very moment in time, Brazil is running with an excess capacity of energy being produced in the northeast region. The hospitals, the factories, traffic, trade, and Brazilian households are all using this kind of energy. And this isn't happening just now. At any one moment of the day or at night, whenever you open up the ONS website, if you look at the generation of energy in Brazil by region, you'll be able to see that the Northeast region is exporting energy at any moment of the day, any day of the week, any day of the year. And all of the other regions in Brazil are consuming the surplus energy from our region. There's something else that's also relevant here. At any one of these days, except today where we have an excess of clouds instead of that of Bahia, at any moment in time, on a regular day, the Northeast region is consuming half of the energy that it produces. And it's not exporting more because a good part of our farms, especially our wind farms, are not operating at this moment in time. So the Northeast is the locus of the expansion of electricity production in Brazil. The Northeast region is a development model for the energy transition of Brazil and the world. We cannot talk about energy transition in the world without talking about Brazil. And you can't talk about energy transition in Brazil without talking about the Brazilian Northeast. And now I'd like to greet the president of our council, Dr. Sávia Gavazzi. She's a professor of FPE. She's working at the Ministry of Finance, and she presides the council of the bank. Governor, Piauí is one of the important players of this production of energy in Brazil. I am from the state of Rio Grande do Norte. My state is another center of energy production, but Bahia is an important center. The state of Ceará is an important center. We cannot talk about energy transition beyond energy because we are living this energy transition in other areas as well. Here in the Northeast, we have the tradition of producing biofuels on the coast of the state of Pernambuco and Alagoas and the state of Paraíba and Rio Grande do Norte. But we also have a lot of advances, and Piauí is an example of this, of the expansion of corn ethanol. So the next frontier of biofuels from the region and from Brazil includes the west of the state of Piauí, the south of the state of Piauí, the south of Maranhão, and the west of the state of Bahia. And this movement of investments for the production of biofuels will happen in those regions similar to what happened in the Midwest. In the Midwest, you had the cultivation of grains, and then you had the industrialization of the grain production, and that increased even more the production of grains in the region. So we are now living through the second phase of the process of expansion and transformation of agriculture in the Cerrado region of the northeast of the country. And this is the industrialization of grains. A lot of this is geared towards biofuels. And there's something interesting in all of this. We are exporting energy, but we know that there are problems of supply of energy in the south of Piauí or in the west of Bahia. We have supply bottlenecks when it comes to energy production in our own region. But I'm not going to talk about that, or else I'm going to go into what I was going to talk about later. So I'm saying all of this to communicate that the Northeast region is is an important center in Brazil. The Bank of Northeast is one of the big financiers of the energy transition in Brazil. We participate with our FNE, and we also participate by obtaining funds to ensure this transition. So we're using National Development Bank resources, we're using resources from FINEP, we're using resources from the Climate Funds, we're using resources from the French Agency for Development, and starting next year, we will be using resources from the World Bank for all of this. So all of these resources will be geared towards the strengthening of the economy and the energy transition of the region. We are also paying attention to the problems being faced by our region. And in the next few years, we want to reinforce the importance of our region and reinforce transmission. And when we talk about reinforcing transmission, we're not just talking about building transmission lines, which involves taking energy to other regions. Is that important? Yes, it is. But even more important is strengthening the distribution infrastructure and the distribution infrastructure of a region. The state of Ceará can become an important producer of, in the future, as a result of hydrogen production, green energy, hydrogen production. But we need transmission transmission systems, and we need offshore wind infrastructure. When we talk about energy transmission, we talk about investing in transmission lines, sure, but we're also talking about strengthening our capacity to generate energy here in our region. We would also like to strengthen storage. We want to bring energy load, and that's where green hydrogen is important. And then we also have the discussion related to data centers, right, Jorge? So I like to say to everyone that the Bank of Northeast and the Northeast Consortium are at the center of this discussion of the Brazilian energy transition. We might actually be at the center of the world energy transition. Brazil has two great centers when it comes to the world global transition. On the one side, we have the Amazon with its capacity to absorb carbon through its forests, but we also have the Northeast region with the generation of green hydrogen. And there's also the Caatinga region, which is something that needs to be discussed. So once again, welcome, and may we have an excellent event. Thank you to the Director of Planning of the Bank of Northeast, Mr. Aldemir Freire. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, we will continue with the signing of the Technical Cooperation Agreement, which marks the beginning of the partnership between the Institute for Climate Society and the Northeast Consortium. That's why I would like to call Mr. Governor Rafael Fonteles and Maria Neto to sign this document. We ask the photographers and reporters to register this moment.
Pedimos ao governador e à senhora Maria Neto que permaneçam aqui ao lado desta mesa.
We would like to ask the governor and Ms. Maria Neto to remain on stage so that we can then sign yet another document. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, we'd like to call on stage Professor Jorge Abaixo. Please come on stage so that we can continue with the signing of yet another technical cooperation agreement. So we have him here on stage already, Professor Jorge. So the other agreement is already being placed on the platform to be signed, and this document involves studies for power shoring. Governor Rafael Fonteles is signing the document. And in this way, we make progress with this event. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Professor Jorge Abashi, you may go back to your seat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to call on stage, like to give the floor to the president of the Consortium of Northeast, Governor Rafael Fonteles.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Agradecer aqui ao governo do estado do Ceará e ao Banco do Nordeste pela acolhida nestas terras cearenses. Eu que sou filho
Thank
de cearense.
the governor and all those who have received me. I'm from Ceará, and I feel very welcome here. We have a small land litigation business, but we will solve it among ourselves very peacefully. I would like to greet Valdemir, who represents President Vanger, who is in exercise because President Câmara had to leave. And we hope he will soon come back. He's a great partner for the Ceará states, which is this important institution. And I would also like to greet Secretary Watson and Secretary Sander, who represent here Governor Emmanuel de Freitas, who is a great friend of the state of Piauí. And this partnership of ICS, we have several members of the Institute here, and I would like to state how happy I am. And to proceed with what we're doing here in Fortaleza, which may accelerate or increase investments, green, sustainable investments for new industrializations here in our northern eastern states, and using the huge potential that we have, using this clean, abundant energy that we have, either wind, solar, or electric, or biomass energy, our states in whole, a huge differential to offer from the international standpoint. Our states have been receiving for many years investments for multinationals from Europe, from China, from the United States, from several corners of the world, making the most of this abundance that we have in terms of renewable energies.
Especially Pedro and Ana, who are here representing a team of collaborators. This allows the Northeast Consortium to continue working permanently, regardless of the change in presidency that we have. I'm the president right now, but we've already had Governor Fátima and other presidents of the consortium. All of this based on the structure that we created with a good technical team that ensures a cohesion between our states in order to defend the interests of our region and to stimulate cooperation between our states in relation to public policies. That's why the Northeast Consortium has been a role model for other regions that also created their own consortia. So I'd like to center my talk on two issues. First of all, we are very close to COP30 that will be happening in Belém, in the heart of the Amazon. But again, this is Brazil's COP, and that's why it's important that the Northeast region be present, and we will be present there with representatives from our states, but also with our consortiums, because we want to defend topics which are fundamental to us, topics which need to be prioritized in the discussions of COP, or else we will not make use of this very special moment when the world will be paying attention to Brazil in relation to the topic of sustainability of climate. So we don't want to miss this opportunity to present two fundamental matters that are important for the Northeast. First of all, we have the defense of all of the different biomes in Brazil, and that includes our Caatinga region. The forest is important for retaining carbon, but the studies show that our Caatinga region has a capacity to retain carbon that's 10 times greater than the capacity of the Amazon rainforest.
Emitem na respiração e consomem na fotossíntese. Então, esse é ponto muito importante.
So this is a very important point that needs to be highlighted. That is the importance of the Caatinga region in the process of decarbonization. And there's also the issue of biodiversity, which is very important for all sectors. So we will be taking this topic to COP30 in Belém during the next few weeks. This is a very important point on which the consortium has dedicated itself. And the other important topic is the topic being discussed here today, that is Powershoring, which is an enormous potential that the 9 states of the Northeast have to attract green investments, industrial developments for our region. All of this happens from this enormous potential that we have in terms of generating renewable energy. So this is a point that we're all united on. All of the different governors are united on. Sure, some states make more advances than others, but everyone is aware that this is probably the most important opportunity to have a true industrialization of the Northeast. And all of this is all based on our own special capacities. This isn't based on an artificial capacity, because sometimes we have regions that want to copy the models of other regions, when in fact each region should find its strengths in order to industrialize. So the energy transition and power shoring are fundamental elements and need to be discussed by the political class, by business class, and by academia, so that this may become an even more important strength for the region. So it's one thing to tell the world about the potential of the state of Piauí, with our size and with our population. It's a state that generates 7 gigawatts of energy, but only consumes 1 gigawatt and therefore exports 6 gigawatts to other states in Brazil. But it's another thing for me to say that the Northeast region, as a region that has 57 million inhabitants and an enormous GDP, and with a production of dozens and dozens of gigawatts of clean energy, when you communicate this, you're able to attract the attention of global investors. That's why we're leading this discussion with ICS, with Professor Jorge Abachi, who is an enormous champion of power shoring in Brazil and the world. And we're having this discussion so that we can potentialize our region. And once these investments come, they will probably be happening in 1, 2, or 3 states, because sometimes when you have an investment happening in one state, these investments are also taken to other states. And this is what we want to reinforce. And that's why we're having this seminar here at the Bank of Northeast. This is a very important location for these investments, just as FINEP and the National Development Bank are important sources of investments. So we want to create these opportunities for credit and tax incentives. The EPE of P100 and the EPE of Parnaíba have been sought after because of this. And the incentives from Sudene are also fundamentally important. And as a result of the tax reform, our states will receive a large part of the Regional Development Fund. This has been a struggle, something that we've been fighting for. So this is a new instrument of incentive. And this involves direct grants. And this will allow us to better calculate whether this is generating jobs and wealth for our people. So we have many different competitive advantages to show to the world and to attract investments to our region. That's why events such as this one are fundamental. Here we can deepen our discussions, and then once these discussions gain more scale, then everyone will be able to defend the potential of this region. I'd also like to highlight that we do have challenges, short, medium, and long-term challenges. We all know about the curtailment which is affecting our solar and wind farms. That's very serious, that needs to be solved in the short term. And this can be solved in Congress in a short amount of time so that it can ensure that we can have to solar and wind energy production the same treatment that we give to the generation of electricity from water. We can't have a document saying that the producer can produce 300 megawatts, but then they will need to reduce their production capacity to 150 without any kind of compensation. So this needs to be fixed with legislation and with greater amount of investments in transmission lines, in storage batteries, in substations. That is, we need resources from our country for this.
Uma infraestrutura ainda aquém do nosso potencial.
We have an infrastructure that's far below our potential. As a nation, why is it that states like São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and Minas Gerais have a debt with the federal union? Each of these debts is greater than 200 billion reais. This happened because at some moment in time, the federal union investment in infrastructure in these states. And today, these states have a debt with the federal union. So it's fair that now investment in infrastructure in the Northeast be much greater than the national average. If this doesn't happen, we won't fix the regional inequality. And that's a principle of our Constitution. Recently, another struggle that we've been fighting for is credit for a region. Even with the BNB or bank, the states of the Northeast only had 9.9% of the production credit in Brazil, even having a GDP of 14% and a population of 27% of the national number. And people would say, oh, that's because there are no projects. The lines are there. But that's not true. I'm almost finishing. Sorry, I got excited. I'll be concluding. I just, want to make good use of this forum to say some truths. But to conclude, so we fought very hard here in the Consortium of the Northeast, together with BNB, the National Development Bank, Caixa Econômica, Bank of Brazil, and we decided to have a specific call for the Northeast to check whether we would get any projects. And we did a call for 10 billion reais for 5 specific areas, almost all of them related to the topic of the seminar. And basically, we got 130 billion reais in projects being filed for. So basically, what we need is to establish the rules of the game with a percentage of at least 14%. Ideally, this number should be 27%, which is the percentage of the population of the region. That's why we obviously want to increase this call, because when you make credit available, entrepreneurs show up to invest in the Northeast region. So here I'm talking about 2 very relevant topics, which are some fighting points of our region, and that is the increase of infrastructure related to energy and logistics. And we want this to happen at a rate that's higher than the national average in order to fix this distortion that exists in the Brazilian credit market. President Lula has contributed a lot to decrease this distortion, but we want to accelerate this even more. And that's why we have to become united in this direction, because basically these are the two important leverages of the generation of wealth. There is the infrastructure and there is credit. Because the other part, which is the training of our people, well, I think we are already serving as a role model. All of the states of the Northeast are basically important centers for higher education and training. So we're doing that part. And the states of the Northeast are the ones with the smallest amount of debt in relation to the Union. So we are doing our homework, and now we have to fight for the large investments in infrastructure and in credit, making sure that we make use of the capacity of the Northeast for the just transition in Brazil. Thank you.
O nosso muito obrigado, senhoras e senhores, ao senhor governador Rafael Fonteles, presidente do Consórcio Nordeste. Governador, sua presença muito nos honra aqui na sede do Banco do Nordeste. Nosso muito obrigado pela presença. Senhoras e senhores, permitam-me registrar e agradecer a presença do senhor Gilmar Martins de Carvalho Santiago, secretário da Secretaria do Planejamento, Orçamento e Gestão da Paraíba, representando neste ato a Sua Excelência, o governador do estado da Paraíba, senhor João Azevedo. Aqui eu peço uma salva de palmas. Convidamos agora para fazer uso da palavra a diretora executiva do Instituto Clima e Sociedade, o ICS, senhora Maria Neto, por gentileza.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Quero primeiro agradecer ao Banco do Nordeste, ao Estado do Ceará, por nos receber aqui, receber esse evento que a gente vem trabalhando com todos vocês já faz quase um ano. Muito feliz da gente estar começando um trabalho, que acho que isso que é muito importante a gente relembrar aqui, é o começo de um trabalho que eu espero que seja um trabalho contínuo por muitos anos, desse fórum que a gente quer desenvolver interdisciplinar, interinstitucional para o Powershoring. O Instituto Clima e Sociedade é uma filantropia que apoia a criação e apoia o diálogo de conhecimento com a sociedade civil, com o setor privado, com o setor público, para criar justamente esses espaços onde a gente, às vezes, tem dificuldade de avançar e poder identificar oportunidades e poder também destravar coisas
to identify difficulties and to help bring down hurdles that are preventing fringing that taking place. With regard to power shoring, the governor, I believe, and the Bank of Northeast have already highlighted this. We have a region of the country here that supplies a solution in terms of potential that is not only huge for Brazil, but also a global potential that is important. But as the governor said, we have to work on some bottlenecks and problems so that this potential will first have a local return. We need to create chains of value, productivity, return for the population of the Northeast for this potential that is helpful for Brazil, but also for the world. For this potential to happen, we need to have investments, potential for business, necessary infrastructures in the region, and the smart transmission lines, for instance, is fundamental for the whole of Brazil, but also for the region. We must also talk about storing, which is extremely important when we talk about alternative energy, forms of energy, and also opportunities. We're talking about the world that is going through an important disruption, especially from the standpoint of international trade, but we have a comparative advantage. We have human resources, renewable energy, harbors, and access to several markets. So we can work on this system to make it work. And it's excellent that we have started this work. We now have different perspectives from the states, from investors, from the private sector that is trying to elaborate these projects, also perspectives on the hurdles and bottlenecks that we have to deal with, which includes civil society, and also perspectives from the university academy in general. How can we internalize and understand and analyze the different scenarios? All these different perspectives are only the first step. I hope the several work groups will have several other ideas where we will be able to integrate all this. This is an invitation for all of us to create a forum where we can bring together these work groups and think about solutions in an integrated way, because we need to have a strategy for infrastructure, but also to attract investments. And these two aspects depend on one another. So starting to work on that on a consensual way will take a while to do it well done. This is important. This is what will give institutionality and continuity to this agenda in the long run. And we have to think of it in the long term so that it will be consolidated. So before anything else, I would like to thank you all for being here. This is a step-by-step work, and I'm so very happy that we are starting now today. I hope it will be a dynamic forum. Thank you. And our gratitude for Ms. Maria Neto, Executive Director from Cleme Sociedade Institute. I would like to now call the Secretary of Labor for the state of Ceará, who is working and talking on the behalf of the governor of the state. I would like to welcome Mr. Vladson Viana. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I would like to greet our governor, the chairman of the consortium, the governor of Piauí, Aldemir Freire, who represents the Banco do Nordeste, director of planning, and also extend my thanks to the temporary chairman, Vanger, and also greet the President Câmara, who gave an extraordinary contribution to the Northeast Bank, Nordeste Bank, who played a fundamental role. And he is a symbol of the Nordeste Bank for microfinance and credit. Very important tool for the transformation of our reality and for our workers in distant regions. I would like to thank President Paulo Câmara and the board of the Banco Nordeste and all those who play a role. Also, I would like to thank and greet Maria Neta, Executive Director of Instituto Cleme Sociedade, also the Superintendent of Sudene, Francisco Alexandre, and my colleague, Sandra Monteiro, Karine, who is here, represented Secretary Vilma Freire for the Environment and Climate Change, and the Secretary from the capital, Fortaleza, also Augusto Monte, who is present here, and welcome you all who are here. I would like to welcome you to these lands, and I hope that today, in this day in which we will talk about several subjects, we will be able to talk about fundamental challenges that we face. I would like to highlight the role of the consortium. We have Karine Gurgel here, who represents the government of Ceará in this consortium, and say that this consortium, the Bank of Nordeste, and ICS works as a whole that creates a common project for the Brazilian northeastern region that is fundamental for this development and uses this natural vocation of the northeastern region of Brazil. But we also must think about this in a systemic way, how to develop this environment, how to progress in our logistics infrastructure, be these harbors or other means, also make incessant progress. And we have to think about the important role that these attraction of these private investments. And as the Labor Secretary, Mr. Governor, I have participation as the president of CODEFAP, the Forum for Work, and we have been talking the role of BNDES in this local development. We must also think, as our governor said, about the human development, how to train these professionals, also the main legacy that is the generation of jobs and income that this will bring to the Northeastern region. So the governor could not be here for this seminar, but I would like on his behalf and to greet you all, make you welcome here, and hope that based on this common work on this project, we will be able to point to the directions for the development of the Northeast and the country, and our contribution to economy and the development of the country, as well as sustainable development, and also the creation of more opportunities for our people here in the Northeast. Thank you very much and welcome here to this seminar. I would like to thank the Secretary of Labor, Mr. Gladson Viana. I would like to ask you all to come forward so we can take a picture of, so the photographers and reporters can record this important moment of our opening table. Thank you.
Mais uma vez, salva de palmas. Convidamos os
Once
senhores.
again, we give them a round of applause. We invite the ladies and gentlemen to go back to their seats.
Senhoras e senhores, enquanto avançamos para o próximo momento,
we are going to move on to the next feature of this event. Please allow me to thank for the presence from Mr. Francisco Alexandre, Superintendent of SUDENTE, Ms. Karina Leal, Executive Secretary for Planning from the Secretary of the Environment and Climate Change of Ceará, Mr. Tarcísio Branco, Director of the Secretary for Development for the State of Bahia, Mr. Francisco Fraga Jr., Superintendent for Planning and Development in Maranhão. We give them a round of applause and thank them for their presence. We will now proceed, and we will have now, ladies and gentlemen, the former Minister for the Environment and co-chair of the International Panel for the United Nations Environment Group, who will give her presentation from a video talking about sustainability and governance for a fair transition or an equitable transition. Let's hear her. Good evening, everyone. Good morning in Brazil. Initially, I would like to apologize for not being able to be with you. I'm in Fortaleza. I would wish to be in Fortaleza. I would like to greet everyone who is present, and I would like to thank them for this initiative of promoting investments in Northeast. This is an extremely important moment, not only for Brazil, but also for the transformation of the climate agenda from the global standpoint. After 10 years of the Paris Agreement, it is possible to identify that we are going through a new moment, and this discussion involves very important aspects that need to be discussed. And we must talk about the strategic perspective for Brazil and the challenges to our economy. The climate agenda has been translated the success of the Paris Agreement. 10 years afterwards, all the initiatives that have been formalized are legally binding. The countries now are acting in an innovative way based on their national realities and the national challenges to promote development. We have a process for decarbonization of economies and the search for alternatives for competitive energies that aligned with the future technologies and integrating natures. Having an integrated nation does not mean that we have a process linked to solutions based only on nature. We're talking about nature, but combining it with perspectives of assets and use of natural resources as well as material resources, since all these solutions for the climate agenda must use natural resources and also material resources, that therefore a cascading effects. Climate solutions are not just a solution at the short term, but these are solutions that have long-term impacts on the environment. So we must improve the instruments for management of the environment and also improve the vision of the Brazil as a country that has environmental waves. The main challenge is to keep on producing in a climate and technological era that we call a bio age now. Brazil is well positioned in terms of potential to promote this change. The country still has to work a great deal in the new relationships between the private sector and civil society and the state. It has to focus on a more strategic vision of the private sector in the financial sector. And we also have to take into account the relationship of Brazil with the world. The world has changed. Nature has changed since this 1.5 degrees more that we have seen on the planet. And it is necessary that new generations in the country and the Brazilian business sector have a better idea of the perspectives that Brazil has on the short term to become an international player, a strategic player, when we have to deal with climate security, energy security, and also environmental security. We have to develop something that is extremely sensitive right now, which is the capacity to produce development geared by wealth, but also by the well-being of society. Brazil is an important player. It is a country that practices not only the idea of solidarity in the country and with other countries, but it's also a country that can be a provider of solutions. We have the capacity to deal with the challenges of global decarbonization. The fact that we have made choices in the past that make us more comfortable right now in the future, such as the development of the electric matrix, and because the country is a large producer of food, this does not assure to Brazil a first place in terms of position in the world, but it allows it to dialogue with the other countries. The fact that we have biofuels in our energy matrix allows us to be winners in the new matrices focused on new biofuels. We must, however, have present decisions that will allow us to create more alliances for the future and that will put us at the avant-garde of operations. We need to have a world vision. Brazil must have an innovative world vision, and this includes the non-Western standpoint. It goes through Asia, the investments on new technologies, and the capacity to engage at the medium and long term. It also presents a challenge. We must understand where we are, how vulnerable we are to climate change. And we have also to change our mindsets. We will be less vulnerable in the future. We are make choices right now in the present, dealing with the capacity of the country, dealing with its capacity to deal with transition in order to be something in the future. And we must include this into this political inclusion and social inclusion. And this is why I think the Northeastern region, with its diversity, not only from the standpoint of this electric mason, but also its diversity from the standpoint of culture and other options, can have a very important role to play in this climate agenda and play a role in the convergence of interests. I believe that we must promote this debate, which is what has been done with the consortium, showing that this diversity exists in Brazil and is fully ensure with the capacity to engage in the supply solutions between municipalities and states, understand the options that we have, where we will find resources to have a more inclusive development with low carbon, also a more competitive development. All this is extremely relevant for this debate that is being promoted here by in Fortaleza. I would like to also draw your attention for those who are dealing with climate governance, that we have several challenges. We must not be the hostage of domestic topics. We must deal, of course, with domestic problems, but we must also work on our capacity to talk to the rest of the world. This may be one of the main capacities that the Northeast has, to show this capacity to direct investments, direct projects, and more than that, show this capacity to build in partnerships and understand local realities. We have, therefore, this challenge that we face to deal with global perspectives and international alliance, that we bearing in mind the national alignments and the challenges that must face. All these change the perspective on governance and places Brazil in a condition to work with the future, be less reactive, be more proactive. And I understand that this agenda for all Brazilians will based on a constructive agenda for the future, a more inclusive one, where institutions will be reformed, our relationships with society will be more efficient and transparent, and information will combat disinformation, and within the structure of climate that will see the immense opportunities that we have for our development, dealing with technological and social inequalities. The climate agenda was not for a long time an important issue, but it is now a geopolitical subject, and it is important that all Brazilians be aligned with this perspective of the world. We must work together, be together, but I'm quite sure that Brazil is capable of being extremely assertive, proactive, and constructive to work on the interests that will promote the decarbonization of its economy. We must work step by step on the direction of a newer, fairer country, more decarbonized, more competitive, from the agriculture to the industry. And the Northeast is a strong candidate to be a protagonist in this. I wish you all an excellent seminar. And Maria, I wish you a great deal of success, and you have a great deal of work ahead of you. And I think you have a great deal to show to the world and to everyone in Brazil as well. So let's go on. Let's change the world. Let's change Brazil into a fairer country. And I believe Northeast will have a very strong voice in that point. It will be an innovative, contemporary instance. You can count on me. We will see each other in Belém. And I would like to thank Isabella Teixeira, who from far away from China participated in this event. She is the foreign minister of the environment and co-chair of natural resources from the United States. Allow me to thank the presidents of the Agência Sergipe of the development, Mr. Andrade, and the superintendents of the Secretary for Infrastructure and Communication of and the Secretary of Science and Technology, Senhora Sobre Nunes, as well as Mr. João Bosco, Secretary of International for the Town Hall, and I would thank them all for their presence. Thank you. We have reached the moment of the presentation, studies on power shoring, and I would like now to call forward the Executive Director, the MI's Transição Energética, who will talk about power shoring in the Global South, unlocking the green industrial potential. I would like to call forward Ms. Rosana Santos.
falo daqui. Oi, gente, bom dia. Primeiro que,
Good morning.
não é em inglês, né? O título seria alguma
So the
coisa.
title would be,
Porque a gente fez esse
the
trabalho,
title of my project was in Portuguese,
principalmente nós,
and we did this project on behalf
que é uma
of
região
Brazil and on behalf of the Northeast region.
acredita ser o celeiro
The Northeast region is basically the granary of this
aí da
new way of structuring the economy,
com esse trabalho
the granary of a new economic
a gente
development model.
dizendo,
So we created a policy paper, which is basically an article proposing policy, but it's just one amongst a series of projects that we've been producing, that we've been engaged in. I see a lot of partners here. We have a lot of partners that are helping us to conduct analyses and generate numbers that show how much power shoring can be a very powerful tool. Now, before I start my presentation, and again, I only have 8 minutes and I'll try to stick to them, but before my presentation, I would like to say that, in my opinion, we talk about power shoring. We use power shoring because this is a well-consolidated name. But the power shoring concept doesn't just involve power. Maybe it could be called energy shoring or job shoring. So it has a broader border instead of just the issue of power, such as electricity. Power shoring goes beyond electricity. The concept of power shoring says the following: let's allocate part of the production chain or the whole chain, if it's a new industry, let's allocate that, let's place that chain closer to where the main resources of that chain are. In the case of the Northeast, we've got wind energy and capacity of over 50%. So we have a lot of potential when it comes to the generation of electricity generation. But that's not the only thing that the Northeast region has. Our work shows that having energy alone is not enough to attract investments. The Northeast region has a strong network of universities. It has the production of human capital. And we can use all of this for this new industry, for this new reconfiguration of the production system that we are proposing. The Northeast region has important ports, which could be locations to export this enormous amount of wealth that the Northeast region is producing. We have the Suape port in the state of Pernambuco. We have ports in Bahia and Pecém port here in the state of Ceará. These are all important ports. I'm somewhat Cearense. I last year bought an apartment in Cumbuco, so I've been coming to the state for a long time, and I've been following closely the evolution of the state in the last few years. I've been following the evolution of this better harnessing of the wealth of the state. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, I'm the one that's responsible for the slide sharing. So here we have only 3 slides to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So what's the importance of power shoring in the current conversation? Well, as our Minister Isabella said, we have this trend of a reconfiguration of world production. The demand for cheap alternative energy is something that we begin to see. But what we need for the Northeast is a structured attraction of this movement. Now, why do we want this movement? Well, it's not just a matter of combating climate change. Sure, that's important, but that's almost like a secondary effect. What we are observing is that the climate catastrophes are creating difficulties for the private sector, difficulties that didn't exist before. So sometimes, for example, a producer is unable to get insurance for their endeavors. And so these issues cause us to have a reconfiguration of these chains. So it makes sense economically to have this change apart from the climate issue. And these projects are also socially correct. They're not only economically and climately correct, they're also socially correct. Renewable energy starts to become an agent to reconfigure the Northeast region. And the Global South has a lot of advantages in this sense. The Northeast of Brazil is basically the essence of everything that we've been talking about. So here we have the price of energy around the world. The price of energy in Brazil, the renewable price of energy in Brazil is very competitive. And this is something that we have in our paper. One of the authors was Jorge Abash, that's sitting over there. And we also have Edilea, who's here recording this. So if you want to know more about the numbers, we can talk about this later. But what we see is that the price of renewable energy in Brazil is lower. And besides this, the Brazilian matrix is very much renewable. But this window here is narrow. Brazil can't just lie down and think that without public policy or without something that adds value, this is just going to happen. So the signing of this agreement that we had today was a very important signal for us to start acting politically in order to attract power shoring to our region. And I'm going to say something controversial. Power shoring isn't just about producing hydrogen or attracting data centers. Yes, that's a part of power shoring, but we can go beyond. Power shoring is about using this hydrogen in the production of, of something else and feeding, contributing to green production. I was recently in a discussion of biomethane, and the issue is always the same. We need to use biomethane so that it can be a decarbonizing agent. The green attribute can't be present only in the molecule. It needs to be an attribute that will cooperate with the whole production chain. So let's start, for example, exporting green steel to the extent that that's possible. Here we have an example of a study conducted by EDGE. I'm going to talk here about the silicon chain. We pretty much incorporated the idea that creating solar panels in Brazil is very expensive. I, to a certain extent, agree because fighting against China isn't a good idea, but there's a point of this chain where we could insert ourselves. Brazil has one of the best reserves in terms of purity of quartz. We could position ourselves, and the Northeast could be ahead of this. We could position ourselves ahead in this chain. We could export polysilicon. And again, we don't want to fight against any giants because we would be exporting a green polysilicon, and we would be able to provide this material so that countries that produce photovoltaic panels could produce green photovoltaic panels. Because for Brazil to import photovoltaic panels, it's a problem related to exchange rates and imports. So if we talk about power shoring for all of the different chains that we work with, that's very positive. And that involves talking about economic development and social development through the creation of quality jobs. And this also involves making sure that the transition is truly just. That's one pillar of the transition that we don't discuss, but which needs to be discussed, and that's equity in social and economic development. And that's what power shoring is about. Oh, and just one thing. You can scan the QR code, and then you'll be able to access the power shoring material and also the silicon study. And on our website, we have a lot of other things. At COP, we'll be releasing with a partner of ours a study that's similar to what I just showed you, but related to steel. So it involves added value and the generation of jobs and the generation of GDP for the subnational entities. Or thank you very much to Ms. Rosana Santos, the Executive Director of E Plus Transição Energética. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite on stage the partners of CEPLA for the official launching of the study related to power shoring and regional development in the Northeast region. So I'd like to invite on stage Paulo Ferreira Guimarães and Jorge Jatobá. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Seja bem-vindo ao Banco do Nordeste. Bom, fiquem à vontade, sejam bem-vindos.
Bem, bom dia a todos e a todas. Agradecer
Good
o
morning to
convite
everyone.
dos organizadores para fazer
Thank you for inviting me to present this project. We did 2 studies for ICS, and today we will be presenting only one project. We have only 8 minutes.
Parto que já foi dito antes, está no trabalho e muito mais. O primeiro trabalho que é o objeto
So the first project
agora, ele é estudo
is a study about power shoring and regional development. This document analyzes the possibilities and challenges that need to be overcome so that we can use the surplus energy, the surplus renewable energy that we have in order to develop regional development. So this involves attracting new productive endeavors
seja ele para descarbonizar a indústria já existente.
that may decarbonize the existing industry.
Para você acelerar
This is also an opportunity to accelerate regional development.
regional e falar de desigualdades regionais. É
And when we talk about regional development, we talk about
relativa.
regional inequality.
Reduzir desigualdades, você tem que
For you to reduce inequality, you need to grow above the average rate.
Se você não tiver lá atrás, você tem que passar bem à frente.
So you really have to
Todos da maioria
move
deles.
ahead.
Tem um desempenho acima da média para poder
You
reduzir.
have to have an above average rate to go above average. This involves social indicators, technological indicators, etc.
Vamos apresentar rapidamente.
So the study that we'll be quickly presenting, we'll talk about this.
Enquanto o próximo slide não é apresentado, eu queria chamar a atenção que nós estamos.
And now I'd like to call your attention to the fact that we developed another study that won't be presented here today. Here we're presenting power shoring and regional development, but the other study is about low carbon fuels. And that study was done to study the feasibility, the opportunities and challenges related to the installation of a local hub in the state of Pernambuco to have low carbon material of second and third generation. And that involves SAF, methanol, e-methanol, biomethane, and other fuels. So we mapped out all of the different possibilities, we mapped out all the different feedstocks, we evaluated what's being done, the problems related to financing, and we did some strategic analyses. This was also done in the first document because the first document ends with an analysis and suggestions for governance in order to use this energy feedstock.
A pessoa que me antecedeu aqui deixou muito claro que esse conceito é um conceito mais amplo, né?
The people who came before me talked about how this concept is broader. Power shoring is a strategic raw material and it's very important for regional development. And this represents a unique opportunity because this is a moment where our region has an important asset. And if we don't take care of that asset, it will become a commodity that will be exported. So we produce energy, we feed that into the rest of Brazil, and then we export a commodity which is very precious, which is renewable energy. Now we need to endogenize that. We need to turn that into a strategic input. So we need to create a demand for energy in the region. And for that, we need to create policies, and we have to find ways to cooperate and to attract investment so that this energy may be consumed within the region. So we want to endogenize it, or else we will become just another exporter of energy. And sometimes exports become obstacles for developments in the region. So this is the very restricted concept of power shoring. It was Habashi who was conceived this concept, and this is related to the generation of clean and safe energy that allows us to have this energy being insured. At CEPLAN, we use a broader concept which comes closer to what was talked about previously. Now, this has already been mentioned, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. And this is related to our potential. And we have two different things here. One thing is installed capacity. So we've 85% comes from renewable energy resources. I'm still on my second slide. I've only got 3 minutes left. And in terms of generation, 93% of the energy produced in the Northeast has renewable sources as an origin, as a source. So we have this very important asset, which is renewable energy, and it comes from wind and solar. So what are the favorable conditions for the Northeast region? First of all, we're close to the European market, the American and African markets. And of course, this depends on what you do in terms of railway infrastructure in the region. We could have east-west railway and some other infrastructures. We also have good port infrastructure. We have Paqui, we have Pecém, we have Suape, we have Ilhéus. And this is infrastructure which was installed and which are growing and which are modernizing themselves. We also have a set of investments for the implementation of units that produce green hydrogen, and we have the possibility of attracting data centers. Now, in relation to data centers, that's a very controversial topic because the energy that these data centers consume could be used for other economic activities. And then we have green hydrogen, which of course has some difficulty in relation to export because it needs to be transformed into ammonia, and then that incurs some losses. The federal government has an investment plan which is being localized by the Ministry of Regional Development and National Integration. And this investment plan considers obtaining resources. And in the short term, there's the threat of curtailment and the problems related to distributed generation. And there are uncertainties related to the logistical and market feasibility of the export of green hydrogen. And we need to deepen our discussion related to the regulation of data centers. That also involves a strategic matter, strategic issues related to data centers, because of the concentration of hardware and heavy equipment in some places of the Northeast, such as Ceará. And now I'd like to give the floor to Paulo, So I spent 4 minutes, and now he has an additional 4 minutes.
Bom dia, gente.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Permanecer lá no slide. Eu vou tentar ser muito rápido. A gente dividiu aí essa apresentação porque eu fiquei mais.
Can we go back to the previous slide?
Queria reforçar o agradecimento.
So I'd like to reinforce my thanks to ICS, Maria Neto, and Vitória. Thank you for inviting me to give a talk and to give me the opportunity to be involved in this study. So we get to a stage of the report that has been made available to you, which is the proposal part of the initial agenda. Now, as has been said before, we're just starting. Some of the initiatives that have been mentioned have already been mentioned, and our governor highlighted some very important points, and here we'll try to add some other important points. So first of all, we have to talk about the opportunity for Powershoring to be an important player of the new industrialization plan. So this involves an important challenge that the Northeast Consortium has been working on, which is the territorialization. And we see that there being a possibility for Powershoring to bring territorialization. And further ahead, though, I'm going to have a slide about this. So we need to value Powershoring in national policies, including in the NIB. The National Regional Development Fund that was mentioned by our governor involves an expectation that by 2029 we'll be starting with 8 billion, and by 2033 we expect to make available 40 billion reais per year for the region or for the regions that are a part of the use of this Regional Development Fund. So the challenge that was mentioned by Jatobá before has a direct relationship with the availability of this resource. And Powershoring comes cross-sectionally into the objectives that we have for the use of these resources. So governance and the use of these resources are the main challenges that come up as a result of the tax reform, because there's a transition away from the use of incentives to another model where we make use of these funds.
O Powershoring tem essa capacidade ou esse conceito de atração, né, de investimentos.
We have this concept of attracting investments for investments that mean decarbonization. We have also the challenge of decarbonizing the existing industry. This was reported in the study as a complementary process of the issue of attracting investments by Powershoring. We have to remember that we have existing industry already in the Northeast that must decarbonize itself as well, be decarbonized. I remember a meeting we had with Eva from PNUD when we talked about this. How can we have hubs such as the Araripe hubs producing gypsum, and we have the whole hubs with a number of industries, wind industries and solar industries, but the Araripe hub still uses wood to fuel itself. So you have an existing industry that also does not use this availability of renewable energy sources. So Powershoring, to complement this, must not only attract new players and new industries, but also decarbonize the existing industry. Just to give an example, with regard to NIB, we recognize the fundamental role of the Northeast banks, but BNDES as well has availability. These are complementary banks. They are not competitive ones. They complement one another. And for instance, you have availability of financial tools for the NIB with a 300 billion package from BNDES as well that was launched in 2023, of which 225 billions were approved already for spending. Of these billions, 70%, 6% were allocated to the South and the Southeast region, and only 7% went to the Northeast. As the governor said, we represent 14% of the national economy, and we only receive 7% of the available resources. As the governor said, there is a great effort made by Carife on behalf of federal institutions with the help of Sudani, with an important participation of the Northeast Consortium to change these numbers. But you have a demonstration here that power shoring may be an opportunity to territorialize the new industry in Brazil through financial tools that will support it. To conclude, an initial proposal for activities, an agenda, so to speak, the governor mentioned also the leadership of the northeastern states in attracting these investments. The suggestion that we got from several important leaderships is that we have to develop and structure communication so that this availability, this potential, these domestic features are better shared with the rest of the world. We recently went through phases in which we talked about the investment potential in energy. Now we'll share the potential for demand that we have to complement this change. So we must develop a communication plan, the promotion of the existing industries, the decarbonization of the existing industries, and also the priority given to the local agendas. There is a role to be played by Sudani and the Northeastern Consortium that will have to work with state agencies to develop that. This is the entry gate for these projects, and this governance must be really well structured. In the end, it is a proposal for governance so that power shoring will have unified coordination and communication between states. Thank you.
Muito obrigado aos senhores.
I would like to extend my thanks to Paulo Ferraz Guimarães and Mr. Jorge Jatobá, who are the directors of CIPLA. Ladies and gentlemen, for our last presentation in this session, we will have the talk, the experience of accelerating industrial transition in power shoring projects. And I would like to call forward the leader in energy products from Systemic Company, Mrs. Juliette Tonham. She has the floor. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I would like to talk about ITA, which is Industrial Transition Accelerator. I would like to thank IPS and all the partners who are here for the invitation, as well as all those who come from the embassies and the state. They are all partners of ITA, and they make our work possible. I here today represent ITA and also Matias, who unfortunately worked with me and could not work. ITA is a program that was created in the COP28 and started from the assumption that to reach decarbonization goals from the Kyoto and Paris agreements, we must have projects that would be close to operational from the moment that we started them on. When we look at the list of projects that we see, these projects are not even close to reaching the final decisions on investments. So the ITA comes in as an accelerator of these projects, as a means, not financially, because we do not bring in financial tools, do not bring funds to this project, but as a means to bring together partnerships, governmental partnerships and financial institutions to make possible these projects and make them reach the final stage. And ITA works throughout the country. The first part was started in Brazil last year. We worked on the end of last year to create the first list of the projects that we're going to select in aviation, chemistry, steel mills, and aluminum mills. And ITA works with the Mission Possible Partnership, which is a European think tank. In Brazil, the technical and executive leadership is done by Systemic, and our main governmental partner is the Ministry of Industry and Development, DIC, and we have several other companies and institutions that are partners in our consulting committee, as well as in our leadership board. ITA has 15 projects in its pipeline, projects that were selected in these areas that I talked about, that represent over $20 billion in necessary investments and that are disseminated throughout Brazil. As you can see, there is a concentration of projects in the Northeast, which is not a coincidence. Presenting ITA as the last study here in this part is very interesting because you already had an idea of the Powershoring as a whole, and now we bring you closer to the reality of the companies that were attracted to the Northeast in looking for renewable energies. We have in our pipeline 4 companies, 4 projects that will depend on abundant renewable energy. We have the Green Energy Park, the Fortescue that produces green hydrogen, and you have European Energy as well, and Solarge. These are huge projects in terms of the investment and the need for energy. Several of these projects will require over 6 gigawatts of energy in their electrolyzers for their production. So it is imperative that these projects have access to these renewable energies. And one of the main challenges that is faced by these projects nowadays is precisely to have access to energy, to guarantee the assurance to have access to the energy. And as Rosana said, this can prevent the financing of these projects. Financiers will not finance products that do not have access to energy. Those who will buy their hydrogen will not buy this hydrogen if they do not have a project with financing behind it. And so we will have a problem. This is the issue of the egg and the chicken, who comes first. These projects are extremely ambitious. They bring in international companies or foreign companies, and we know that the capacity.
Hoje a gente já tem fornecedores em escala mundial, China, Europa, Estados Unidos, que podem trazer eletrolisadores bem robustos para o Brasil, mas essa questão da barreira de investimento ainda é um grande impeditivo para esses projetos. E aí esse ano a gente fez uma série de rodadas de conversas com o Ministério de Minas e Energia,
of rounds of conversation with the Ministry of Mine and Energy, the APE, ONS, and other partners who are studying this topic of Powershoring. And what we understand from this conversation is that there is not one simple, easy, short-term solution. To solve the problem of access to energy, we must think about more innovative solutions and some options that are not exhaustive or easy options that
quanto até dos mesmos dos projetos que também estão trabalhando nesses desafios já tem um tempo, que soluções de potencialmente modularizar os projetos pode ser uma opção. Então, ao invés de você precisar de 2 gigas para daqui a 2 anos, você modulariza e precisa de meio giga para daqui a 2 anos, mais 1 giga para daqui a 4 anos, e por aí vai. Essa poderia ser uma opção, que não necessariamente é fácil, porque muitos desses projetos contam com escala para poder ser economicamente viável, e a própria demanda do hidrogênio ainda não é certa para onde essa demanda vai, se vai ser exportado em formato de amônia verde, se vai ser usado internamente para a produção de aço verde, por exemplo, qual que de fato vai ser o destino final do hidrogênio. E uma segunda potencial solução que também está sendo avaliada é de ter eletrolisadores que possam ter variação na demanda de energia. Então, nos horários de pico, que a gente sabe que as energias renováveis, os horários de pico ali de uso de energia, 6 da tarde até o final da noite, que esses eletrolisadores possam demandar menos energia para que eles não sobrecarreguem o sistema. Mas essas são apenas algumas ideias que foram surgindo em várias conversas e, dentre essas, muitas outras, mas que, de novo, eu trago que essas não são soluções
These are not solutions that are easy. They will require flexibility from the policymakers, from the institutions that, who are working with partners, and from financial institutions as well. The risk must be distributed among the several agents in the systems and from the projects themselves that will supply solutions that make the system flexible and that can be adaptable to the system. We should not we have to look at that from an innovative standpoint. If we do not, this project will not take place or will take place much later than we want, in 5, 10 years, and not right now when we need them.
Muito obrigada. Fico à disposição.
Thank you very much. I'm here if you want to ask any question about ITA. We have been working on that for over a year. We have a great deal of experience. We have been talking to these projects, so there is a great deal of exchange to be done. Thank you.
Senhora Júlia Tonon.
Ms. Julia Tonon, representative of the Systemic company. Thank you very much for your presence in this company. Allow me to please thank for the presence the head of the Inter-American Bank of Development, Sutina, the Secretary of Economic Development for Maranhão, Mr. Domingos Neto, and also the Executive Secretary of Ficam Ceará, Mr. Vicente Ferreira. Ladies and gentlemen, giving continuity to our agenda, we will now start a number of panels that will bring to the center of debates topics that are central and directly linked to the future of sustainable investment in the region of the northeast of Brazil. We will open the first panel that will have as topic the vision of the region, and we'll talk about how the northeastern region is working on power shoring, where we are, where we're going. For this, we'll call as a mediator the Secretary of the Northeast Consortium, Mr. Pedro Lima.
Estarão conosco como painelistas.
We also have with us as panelists the following public authorities: the Planning Director of the Banco do Nordeste, Mr. Aldemir Freire. The Superintendent of Sudene, Mr. Francisco Alexandre.
O secretário executivo de
the
Energia,
Executive Secretary for Energy and Telecommunications of the Secretary for Infrastructure of the State of Ceará, also coordinator of the Chamber for Mines and Energy of the Northeast Consortium, Mr. Dixon Araújo. The business director and director of relationship with the Codeva market, Mr. José Demetrio Silva Moura. And also we will have with us the environmental manager from the Itaqui harbor of Itaqui and also general coordination for decarbonization of harbors, Mrs. Lemos, Mani Lemos. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free. Welcome to the Banco do Nordeste. We will ask those who are in the audience to please turn off their cell phones or keep them on silent mode so we can keep on enjoying the important content that is being shared here in this stage, the Banco Northeast. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Lima. Feel free to lead this panel, please.
Bom dia a todas as pessoas.
Good morning, everyone.
O secretário executivo do consórcio.
As executive secretary of the consortium, I will be the mediator. But for those who come from Bahia, like our colleague, know that Salvador had an extreme climate event yesterday. There was a great deal of wind, and our colleague could not leave his home because he lost his roof. He asked me to replace him here, which I do, and I feel overwhelmed with the honor. It's extremely important for us in our Northeastern Consortium. I will not introduce the members here of this panel because they have already been introduced, and I will talk about the aim of this panel. We are working on this agenda of Powershoring and to see where we're going, where we are. This is a priority agenda for the Northeastern Consortium, as our chair said here. We understand this to be an historic opportunity for the region so that we can bring in industrialization to also increase the productive capacity of the region and create more jobs. As Valdemir said, the Northeast is a great exporter of energy, but this is a commodity that has low complexity, a low added value. We use what we have here to produce this energy. We have data from the BNDES that investment on a wind farm in the Northeast represents, let's say, 16 or 70% goes outside the Northeastern region, either to the Southeast or outside Brazil. So we have less than 50% who are suppliers from our region. So it's quite clear right now that we are going through a moment in which Brazil still plays this role of being at the periphery of the periphery, at the outskirts of everything. We have the Southeast, that is the occupies a place in the internal structure of Brazil, and it is at the outskirts of the global economy. Powershoring will be an alternative for us to attract investment to the Northeast. Not just the generation of energy, but attracting an industry that will be energy intensive. The consortium is focused on this, and we launched this together with X in this forum. We launched this idea, and this is an idea that came up with X and with the help of many other people, such as Gilmar from Paraíba. All those who believe in shared management of this project. And we also signed with Professor Jorge Abash a work of continuity on the design of a regional initiative or a plan and a proposal for a regional plan that must be managed. And we believe this is a project of shared management.
Os bancos, os governos, estados, os portos,
banks and the state governments and the ports have an important role in this management. So we're building this interinstitutional forum, but a lot is already being done. We have some relevant activities to make feasible power shoring in our region. So now, I would like to hear Francisco Alexandre from Sudene, and I'd like to also hear from Aldemir Freire, who was the Secretary of Planning. I'd like to hear from them what BNB and what Sudene have been doing to make feasible the initiative of power-shoring the region. And I would also like to know what results we can already see from all of this. So please spend about between 5 and 7 minutes in your interventions.
Tá funcionando? Agora sim, se falar, funciona, né? Não adianta ficar com medo, né? Tem que falar. Bom dia a todos e todas.
So good morning to everyone.
Nós temos no próximo mês.
So next month.
Pode ser depois de amanhã também. Não, já a COP30 que
we have COP30, which will be an important event for our country. We had a mini COP here in the state of Ceará to take important points coming from our region to COP. We can think about, for example, our biome, Caatinga, as an important topic to be discussed at this fora. Now we have to think about our strategic positioning. We have to consider ourselves as a location to produce clean energy. When we think about our potential, we can see that we've been producing a lot since we began debating about all of this. And the surplus doesn't remain here. There's no demand in the region. The concentration of the chains. When we look at our potential, we can say that we're not using a lot of what we produce. So based on the capacity that we have to think about how we can transform that capacity. We have to bring the production capacity of these sectors, and we need to develop our local industry. We need to develop local production. And by that, we will bring wealth to this region, and we allow this potential to become something more than just the transportation of energy or the transportation of energy generation capacity to other regions of the country. Today, we have some challenges in relation to distribution. That is one essential matter that we have to work on. And our government and our investors need to talk together to find a solution so that we won't have curtailment. Because as our governor said, that's a problem for investors. When we have discussions with investors, we have this equation that doesn't get resolved. So then you have that issue that needs to be resolved. And then there's the environment where you generate that energy. You have to look at the return, you have to think about how you work with that population and that territory. So there's social responsibility involved, and there's also environmental responsibility involved. It doesn't make sense that where you have a wind farm, you're still cutting down trees to generate industry. So you have to think about everyone, not just people in your industry, but also people in your surroundings. So the people who are in that location and in that environment, we have to make sure that those people in that environment receive the benefits of this clean generation. We can be an enormous solar and wind farm potential. We have to make sure that the wealth coming from that will be invested back into the local community, because if we don't do that, we won't be fulfilling our missions. Our mission towards clean energy, wealth generation, and the reduction of inequality. So if we don't move further, then if we don't do more than what the other states are doing, then we end up falling behind. So that's our mission.
Recompôs o Corif.
At Sudene, we rebuilt Corife in partnership with the Consortium of the Northeast and also with the participation of the federal banks and FINEP. So we did the Northeast call, and this call for proposals brought us a very interesting number, very interesting data. We were thinking about 10 billion, but we had a demand of 128 billion. So that shows us that the demand for investments is much larger. And so it doesn't make sense that we continue having less investments that are smaller than our GDP capacity. We also presented to Corif the agenda of the investment structure portfolio. So we had an additional 10 billion reais of investments. These investments can help to leverage our GDP, and we can do this through our partnerships and based on a thinking that involves bringing to a region investments to create these farms, but also investments that allow us to concentrate developments in our region. By creating jobs and by fulfilling our potential, we'll be able to increase wealth and we'll be able to reduce inequality. So that's our main mission at Sudene. And we're going to be working in that sense so that we can make use of our potential and so that we can make use of the richness that we have. We are rich in terms of wind, we are rich in terms of solar energy, and we are rich in that we can use all of this potential to develop all of the production chains in our region. So that's what we work on. That's what we want to do. And this is part of the government's project. The axis of development have this as a guiding principle. We want to make sure that our region can grow and get closer in terms of the development to the other regions of our country. Good morning once again to everyone. Well, from a financial institution's point of view, how do you prepare yourself to support this power shoring process? Or how can you make sure that you'll be making use of the potential of the region to diversify and add value to the economic activities of the region? Well, we've been working on a few fronts. So the first front involves creating lines for these segments of adding value, or this involves allocating existing resources to these fronts. Another initiative, and this is important for all financial institutions that exist in the region, another initiative is seeking new funds to incorporate the potential for investment in the region. So what have we been doing? Well, we've been doing two things to deal with all of this. We've been seeking new funds for this area, funds that go beyond the generation of energy. So today we have diversified our sources of funding that go beyond FME. So we are once again operating with the National Development Bank. We're once again operating FINEP's resources so that we can bring more internal resources to operate in the region. We are getting external funding. We got funding from the Inter-American Development Bank, and we're getting resources from the World Bank. And this resource from the World Bank represents the greatest amount that we're getting, that is $500 billion. And all of this is so that we can decarbonize the region. But what we consider to be the decarbonization of the region isn't just energy to decarbonize what's already available in the region. Sure, we will have investments to decarbonize the industry of the region, but the driver of development in the region, if it's focused only on the decarbonization of the local industry, that's not enough because we don't have large industries located in the industries that can be decarbonized to transform that into a drive for development. To decarbonize, we need to attract industries and sectors to the region, and these sectors and industries need to already be decarbonized. So we're talking about plants which are already located in other regions or in different countries, and we're talking about these sectors and industries coming to our region. So we have a line of financing for this, around $500 billion worth of investment. So we're increasing that. We're also working with the Climate Fund, which is another source of funding. And we are redirecting resources for the industrial sector. When we got here, the bank financed in 2022 around 2 billion and 2.5 billion for industry. Our goal today is that we want 12% of FNE for industry every year. So this year we will finance around 6 billion reais for the industrial sector of the region. So we're allocating more resources for the industrial sector. We are also creating lines of financing. So for example, we already have the capacity to meet, we already have the capacity for the storage of energy and for green data centers, green hydrogen. So we are adapting our lines of financing to these new areas. So industry, green hydrogen, green data centers, and we're getting resources for that. On another front, we are adapting ourselves to the national content policy. So today we are adopting the same model that the National Development Bank uses. So we're using funds from the Constitutional Fund, and with those funds, we don't finance items that are produced locally, or rather, we don't finance the importing of items that are produced locally. Our dream is to advance towards regional content. I know that operationally that's difficult, but I think it's important for us to advance to a discussion where you either create advantages in terms of interests or some other things when you have local content. Because those of us who work with financing, we know that the wind sector was cannibalized by solar investments. And solar investments involve a lot of import of material. So then we run the risk of starting work with green data centers and green hydrogen, and there's the risk that we end up importing material. But this goes beyond the work of financial institutions. We need to work with the managers of the regional funds, and we have to work with other financiers, and we have to work with the development of national policies. Another important activity is the Northeast Call, which is geared towards the strengthening of this economy, because we had this demand of 128 billion. And if you say, okay, let's leave that at only 40%, or let's reduce that by 60%. Even then, we're talking about an enormous amount of investments of resources that will transform the region. And for this, we need to have coordinated action. That's fundamental. So I'd like to congratulate Sudani and the consortium for helping to coordinate this process. Corife is an interesting expression of all of this, but this whole discussion is interesting. So we need a lot of coordination of the different agents and the different policies. And we need this so that our states won't get into some kind of internal war between all of us. We all have to put a lot of effort into this, but this will require a lot of joint effort. We also have to increase our influence on the instances of decision making related to energy. The Northeast needs to increase its participation in the National Petroleum Agency, at ANEL, at EPE, at the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and at ONS. We need to pay attention to the strengthening of our presence in the decision-making bodies related to public policies. Thank you.
Agora tá. Obrigado, Ademir.
Thank you, Ademir. Thank you, Francisco Alexandre. Ademir and Francisco gave some examples of coordinated action. It's an example that's working out, and that's the Northeast call. When they showed the numbers related to the Northeast, when we thought about the call, our dream was to get to 43% because that would represent the region well, and then we wouldn't be increasing inequality. But the demand was much larger. We had a demand of around 130, and that's the calculation. If it's 40%, then we'll get to 14. If it's more, then we will be combating inequality a little bit. So that was a positive example of coordinated action. So taking into consideration this idea of coordinated work, now I'd like to hear from José Demetrios and Dixon Liani about how the state governments and how the ports and the local infrastructure can work in a coordinated way with other institutions and with banks and with other local governments to accelerate this consolidation of powershoring in the region. So we know that we have a lot of men here present, so let's start hearing from Luana. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. My name is Luani. I'm here representing the Brazilian Alliance for the Decarbonization of Ports. So today we have 64 members, and we're not just ports. We're startups, universities, companies. So we have a whole ecosystem. And so in answering your question in terms of how to consolidate this, well, in this panel and other panels, we talked about how important it is to have coordination. The spaces where we unite all of the interests, these are the places where we can build in a practical way the interconnections that we need to work towards that goal. Ports in Brazil today, especially in the Northeast, are already ahead in terms of powershoring projects. And I can share with you some examples. We have the Suape port, which was already mentioned, which has 2 e-methanol plants already operational. One of them is for fueling navigation fuel. And today we have Maersk containers that already operate with renewable fuels. So from those of you who are not from the area, we have the IMO, which established goals and deadlines so that maritime transport can be renewable and can reduce its carbon footprint. So these deadlines start in 2030, and in an unprecedented way, there will now be this expectation of taxation for tonnage of carbon dioxide being emitted by vessel. And this will happen for vessels that don't meet the demands, the ceiling that's established by the UN. So this creates an opportunity for us to deliver this clean fuel. So our delegation at the IMO fights to include e-ethanol as a possible fuel for vessels. And we also work to include biofuels in general. So today we have a lot of work with SAF, but in the port sector, we are still working on these different kinds of fuels. So we have this example of swap and Pecém, which are ports which are part of port industrial complexes. And so then you end up having industry close to where this raw material is exported. The European Union established that by 2030, all ports that work with containers, cruise ships, or ro-ro need to have onshore power supplies. That is, power generation on the continent. Because that vessel, when they dock, they keep burning fuel. So one way to decarbonize this activity is by offering to the vessel a terrestrial source of clean energy. And this we have in abundance in the Northeast region.
So we have this opportunity. X% of the cost is from the income of event, and the other X's are from the supplying affairs. We do not have substations or transmission lines, so it doesn't make sense right now to have so much abundant energy and cuts in the system that happen so frequently for potential customers that are the ports. The Valencia port demands 16 megawatts of energy for the whole port. For each OPS, it requires 16 more OPS. So each OPS will double the consumption of energy of the port. And we have ports in all the ports in the Northeast. So you can imagine how much these port could be demanders or customers for the energy. So first point, the port itself is the demander of energy. A second aspect, it is the vector for the delivery, the exporting of this energy to other countries. And you can have, for instance, the production of green hydrogen and a route to Rotterdam, which we call the green shipment routes that connect ports throughout the world, so that they can give to the ships land support for new technologies and new fuels, but also export this energy abroad. So we are producing energy to export to Rotterdam. Another important datum, I went to Rotterdam at the beginning of the year, and one of the main discussions that we had and that brings the alliance to us is that we will be competing with hydrogen from the north of hydrogen, that is quite close to Europe, and hydrogen produced in Asia. So what will ensure that we are competitive? The answer that I had from Rotterdam is that our planned dams is over 300 million tons. And they say, how much you have? They have 30. So they buy from here, they buy from Africa, they buy from Asia, and they still need more. There is a more demand for that. So we must have, in the first place, coordination between these several potentials, including the ports, and also intentionality. We must have the intention of doing things. The notice for the Northeast was welcome because we are part of these 100 million. We have 10 million that are proposed by Itaqui, but we often see that energy demands and demands for financing are generalized. The demand for decarbonization in a general way, and the ports come in this dispute to fight with the industries and debate on several other issues, and be one more online. So we must really see the ports as a means to decarbonize and have intentional policies, goals and projects and finances that will focus on the ports, but because throughout the world, ports are large means for a movement of the economy, for power shoring, for attracting industry, for exporting of technology and exporting of energy. That was my contribution, and I hope I have added some to the discussion. This was an aspect that I wanted to relate to Dixon's talk. He's someone who follows it every day. He is the coordinator for the energy chamber in the Northeast Consortium, and he has an executive role here in the government. And it has to do with what you said, Luane, which is the power infrastructure. So what is the coordinated action led by state governments that will help us overcome these hurdles and consolidate this power shoring agenda? Well, first, thank you, Pedro. I would like to greet everyone who is here in this panel and also greet the members of the audience. It's always good to meet friends and colleagues in that kind of event, and also meeting new people who will contribute to the topic, especially power shoring. I represent the Nordeste Consortium here as a coordinator for the thematic chamber on energy, and I see I have several colleagues here, Celso, Fraga Domingues, Robson, Guilherme, and many others. Going back to our topic, we can talk on behalf of the consortium and the state of Ceará. Power shoring, as was said before, is important. It's not only just about the data centers or green hydrogen or ports. It is about the development of a whole region. For this, we need to have industrial hubs and economic hubs. We have several hubs here. The state of Ceará has implemented several of these hubs. We have the one from Pecém, which is extremely important, but we have innovation hubs in terms of health, innovation, the automotive hub that is being developed as well. All this is part of this chain. The contribution that I can share with you about the Northeast Consortium through the team chambers is that we have this role of proposing policies and aligning policies at the federal level. We bring in the experience and the demands of each state. We bring together those demands and take them to the federal government. This has been a well-coordinated work on our part with the team chambers, and we have taken some subjects, for instance, the topic of offshore wind farms. From the standpoint of these chambers, our work is to align policies, mapping up the bottlenecks and bring in solutions. This is what we have been trying to do. From the standpoint of Ceará itself, what we bring here to the discussion is the dialogue between the internal agencies. We have good communication, and the banks. We have talked to the Bank of Nordeste, BNDEs. The state always tries to contribute and support the projects that involve power shoring. In that sense, this organization and bringing in the Pecém Port, where I work as executive secretary, I work in the infrastructure, but we work closely with the SDE for the economic development. So this organization has led to the development of all these projects that we mentioned. We understand that they will take place. We are talking about the data center, and there are some people who will feel less enthusiastic about hydrogen. We should not miss the impetus on that. It may take a little while on that, but we have been talking to the Ministry of Mines and Energy. The government has been present in several meetings, and he talks to everyone from the minister to the president of the republic to the technical people to understand why this energy is not yet here. So all these work done together from the ministries and SCPL and L will bring in these results. We need more voices at the federal level. We are slightly passive. I don't know if it's the right term, but we depend on decisions that come from the Southeast. For the technicians from EPL will always say, oh, in my simulation here, in my electromagnetic studies and so on and so forth, and the stability of the system, we cannot deliver this energy there. But we are being heard in terms of proposing solutions, because this is what we have been doing. We have been proposing alternatives, other options, and I believe we will be heard at some given point in time. We are being heard already in the 2025 auction and 2026 auction. We have the implementation that has been heralded of synchronous compensators that will contribute to the stabilization of the system, and that should clear around 3 gigawatts of available energy to be distributed in Piauí, Ceará, Rio Grande do Norte. So these are initiatives that are being implemented and that will keep on being implemented. So I have 3 specific plans: the joint planning of energy infrastructure and logistics, credit infrastructures and tools. In addition to the banks, we have initiatives such as the ITA that was mentioned here. There is another initiative which is the FJET, which I talked from the state of Pernambuco and Ceará. That cases, they are pilot projects in that initiatives that come from the Ministry of Development and the MDIC. These initiatives help leverage these projects from the financial standpoint, especially with regard to guarantees. So these we have these credit tools that are directed at green projects, as well as we need also regulatory
uma plateia tão qualificada.
We will come back. So I would like to thank the Northeastern Consortium as well as the Banco do Nordeste. And it seems that we are in the midst of a new paradigm where the environmental issue and the energy transition has ceased to be a responsibility to become a strategic means of looking at our future. And we in the ports, and it was a pleasure to meet Luane. We did that course on decarbonization in the Valencia harbor last year. We are following up this situation very closely. I would like to say that ports are not in themselves the generators of wealth. They are the gate to wealth. In that issue of power shoring and energy transition, the ports have to pay a great deal of attention, because we have the repercussion of what is taking place abroad, as well as what is taking place here. We connect these aspects abroad and here, and we have to state that the ports that do not do that will lose competitiveness. So this is why we must be aligned with the industry. And as Luane said, there is this need for energy. You can imagine for a container ship river container, any of those that concern cruise ships such as the Grandiosa, who is here on the Brazil coastline, needs 600 farms for passengers, plus the crew, plus more people. So how many
Philanthropy in regional development and on global decarbonization. So, as our moderator in this panel, we'll have the Manager of Energy and Industry of ICS, Ms. Vitória Santos. As panelists, we will have 4 participants. Mr. Gabriel Francisco, a representative from Climate Works Foundation.
A senhora Ana Terra, Senior
We have Ms. Ana Terra, Senior Advisor for Americas. We have Mr. Iago Hiron, Global Program Manager at the Open Society Foundation.
E remotamente está conosco
And
também.
we'll have the remote participation of the Program Manager at Sequoia Climate Foundation, Mr. Daval Negan.
E agora sim, nós facultamos a palavra à nossa moderadora, a senhora Vitória. Seja bem-vinda ao Banco do Nordeste, por gentileza.
Olá, bom dia a todas, todos e todes. É uma satisfação estar aqui nesse evento. Obrigada pela presença. Esse painel, ele traz um olhar de atores que estão globalmente buscando avançar a agenda de descarbonização e promovendo o Powershoring enquanto solução de uma transição energética e industrial justa, não apenas para o Brasil, não apenas para o Nordeste, mas também para outras geografias que têm também esse benefício de conter recursos renováveis em abundância e competitivos. Eu gostaria de agradecer, né, aos nossos colegas que vão representar aqui o olhar da filantropia para essa agenda. Como estamos antes do nosso almoço, vamos tentar ser aqui sucintos e objetivos.
Let's try and be brief in our responses. We also have Daval, who is following us remotely. Hello, Daval. It's great to have you here with us. Can you hear us? Great.
Bom, gente, sem muitas delongas, né?
So, without further ado, this is an agenda that we've been promoting, and ICS is part of the philanthropic movement, and we're trying to promote dialogues, we're promoting relevant studies, and we're trying to engage different stakeholders. We want to create enabling conditions that allow for the decarbonization that will allow disruptive transformations in society in terms of inclusion, diversity. And here we're talking about countries that have abundant natural resources. So let's hear from our colleagues about their perspectives. So what are the opportunities and challenges that our colleagues here see, and what's the role of philanthropy on this agenda? So let's start with Ana Terra. So Ana, thank you very much for your presence. So I would like to hear from you about how the Powershoring agenda can be a regional development vector. What are the main factors that advance this agenda? Hello, good morning or good afternoon. So thank you, Vic. So first of all, I would like to thank Vic personally, and I'd like to thank to the ICS team because we spent many months talking about power shoring. We've been trying to advance this agenda. So it's great to see a full house. It's great to see so many important players talking about this topic. And we're seeing the first agreements being signed. So it's great to see this work taking place after so many emails and after so much work being done and after a lot of conversations on WhatsApp. So first of all, congratulations, because I know that this work has been going on for a long time. Now, in answering your question, I think that this issue of regional development aligned with an international agenda is not really a need, but rather an opportunity for transformation. When we look at the potential of the Northeast region, this is a matter of economic transformation, diversification of the economy, and it's the creation of a new future. So this is truly an opportunity for structural transformation. So the Northeast has an enormous potential when it comes to renewables. And this potential is very much aligned with the role, with the position that Brazil has, and which Brazil needs to maintain, which is basically the fact that Brazil is one of the leaders in clean energy. A large part of the Brazilian energy matrix is clean, and this needs to be maintained. So for this, the Northeast region is a fundamental part. But in terms of our role, we have to think about not just maintaining our international leadership. We have to transform this into economic prosperity, social inclusion, and innovation. So thinking about a global context and taking into consideration the goals that were agreed on at an earlier COP related to the tripling of renewable energy generation in the world, if we think about the Northeast as a driver of this capacity of clean energy generation, this is something fundamental. So we have to align the global decarbonization agenda to a regional sustainable development agenda. So for this, we're talking about a new industrialization, a green industrialization that's low carbon. And we want the Northeast to be Brazil's powerhouse and perhaps even the world's powerhouse. We can be a green powerhouse. But I think it's worthwhile mentioning the barriers. We need to understand what the barriers are. 15 experience framework that these states bring to the table. And another thing is a concentration that we have the Northeast, something that comes from the Vargas area, where we have agencies that are thinking about implementation and the elaboration of public policies for the region. So here we're talking about the Bank of Northeast, Sudene, the regional funds. The Northeast Consortium comes into this almost as an innovation in terms of governance and in terms of participation. And what we're doing here, bringing civil society together to think about all of this, and this agreement here today with the consortium, all of this is a way to bring the participation of academia, civil society, several different agents for us to think about this new moment. And then the different departments will be creating all of this inputs to think about a new transition. It's not just about bringing new investments, it's a matter of generating new industries in this area using this clean energy so that we can use products with a higher added value. So I think that we should build this thinking about how we can strengthen the local economy and how we can link ourselves with this. So we need the Northeast region should be a part of the global chain, but it should be working at its own rhythm, with its own capacities, and with its own strength and companies, so that we can then transition to other industries that will come up in the future.
Não, alô, pronto, agora foi. Muito obrigada, Gabriel, pelos
So
pontos.
thank you very much, Gabriel, for the points that you raised. That was very much aligned with my next question. my question to Iago. So Gabriel was talking about some inputs related to strategy and innovation. And he was talking about institutional maturity, which is something that our region has to develop the power shoring plan in an integrated way, and also to overcome some of the historic challenges of the region. So, Iago, thank you for being here with us. And I'd like to know from you, what other strategies can we consider to strengthen the cooperation between civil society, government, and the private sector? What can we do to ensure that the benefits of power shoring will in fact be broadly distributed and to make sure that they will be socially just? Thank you, Victoria. That's an easy question. I'll try to answer it. But first of all, I'd like to thank ICS, Maria, and Victoria because I know that it's difficult to organize an event such as this one. I'd also like to thank Pedro and Dixon, who are here representing the consortium. And finally, I'd like to say that as someone from the Northeast, as somebody who went to the southeast of the country some time ago to work in the energy sector and related to climate, it's coming back to our region, to talk about our region is something that really warms up my heart. So it's important for us to be here talking about our region. And it's important for us to talk about how to create a possible development for our region. I'm looking at Sara, another colleague of mine who are also from this region and who are really moving forward this discussion. So, Victoria, in relation to your question, I was writing down a bunch of things while other people were talking. So the question is, how do we create these connection between government, civil society, and the private sector? Well, I think there are some important points that are necessary for us to talk about. Gabriel said something important, which is, if we consider power shoring as one of the green industrialization processes, we can't forget that any process of industrialization generates inequality at the matrix. So if you don't have a strong public sector to try and diminish this inequality, then we'll be heading to a place that's not a good place. So it's important for us to put all of this into perspective. And then we get into a discussion of the need of research and development need and public-private partnerships and changing the curricula of universities and federal institutes so that we may indeed generate or create the jobs that we need in a power shoring process, and also so that we can add value to national companies. Secretary Vladson Viana from the state of Ceará talked a lot about the importance of generating jobs. And generating jobs becomes important, especially in our region, which is historically a region which has not been the most favored region in the country. So perhaps if we had a process of mass generation of jobs, then people like you and I, Victoria, wouldn't have to go to the southeast of the country to find jobs. Now, seeing that I only have 3 minutes left, I'll try to speed up a little bit. So there's also the importance for us to understand that the discussion and this analysis of private sector in relationship with civil society can't happen only to meet a market failure. Power shoring needs to be associated to local development complexes that interact with traditional communities and that will interact with these local populations and generate benefits for them. Just hearing people talk about these issues, I basically wrote down some strategic sectors that the Northeast can lead. We can lead when it comes to sustainable aviation fuel. We can lead discussions related to green steel. We can lead when it comes to production of green hydrogen and new silicon, critical minerals, biofertilizers, pharmaceutical products. So we have a lot of space. But we should also consider the area in which family agriculture. We have to think about how family agriculture and other social movements can benefit from power shoring. And I think the Northeast region has an important role to play in this discussion. We have a consortium of governors that are comprised of mainly progressive governors, and progressiveness works towards reducing inequality and poverty and creating more equality. And next year, we have elections. And one important issue of the elections next year will be the rise in the price of food. So the consortium of the Northeast and our states need to work with family agriculture, and we need to include the production of food as a way to reduce the price of food. This is what we can do to make sure that we can continue with progressive policies that work for everyone. So I think that's pretty much my summary of what I consider to be important in this discussion of power shoring. Thank you very much, Iago. So you brought us some very important topics when it comes to connecting industry to other stakeholders. But again, you also remind us of the importance of the territories and the communities and the connection between the large scale and the small scale. So the challenges are immense. And so now I would like to give the floor to Deval Negandhi, who's online with us. So once again, Deval, thank you for being present. I know that you are on retreat, if you will. I hope you can hear us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Deval will be answering in English, and so if you need to hear the translation, you can get the equipment for that outside. So Deval, in this context of the creation of narratives, what's the strategic role of philanthropy when we consider debates that take place nationally and internationally for the decarbonization agenda? What can we do to drive the transformational opportunity of offshoring, especially when we're considering the current political environment and protectionism, that is, basically factors that turn our climate transition more difficult?
Thank you, Victoria. I hope everyone can hear me.
Obrigado, Vitória. Espero que todos possam me escutar.
It's a pleasure and a great privilege to join
É um prazer e um privilégio poder fazer parte dessa conversa. Então, obrigado por me receber. E eu sinto muito por não poder estar aí em pessoa. E eu sinto muito também por não poder falar português. Então, eu sou da Sequoia Climate Foundation, somos uma instituição filantrópica e trabalhamos com alguns parceiros no Brasil. Agora, para responder a sua pergunta, eu acho que a filantropia tem um papel importante para além de prover financiamento, porque a filantropia, junto com os parceiros que nós temos na sociedade civil, nós temos uma posição importante para contar histórias, para tentarmos mitigar os efeitos climáticos. Então, eu gostaria de articular 4 narrativas que eu considero ser importantes: narrativa local, regional, nacional e internacional. Coisas que eu considero importantes para destravarmos o potencial do Nordeste. Então, primeiro, no nível local, acho que precisamos de uma mudança de trabalho a qualquer custo para trabalhos verdes. E precisamos ter um desenvolvimento holístico da economia no nível local. Eu acredito que isso seja sobre ganhar a mente e os corações das pessoas e garantirmos que temos uma licença social para operar no longo prazo.
Just imagine a young person in the region looking at this massive green hydrogen plant, and they don't see, they see a future, but they don't have the training that is required to unlock the door because they don't have the training. We need to invest in that social hardware of power shoring. Can you hear me?
Sim, Deval.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I think the reskilling and social hardware that we require in terms of skills is a very important work that we need to do. The flip that we need in that narrative is how do we make community a very active stakeholder in this entire process. So this shift is again to high value jobs that demand green skills. The role that we see of philanthropy is the design and the support that we would need of these vocational institutes, training schools, legal models as well, to ensure that there is a shared revenue and ownership of the benefits that we get from power shoring. Imagine a local technician which is managing a lot of maintenance, for example, at a green factory, or when small businesses thrive, the story changes where this is our project, this is built by our people. So that's the first narrative shift. The second, I believe, is at a regional level that is required from siloed resources to shared resilience. We all know Northeast is already a giant and has more than 80% of the Brazil's centralized wind and solar capacity. Now, what we have to do is make it a unified force. The problem is if left to all states on their own, states would naturally compete across themselves, and this would lead to a fragmented system. And that's why, in part, we see this paradox of curtailment. So the flip there we need is that there are only winners and no losers among the states. And philanthropy and civil society can support platforms like the ones that we are currently in that promote collaboration over competition and help identify what the unique competencies of each states are and how do we synergize. So just for example, think about one state bringing pioneering green hydrogen projects that is married to some other state's port infrastructure, to some other state's industrial depth, to some other state's skilled pool labor, to some other state's solar, to some other state's wind, right? That's how we need to build a regional strategy. This is important not just to ensure that, and as an entire system, we are sort of together and creating that bargaining power, but when we take this to the national policy in terms of some of the shifts that are required, or whether in terms of financing domestically or internationally, being together is going to be very important. The third shift that I want to talk about is at the national level, from being an export driven economy to one where we're thinking about green neo industrialization. And this is about national ambition to a large extent, where Brazil recognizes that power shoring is a critical pathway for it to achieve a high income country status, right? We all know Brazil has been stuck in the middle income country trap. And part of the reason is this industrial strategy that's focused on high carbon incumbents and commodity exports. The flip that we need here is how do we use and leverage power shoring to have a green industrial leap? And here, the role of philanthropy and civil society could be in terms of providing the research that is needed around the potential and the role that power shoring can have in catapulting Brazil into a high income club. We need bankable evidence still to prove to Brasilia and policymakers that investing in Northeast, as we have heard, is not just a regional subsidy, right? It's a strategic investment that needs to be made at a national level for Brazil to have the global competitiveness that this opportunity provides. And at the international level, I think there is a shift that we need from just emission pledges to decarbonized products. And that speaks to some of the things that, Victoria, you were mentioning of how do we position Brazil as an essential global partner, right? The current story is trade is driven by national securities, by lowest cost, and currently ignores the embedded carbon. And a lot of countries view global south as just sort of following the global north's climate lead. The flip in the narrative that we need is going forward in a climate constrained world, trade will be driven by lowest embedded carbon. And here is where Northeast has a massive advantage, both in terms of a grid that is renewable, that is clean, but also in terms of the resources that it has to really transform some of the industrial products that are needed. Right. So how does Northeast then enable the world to have clean industrial products? So here, I think our role is how do we translate the local project level integrity into a global story of supply chain resilience, where we are showing to businesses that it's not just about being extractive, but it's also about investments that will be required to clean up their scope 3 emissions. Here, I think the world needs to understand that we need Northeast to decarbonize trade in many sectors, such as iron and steel, fertilizers, sustainable fuels. So those are the 4 shifts that I think are really important at a local level, from any jobs to green jobs, from just investment to local economic development, at a regional level, from competitive to shared resilience, at a national level, from sort of extractive economy to green industrialization, and at the national level, from just pledging to how do we see trade decarbonization and the role of Northeast. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Daval. Framework.
Thank you very much, Daval. This is a very comprehensive framework on how at all levels, from the local to the regional to the international, we can leverage the agenda for power shoring, as well as the role played by philanthropy, the role it has to build these new narratives, these storytelling, to create the conditions that will make possible these new arrangements, these the initiatives, bringing about the initiatives of the several stakeholders and players. We could talk a little longer. I know we are slightly limited in terms of time, so I will send us one or two main critical points to change the potential of power shoring, bring concrete results for the region and for the global decarbonization agenda within your role and within your place as a philanthropist. So please raise one or two aspects that you believe are essential or critical within this idea of implementing transformation, making it actually happen in the territories. I will begin with maybe Daval. Could you start?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the 2 most important ones that stand out for me are, one is around fragmentation of governance. We are 9 states strong in terms of the region, but when we think about investors, they see 9 different rule books in terms of permitting, land, taxes, right? So what I think one of the first steps is we need a regional strategy and to address this regulatory fragmentation that is there. And I see the agreement that we have signed today is a huge step in this regard. So that's great, and kudos to everyone. The other I see is around grids, where curtailment is to a large extent an infrastructure issue. And we need, again, to think about narratives of how do we get at the national level? I know initially someone talked about how do we get to federal policymakers such as MME regulators, that they see that investment in grid infrastructure in Northeast is not just a regional cost, it's a national economic imperative. And that I think is really critical to, again, ensure that the investors, particularly high intensity industrial clients, don't see grid curtailment as one of the issues, and that stops them from investing in the region.
Muito obrigada. Então, Daval destaca o papel.
Thank you very much, Daval. You have highlighted the role of governance, which is what we have been talking about and trying to address it here with the creation of this interinstitutional forum for power shoring, as well as the network, the grid infrastructure within this reality of curtailment that we are facing, especially with regards to transmission lines. Iago, let's give you the floor. The main points you see, well, two aspects that are very quickly, I will focus on being representatives of global philanthropic agencies. What can philanthropy do to help in that endeavor? You talk about implementation, Victor. We must start implementing. And I believe this means trial and error. We will try, we will make mistakes, we will sometimes make it right. Philanthropy can give us that starting capital to initiate projects, pilot projects, and I believe we are all here to make these attempts. If this work, then the state have to take on the role as a state and make these trials and error get some leverage and get scale. I think the second aspect was what Deval brought in, is that philanthropy plays a central role in the sense that we must develop possible imaginary scenarios for power shoring in the Northeast, because it's beautiful to dream, but we must implement, because if, let's say, a youngster from the outskirts of Belém, or Fortaleza, or do not see themselves as part of that endeavor of our company, we will lose momentum. It will not become even a political option, but it will not lead to any kind of support from the part of the population, of any votes on the part of the constituencies, if people do not see themselves in that. And I believe that this issue of the dream is extremely important. I believe that organizations from civil society that are financed by philanthropic agents that work on that kind of vision, and that is extremely important. We must create possible imaginary scenarios. How can we do things? How can we bring in civil society closer and also leading in those discussions to make things happen?
Fantástico, Iago. A questão de criação de imaginários possíveis.
The creation of possible imaginariums or possible scenarios is extremely important. We have to create the conditions for a reality to actually change things. Let's give the floor to Gabriel. Well, I was thinking to myself, and Iago's answer about the role of philanthropy and the most intimidating role of philanthropy I received yesterday from a cab driver, and he asked me what I did. I said, okay, I work in philanthropy. And he asked, what's that? And I believe this is what Deval said about governance. It's extremely strategic. And this work that X is doing, especially strategic, if we think about the world we're living in. It's a very changing world. The role of civil society, the private sector, of the state has changed. We live a more diffused management systems. So we must keep on finding new ways of being efficient in these the building of these economic strategies at the local and regional level. So we must make this process increasingly transparent and able to engage people and participative. And we are talking about 9 different states here, a place where the federal government has several different federal agencies working. So how can we create this sounding board so that we can build together solutions in order to reach or achieve the implementation that we actually want? Thank you very much. Thank you, Gabriel. You draw attention to governance and the change in governments and to bring in new voices. That's the role of civil society, to obtain a more participative process and how to bring in also more resilience. And that's the aspect that will bring in change. After listening to about dreams and new possibilities, I have to see what I can add. What might be interesting to think about would be how to make feasible the value-added chain, the value chain, make it feasible. and basing myself on what the Valdo said, talking about the grids and the positioning of the region within the national plan on the development of jobs and governance. This is what we need. What do we need actually to make this value chain exist, to generate income at the local level, to have development in the Northeast? So going back to what I said before about positioning Brazil strategically and diplomatically, we have to talk about green agreements, green islands, and new international agreements that will make it possible for competitiveness to exist in Brazil. Otherwise, it is complicated, but I believe we are going into the right direction. In the right direction, sorry. And thank you very much to Ana and to all of you who are here. I believe this panel was instrumental in bringing several standpoints on how to connect the narrative that we are generating here, locally, regionally, to international narratives about power shoring and green corridors that are extremely important, and how we must have actions at the local level that will reflect up to the international level. So connect the local, regional, national, international links in this chain. It is extremely important. And the important idea here is that we can no longer act by ourselves, do anything only by ourselves, or have robust results by ourselves. And when I say alone or just by ourselves, we're bringing in not only a vision of civil society and the private sector and the government within this agenda, but also how can we bring in the local players, the traditional communities. How do we keep in mind the ways of life and the values of these communities in society, these urban and rural communities in this agenda of development for the Northeast in a green way? Thank you very much, and let's move on now to our brunch. No, I'm sorry, we are not moving on to the brunch. My mistake, unfortunately. Not yet, not yet, soon. So thank you very much. I will ask you to please come here, come forward so we can take a picture and have a record for posterity of this second panel. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Now, let's move on with our agenda. We'll now have also another participation. We'll see the presentation, very short one, unfortunately, from Mr. Van Jos, the high-level Central for the Climate for COP30, who will talk to us through video, who will talk about Promise to Action Northeast as a showcase for climate solutions from the private sector to global governance. My dear colleagues and friends, it's a pleasure to be with you virtually from Fortaleza for this important talk about how the Northeast of Brazil can become a leader in social, economic, sustainable development. I would like to thank the Consortium of Governors of the Northeast, the Bank of the Nordeste, and the Climate and Social Institute for the invitation. Northeast is in a unique position to lead global transition for a low-carbon economy. The region is responsible for 90% of the installed capacity, wind capacity in Brazil, and also solar energy that is quite strong in the region and is an important contributor to the national matrix. Despite its enormous capacity for renewable energy, the region faces important economic impact. we have interruptions in the generation or the transmission of energy due to overload of the system, which affects the installed projects and make their viability and economic feasibility difficult. It is obvious that the energy transmission and creation at scale is extremely necessary. This requires the acceleration of complementary investments to develop the electric power grid and storing and interconnection as well. In this context, close cooperation between the public sector, the utility sectors, and civil society is paramount for economic resilience and for sustainable economic development. The potential of renewable generation combined with strategic investments in green hydrogen, sustainable raw materials, and biofuels can transform the Northeast in a power center, generating for the region not only added value, but also more innovation, more income, and more jobs. Recently, the World Bank has announced the approval of $134 million to support the strategies for the development of green hydrogen in Ceará. These funds will transform this hub and the port in a leading center, bringing in renewable energy, creating jobs, and also bringing wealth to the region. The region is an example of how smart grids and the storage of energy and renewable energies can transform the potential into prosperity, linking the global objective of tripling, multiplying by 3 renewable energies, so the creation of jobs and also power growth. This reaffirms the leadership of Brazil and as a host country for the COP30. We have a joint climate agenda geared to the creation of solutions that will support the global stock state and the global mitigation and adaptation to climate change. The main axis of this agenda is concentrated or focused on energy transition, industry and transport. For example, the acceleration of power sharing, the expansion of new electric grids, and universal access are fundamental. We have to involve key sectors from the public sector, the private sector, and the Ministry of Mines and Energy. The agenda has a common language that brings together the different players. The contributions must be planned and determined nationally in terms of planning and energy matrix. This architecture gives us signs at the medium and long term for execution, allowing us to work together in a faster and more efficient way. Success depends on cooperation between the private and the public sectors, the different stakeholders for supply and demand. And institutions will unblock and help accelerate the implementation of solutions, promoting sustainable social and economic development. The northeast of Brazil is not just a hub for renewable energy, but a model for the joint spirit of cooperation, showing how collaboration, innovation, cooperation, continued work can lead to a global energy transition. I invite you all to participate actively in that kind of agenda, contributing with initiatives and solutions for acceleration and implementation. I wish you all a great deal of success in this event. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you in Belém. We'd like to thank Mr. Dan Yosp.
After this session, we will have brunch in the Cultural Center of the Bank of Northeast. So just outside this hall to your right. So let's continue to our third panel. This panel will talk about the perspective of investors. How do developers of projects and how do other agents or actors see power shoring?
do Conselho Empresarial Brasil-China. É com prazer que eu convido o senhor
So we would like to invite Túlio Cariello, who's the Director of Content and Research for the Brazil-China Business Council, to come on stage.
Como os nossos painelistas, teremos o CFO
As panelists, we'll have CFO of State Grid Brazil Holdings, Chen Mingying. We have the CEO of SPIC Brazil, Adriana Valtric. We have the Senior Vice President of Envision, Mr. Frank Yu.
Please, Mr. Frank. O diretor de mudanças
We
climáticas.
have the Director of Climate Change and Decarbonization at Vale, Rodrigo Lauria. And we also have the co-founder and Director of Strategy and Business Development of Atlas Agro, Mr. Rodrigo Santana.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
facultamos a palavra agora à nossa
Now we'd like to give the floor
ao nosso mediador, senhor Túlio
to
Cariello,
our
por gentileza.
mediator, Mr. Túlio Cariello.
Oi, agora foi. Bom, boa tarde a todos e todas.
So good afternoon to everyone. It's a great satisfaction to be here at this event to talk about a topic which is fundamental, which is exactly China's participation in its relationship with Brazil on this agenda of sustainability. We have here several representatives from Chinese companies, and China is a country that has really sought the energy transition. China today leads the production not just of absolute amounts of energy, but it also leads in terms of the industry related to decarbonization. They have a goal of carbon neutrality, which is very ambitious, and I believe that there's enormous synergy with the northeast of the country. As we saw in the previous panels, this region has very favorable climate conditions. Everybody knows that. Here in this region, we have an essentially clean energy matrix in this region. 90% of the wind energy is generated here in the Northeast. We also have value chains related to biofuels. This is something that Brazil has invested in a lot for quite a long time. And we're talking about genuinely national technologies. And more important than that, we have important leaders who are conscious and aware of the emergence of this topic related to decarbonization and sustainability. And this event here is proof of all of this. The fact that we were able to bring so many accomplished people together here to talk about this subject is evidence of this. At the Brazil-China Business Council, we've been studying for more than 10 years Chinese investments here in Brazil. We know that the Northeast region is the second region, in terms of absolute numbers, is the second region that has most attracted Chinese capital in Brazil. It's behind only the Southeast region of Brazil. In terms of flows, there were years where the Northeast region overcame the Southeast region, and a lot of the investments that we have here today are related to energy. And all of these investments in energy are investments in clean energy. That's something that's important that should be said. Another thing which is interesting is the fact that when we look at Brazil, generally speaking, we see Brazil as being as very relevant for attracting Chinese investments. Last year, Brazil was the developing country that most attracted Chinese investments. And in the last 2 years, most of the Chinese investments in Brazil were directed towards sustainability, decarbonization, and clean energy. And to talk about this, I think it's important for us to bring a business perspective. And so I'd like to start with Adriana, who may share with us her experience when it comes to the generation of energy. Adriana, we'd like to know what factors turned the Northeast into one of the most attractive regions for the development of Powershoring, and what challenges still need to be overcome in this context? So congratulations to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about the attractiveness of Brazil for Chinese investors. So I present SPIC in Brazil. We grew in 7 years, 7 times. So we've been growing continuously. My group is present in 47 countries. It's the biggest wind operator in the world, and it's the second biggest solar operator in the world. We're talking about 130,000 collaborators in 47 countries. Now, with that introduction, I'd like to say that when we bring investments to Brazil and when we grow 70 times, basically, it means that we won in relation to other countries that are also fighting for those financial resources. So, what does the Northeast and what does Brazil have that's special for Chinese investors? Well, we have an understandable regulation. We have a regulation which historically has positioned itself very well. We also have here natural resources, as has been talked about. We've got load factors, which is how much you turn wind into electrons. We have that number at above 50%, and that's uncommon in the rest of the world. We also have a solar factor that's very competitive. We also have here investment banks, including the National Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, which are responsible for a large part of our debt. So that's a very relevant partnership, especially because Brazil today has very high interest rates. It would be impossible to have energy at competitive levels with such high interest rates. We hope that this is just something for the moment and that it may go away. We also have partnerships with different levels of government for the implementation of projects in locations that are very distant, that are very remote, and that present serious logistical issues. So that's this good, positive, and interesting side that brought us here. But what keeps us growing in the future? This is where we have the issues where we have to come together as Brazilians, as public and private institutions, so that the country can maintain its leadership and its relevance, considering all of the opportunities of the energy transition. So we've already talked about curtailment. So imagine installing solar farms, and we have around 1 gigawatt of solar farms in Ceará, Piauí, and Pernambuco. So imagine installing a solar farm, and in your first year, 40% of your revenue is impacted. Well, you've got your bills to pay, and even more than that, you have to buy energy that you didn't deliver, and you have to pay for the transmission of energy that you didn't transmit. So how do you explain that to your shareholder? That's a regulatory problem. And we've been facing this issue. We've been working this for about 2 years. Since the operational difficulties of August in 2023, we've been facing this issue. So this is the oxygen of our conversations with investors. And that's why investors are pulling the brakes, the handbrakes, because how can we survive without oxygen? The government needs to work on sectoral governance and needs to create solutions. These solutions don't have to be immediate and they don't have to resolve the problems 100%, but we have to show solutions for problems. Now, in terms of curtailment, I want to talk a little bit about that because 90% of the curtailment is energy curtailment. What does that mean? Well, the supply of energy doesn't meet the energy demand. So either we need more transmission to take this energy to where it's demanded, or we need to seek industries or bring industries to locations where we have this surplus energy. So now we need planning, sectoral planning, and we need sectoral governance. We need everybody working together and quickly, because when this issue comes up, the whole value chain ends up suffering. I see factories being closed. And we're talking about value chains that we took 20 years to establish. So it's very important that we preserve what we built, because it's very easy to destroy all of this. So my recommendation is that we look at all of the potential of energy production, and let's not trip on our own feet. So that's why we need to think together about the country we want. Thank you, Adriana. I think it's fundamental for us to think about the solution to these challenges. I also like to give the floor to Cheng Ming Ming, who can talk about the experience of the state grid when it comes to the transmission of electricity in Brazil. So you have the floor. So it's a pleasure to be here. I've been here in Brazil for 4 months. So I'm the financial director of State Grid Brazil Holding.
So I'll speak in English, but it's before lunchtime. So Tulio, for your question, I'll give a very short and brief answer. My answer to you is that in the Northeast, we are trying to build the largest ever transmission line project, starting from the Northeast and then ended in Goiás, to deliver the renewable energy from the Northeast to the central power grid of the country. So this project requires 23 billion reais of investment. It's creating 1.5 billion reais in direct taxes, creating 30,000 direct jobs, delivering more than 20 terawatt-hour of energies to the national market. So the capacity of this transmission project is 5 gigawatts. What does it mean? The current existing transportation capability from the Northeast to the central market is around 13 gigawatts. So this project represents around 40% of the existing transmission capacities from the Northeast to the Brazilian national market. So that, I think, for one, confirm our belief in the Northeast renewable energy potentials. It would be the leader of the world, right? Because I think Adriana will know that your wind farm here can rotate 4,000 hours a year, where in some other parts of the year, world 2,000 is already a decent number. Okay, but also to your question, the challenge we think is in transmission. It's in connecting the renewable grid energy to a larger power grid, so that you can provide that system resilience. That's also the experience of China. China last year in a state grid's operational area, we connected more than 300 gigawatts of renewable energy. So that is the size almost the entire existing renewable fleet in the United States. How do we do that? By building around more than 30 ultra high voltage, long distance power transmission network to allow a real-time optimization and dispatch of energy. So if I may take a step back, probably I'll be able to explain the issue better. So State Grid Corporation of China is, we manage more than $800 billion of assets, serving more than 1.1 billion of people. We're the largest utility company in the world, probably number 3 in Fortune's Global 500. And also we are also the firm believer of connecting renewable energy and energy transition in the world. And then apart from China, we also operate in 45 other countries. We have investment in 10 other countries. But even with these huge presence, Brazil accounts for more than 40% of our overseas investment. So Brazil is the most important market for State Grid. It's not one of, it's the most important. Why? Because there's 2 things. Also explains why the Northeast is the greatest region. One is the wind and solar resource. That's the world class. But the other part is often omitted, is that you also have a strong hydro plant basis. So Brazil actually has the cleanest energy mix in all the OECD countries. 90% of your energy is from either renewables or hydros. So these large rotary hydro turbines provide a system stabilities where other countries might need to be provided by fossil fuels, gas turbines, petrol turbines, or whatever. So that combined led us to believe that Brazil has the potential to be the leader of the renewable energy of the world. And why does these interconnection are also important for power shoring? That's the second question. This question has two answers. One answer is that the capacity planning in the Northeast is almost in 45 to 50 gigawatts towards 2030. But the local load right now is between 3 to 5 gigawatts. So you have almost more than 30 gigawatts in excess. So even with these excess of capacities, half of them for exporting, half of them for power shoring, still are two wings to guarantee the economic development of the region. And the last part of the question, why this connection is important, is that you can't operate on renewable energy alone, because renewable energy, sun and solar, always they're good access energy, but they always appear in the wrong time of the day or probably a wrong place in the world. So you need this system to guarantee you have a stable power network. Otherwise, if you only relies on local load, when the power is too much from wind and solar, your system frequencies would go up, your system would collapse. So you need to connect the Northeast electricity market to, you need better connection to the central market to provide this stability. So Northeast, please let the national system be a giant battery of yours to provide that stability of the network to enhance, to empower your power shoring strategy. So that's why we believe what we are doing, this Grasa Silvania project, connecting Northeast and the central part of the country, this giant transmission project is important and essential for the power shoring and for the renewable energy strategy of the Northeast. So we have acquired the license to start operations in Goiás in this July. We are also working on and waiting for our license to start construction in Maranhão and on a federal level. But we believe what we are doing reinforce our belief and our faith in the Brazilian market and particularly in the Northeast. Thank you.
Muito bem, Chen. Agora eu queria trazer um pouco também um tema que eu acho que é fundamental a gente discutir em relação à questão da transição energética, que é a mineração, né? Como a gente sabe, diversos tipos de minérios são essenciais para essa indústria e a gente está com o Rodrigo Lauri aqui, né, da Vale, que vai poder falar um pouco sobre a questão da mineração e da descarbonização nesse contexto, né? Então, Rodrigo, eu queria saber que exemplos concretos de projetos já em andamento podem servir como modelo para escalar investimentos futuros, né? E quais riscos e incertezas precisam ser enfrentados?
Bom, obrigado, Túlio, pela pergunta. Boa tarde a todos e todas. Prazer aqui, em nome da Vale, representar a companhia nesse painel. Eu fiquei pensando muito em como resumir essa discussão em 6 minutos. Então, eu trouxe, talvez aqui, dois exemplos e numa perspectiva muito de oportunidade. Tá? E acho que conecta pouco
There
com
are
o que a
two
gente falou.
examples in terms of opportunities that connect to what we were talking about. When we look at electrical energy, all of what we've been talking about makes sense. In our case in Brazil, we already reached 100% of renewable energy, and we understand how difficult it is to maintain the stability of that because of everything that was talked about. But I'd like to link that to other two perspectives. I'd like to talk about how the potential of power shoring when it comes to renewable resources and green hydrogen. When we leave aside the generator factors, such as having or not having hydrogen or having or not having biofuels, and we understand that within the context of companies including that in the attribute of their products and that percolating the value chain, so that at the end you have a product that has something that has less carbon, I think that's the importance of this game. We have to understand this opportunity not as something that will be restricted to a certain region. We're talking about the competitiveness of Brazilian products, which can be less exposed to taxes in Brazil and which may be more competitive. We've been researching for 20 years a technology to agglomerate iron ore to another product because we've always created pellets. So we have a pellet for iron ore, and we developed briquettes, which is something that we developed in our labs. And this helps the steel making industry to emit 10% less emissions. And it also, and in the production process of this agglomerate, we're able to reduce scope 1 emissions of our company. So when you connect this to green energy, you can get to almost a near zero briquette. And then we can percolate this attribute to the whole value chain so that we can get to almost a near zero emission product. Now, when we talk about our internal logistics, in mining, you've got trucks with 230 tons that operate on diesel. We also use railways where the ferries operate on diesel. So Vale today is the biggest consumer of diesel in Brazil, around 1.3 billion or 1.4 billion liters per year. The potential in relation to new fuels, and again, we're developing all of this with partners. In relation to locomotives and trucks, we're developing new motors that may operate both on diesel and ethanol.
Que essa discussão do Powershoring que extrapola, na nossa visão, a discussão só do produzir ou não. É como eu levo isso ao longo da cadeia de valor. Então, aqui tem dois exemplos muito concretos. De novo, a gente fala muito sobre ninguém vai fazer nada sozinho, né? A gente precisa desse movimento de fato coordenado, poder público, poder privado, sociedade civil. E eu acho que uma inspiração que a gente teve nesse ano, já falando um pouquinho de COP, né? Foi entregar para o embaixador André Corrêa do Lago e para a presença da COP a coalizão de minerais essenciais. Esse produto, fruto de uma discussão coordenada com o IBRAM, com o CEBEDS e outras várias empresas e entidades, mostrou para a gente o Brasil tem potencial de reduzir a sua emissão no setor mineral de até 90% até 2050, desde que alguns habilitadores...
We have this potential to change the situation as long as some elements change. We need the matrix to increase. We need a clean energy matrix. We need also alternative green or renewable fuels. All these are extremely objective. If we do an extrapolation to transoceanic shipment or transportation, we talked earlier about methanol engines and ethanol engines for ships. These require also some billion liters of ship diesel to be used. So we must understand not only this as an individual opportunity, but also an opportunity for the country from the standpoint of those who produced and those who demand, who need that we have this gap in the demand. And well, I'll stop here, otherwise I keep on going the whole afternoon. So thank you. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. I would also like to raise the issue of green hydrogen that was brought up in other panels and call Frank Yu to ask him to participate in the debate and talk about the experience of Envision Energy on green hydrogen.
Thank you. Sorry, I cannot use any language except for Chinese and English. Sorry about that. So this is my third time come to Brazil. I'm very much impressed by the resource here. For example, in China, we have a lot of the coal power plant. It's very difficult to reduce the green electricity and increase renewable power green electricity. But here, you have a lot of hydropower. You also have a lot of resource, wind and solar. In this location, northeast, I think more than 95% is the green electricity. That means the industry built here is naturally into a net zero industry park. You don't need build something special for the industry here. That means the product, like any machine, raw material, or the other end product produced here is naturally green certified. So Envision Energy is not only a wind turbine company. We start out from wind turbine, but right now we are a compound integrated solution company from the renewable power, wind, solar, and also microgrid technology and the green hydrogen and the SAF company. So we want to come to Brazil with our integrated solution. For example, build the local wind turbine manufacturing to support the local renewable power development. For example, we have very strong energy storage BESS technology. There's a curtailment. I heard this is an issue here today, right? How to solve that? How to solve that? Two technology, very important, or three. First, BESS. You need a very reliable, very competitive energy storage systems to move the curtailment to the very time. Another is we call new power system. The software, the control systems, how to charge the hydropower, the wind power, the solar power, the BESS, and the green hydrogen production. Number three, I want to emphasize green hydrogen. The production of the hydrogen molecule, we will not use the stable power. This power is very valuable to produce high-value product. The electrolyzer have wide operating range and very dynamic. The ammonia synthesis can also be very dynamic. That means the green hydrogen plant is a very big energy storage systems to match the curtailment. That's very important. If in the curtailment, the power can become a negative price to the grid, it's better to use this curtailment power to produce the green hydrogen. So I feel there's a lot of chance here. And based on that gentleman from Wally, Envision is very good, specialized to produce green fuel. The green fuel means the green ammonia, green methanol, and SAF. So the green ammonia and the green methanol can be used for Valley to fill their big iron ore vessel here and deliver to China, and then come back and fill the green ammonia, green methanol in China again. So then we call a net zero or green shipping line between Brazil and China. So I feel I'm still a student to the Brazil market, but I feel there's a lot of chance. Let's work together. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Frank.
Thank you very much, Frank. I believe you brought up very interesting proposals to face those challenges that we mentioned. I would like to conclude by mentioning a topic that I think is crucial as well, which is green fertilizers, and bring in Rodrigo Santana for Atlas Agro to talk to us about his experience in that domain, reminding you that this is within the context of innovation and technologies that often are genuinely Brazilian, as was said by Rodrigo. Vale and Brazil have experience in that agribusiness sector. I would like, therefore, to give the floor to Rodrigo Santana. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here in this event with all of you. Thank you for the invitation and talking about our experience. For those who do not know us, we are a Swiss company based in Europe. We have an office in Madrid. We have two projects that are being developed for green fertilizers in the United States and in Brazil. But the Brazilian market is the most important one, the most relevant for us, and has the most conditions of replicating what we are doing in our first project that is being developed in Uberaba, Minas Gerais, replicated in other places. And I don't know if you know, we have a very strong agriculture. I don't know if you know it, and it needs fertilizer industry, and basically talking about nitrogen fertilizer. The main raw material is natural gas, and the Brazilian natural gas is not competitive compared to other sources, such as the United States or the Middle East. Brazil, however, has a huge potential because especially in the Northeast, that it has enormous renewable energy. So if we can interlink this system with competitive energy to a clean grid, this is something that is extremely important. We believe that this is a market, and we will be able to replicate this plant in several other places. So having an integrated plant for hydrogen, ammonia, and fertilizer as an end product to deliver to producers, not just producing a fertilizer, but also industrial products for several other industries and for mining, is important. But the fertilizer is still the main item right now. To give you an idea of the size of and the opportunity of the market, Brazil imports 15 million tons of nitrogenated fertilizer. 90%, 95% of the national or the domestic consumption is imported. And just here in the Northeast, the demand there is a demand for 3 plants at the same size of the one that we'll have in Uberaba, or 4 plants by 2040. So there is demand, the energy is there. So what do we need in the meantime? We need to face the challenges and the hurdles, many of which are to be found in the project that are very challenging. And speaking more specifically to our project here in Uberaba, when we look at our end product, our end fertilizer that is delivered to rural producers, we have a competitive product. When I mention competitive, I mean a product that is competitive against the fossil product that is important. So we have a business model that can be competitive. And of course, due to several of the features that we have in Brazil, and also because of the logistics event compared to the imported product. But when you talk about competitiveness, one of the challenges is to the cost of the plant. It becomes a challenge when you have to pay 6 billion reais capex, and a fertilizer plant, ours or any other one, if you have to think that it will last 40 to 50 years. If you have to pay a very huge capex, this is linked to the duration of the finance. And the financing for that kind of industry is around 10 years. So it's heavily linked to the agreements with the clients. And in agribusiness, you won't have any agreement that is more than 10 years, differently from other parts of the industry. So we have a plant that will last 40 years. We have a debt that is 10 years. So it puts a great deal of pressure on the system. So we have two lines of work with the government here, with the government and several other agencies. We are part of the IT8 that Julia talked about. We were the first project selected in IT8 to be part. And one of the ideas that we are developing and that we are talking about with several instances of the federal government is a fund to stabilize prices, because there is a perceived risk in the market that the price of the fertilizer, since it is a commodity, will vary because of the price of natural gas, which is one of the indexing prices for fertilizers. This is why you cannot drop your prices, where banks demand that you have a minimum price that is indexed to your sales price. And this is apparent risk, because when you look at the history of the last 10 years, it basically did not ever take place, or only very specific situations. So the study we carried out with ITA, when we and that this is a real case in the last 10 years, the price that you have now for the fertilizer and the price you need to have to pay for your investment, if the price drops, the fund will cover the difference, and when the price increases above the price, is paid. This is a fund that will be pay itself in 10 or 15 years. So there is a need for subsidization. So we believe that if this is made available, this will open the gate for many other projects. And another aspect that I think it's important, a colleague from another panel, I think it was Iago, raised an important aspect on the inflation on food inflation and family agriculture. Family agriculture is a sector that does not use fertilizer. They do, small farmers do not have the capacity to buy fertilizers. Imagine if you have an induction for the demand, the technological requirement, or agency saying, we will help you buy fertilizer. That will help us with regards to the banks, because it will assure demand. That will help rural small farmers, because they will be able to multiply by 2 or 3 their production of food products. They will improve their income. This will make more food available, and you have a decrease in the inflation of food in Brazil. Everyone wins. So these are a few of the ideas that we have been talking about, and IT has designed an excellent tool for that we have shared with other investors, because just this plant that we are building represents 4% of the Brazilian demand. 4%. The potential is huge if we have the correct mechanism for developing these policies. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. I think you mentioned something that is very important. I have been working for a relationship between Brazil and China for many years. And Chinese always say this expression, win-win. And I believe you said something that is linked to that. You also talked about something important, which is the dependence we have with fertilizers, and considering the power that Brazil is in terms of agriculture, having green fertilizers is part of the solution for this demand that we have here. I believe we have reached the end of our panel. We no longer have that much time to talk with so many testimonials from Chinese companies that are in Brazil and that have been very successful in the project. It's important to highlight this. And I would also like to talk about the challenges that we talked about today. These, the curtailment, the need to improve sectorial governance, that is extremely important. And also what was mentioned by Chen here, being able to connect the renewable energies to the transmission grid and the transmission lines. This is a challenge, and also look for coordination between the public, private sector, civil society, and also facilitate financing for projects linked to decarbonization. These are only a few of the points that I collected from our talks and that we should think about how to insert them in our agenda to have a greener future with the help of Chinese companies, the Brazilian government, and society as a whole, interacting in that direction. Thank you very much, all of you, for your presence. And now, yes, we can have brunch. I will ask the speakers to come forward on the stage so we can record this moment with an official picture. And we will wrap up this morning session in the Banco do Nordeste building. And I invite you directly to the brunch that is to be served on the right of the hall. And we come back at 2:15 sharp, and we will start again on our talks. Thank you very much.
Senhoras e senhores, sejam novamente bem-vindas e bem-vindos ao
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our auditorium that takes the name of Professor Celso Furtado here at the headquarters of the Banco do Nordeste. Please keep your cell phones in silent mode so that we can avoid noise and disruptions.
As apresentações que aqui serão realizadas ao longo desta tarde. Nós iniciaremos nossos trabalhos.
We will begin our discussions this afternoon with the signing of yet another technical cooperation agreement. That's why I would like to call Mr. Milton Andrade and Ms. Maria Neto to come on stage to sign a cooperation agreement that begins a partnership between the Agency for Development of the State of Sergipe and the Institute for Climate and Society.
O diretor Guilherme Rebouças, que
the
também
director Guilherme Rebouças, who's also part of the Sergipe Agency for Development, will be a part of the signing of this agreement. So we will wait while the organizers bring documents on stage. President Milton Andrade, please give us more details about this agreement. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. This is an important moment for the state of Sergipe. We have the opportunity to sign with ICS an agreement. This is a dream coming true, a dream that started with Fabiana in Sergipe about a year ago. And this is now taking shape so that we can continue with a program in Sergipe related to industrial development, but focused on the green economy and focused on our sovereign fund for the decarbonization of the industry of Sergipe. So thank you, ICS, for giving us the opportunity.
O objetivo, senhoras e senhores, dessa cooperação é
So the
apoiar
objective of this cooperation is support with the agenda of the energy transition, also to support the green industrial development of the state of Sergipe. This includes financial instruments that enable this development. After the signing of this technical cooperation agreement, we will have our first panel of the afternoon.
agora sim uma salva de palmas.
Okay, so let's give them a round of applause.
Podem juntar os três agora para o nosso fotógrafo registrar.
And now let's take a picture of the three of them.
Mais uma vez uma salva de palmas, senhoras e
Once
senhores.
again, a round of applause. Please take your seats in the audience so that we may continue with this afternoon's program.
Aqui no Banco do Nordeste. E a partir de agora teremos o
So,
painel.
from now on, we will have the panel called Envoys to COP30. We'll bring the special envoys to COP30 so that they can reflect on the strategic vision of Powershoring, opportunities for Brazil in the international scenario. To mediate this panel, we will call on stage once again the Executive Director of ICS, Ms. Maria Neto.
Também estará conosco presencialmente, senhoras e
To
senhores.
be a part of these discussions, we will also have the President of Abeólica and Special Envoy to COP30 representing the energy sector, Ms. Elbia Ganum.
Também estará conosco, senhoras e
And to be a
senhores,
part of this panel, we also have with us remotely the special envoy for COP30 representing the commercial sector and the president of the Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development, Ms. Marina Grossi. Now I'd like to give the floor to our mediator. Good afternoon. I hope everyone had a great lunch. So I'm happy to start this discussion with two great women who are promoting the COP30 agenda. We haven't said too much about COP30, but this will be an important COP30. This will be not just the COP of the Amazon, but the COP of Brazil. And here we have the opportunity to remind everyone of the importance of the renewables agenda and also remind everyone of the importance of power shoring. So I'd like to hear from you, Albia, how you see this agenda, which includes envoys, and how do you understand this agenda of talking about the importance of renewables? Brazil has a clean energy matrix, and we hope that this matrix may remain clean. So this is what we want to talk to you about. Thank you, Maria Neto. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to congratulate you for the event, and thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about COP30 and not just talk about renewable energy, which is something that I've been doing for the past 15 years. I would like to greet my friends in the audience. There's Jorge over there, who's my guru in power shoring. Whenever I think of power shoring, I remember Jorge, who taught me a lot about this topic. And yes, we've been working on this important agenda, and in more or less 2022, I had the opportunity to stop during the pandemic to study the issue of climate. And I began studying an area which I really love, which I was educated in, which is industrial policy. So I left the pandemic with a very fixed idea, which was that Brazil needed to modify the way it looks at its production and the way it looks at its resources. Brazil needs to identify opportunities. So, 2022 was a difficult period in time because we weren't making a lot of advances in terms of our position of climate and the energy transition. But of course, we had some important political changes, and we were in Sharm el-Sheikh when President Lula began repositioning Lula in the climate debate. And the first thing that we needed to do was that we needed to reposition Brazil in the climate debate, and then we needed to understand the main challenges of the energy transition. And we needed to also understand the opportunities. Brazil is a country that has many more opportunities than challenges when it comes to the energy transition. And this is because of everything that has already been mentioned this morning. Brazil has an enormous competitive potential. And now I see Rodrigo from Atlas. Atlas is a company that I'm very proud of, especially because they're neighbors. They're my neighbors. I work with you a lot. I'm here in the north of the country, but you guys are from Minas Gerais, and so I'm always very proud of that company. But what makes me even prouder is in the beauty of the project. And today you were talking about the socioeconomic impact of the project, and that's something that brings tears to our eyes. So yes, we do need to look at the opportunities, and the opportunities are very clear to everyone. I think we went through an important moment where we were studying the matter. In 2023 and 2024, many studies were conducted. We had the private sector studying the matter. We had government studying this matter. So we have a lot of plans, and we know what needs to be done. So now we need to put this into practice. And to a certain extent, while I was really happy to hear what everyone said this morning, I I become very anxious because we need to put everything into practice because we talk a lot, we know what needs to happen, we know where everything needs to be developed, but we need to put this into practice. And when I say we need to put this into practice, I'm not saying just government or the private sector. I'm talking about everyone. So I'm happy that COP30 will take place in Brazil. Considering the current geopolitical situation, this is good for the world. And it's also good for Brazil because we will have the capacity to show, quote unquote, we'll be able to show off what we have, the best that we have. And this is what we're doing. Marina is my partner and she's here with us and she'll be talking about a different topic. And as envoys, we're working together. We created several coalitions, coalition of agriculture, coalition of mining, coalition of the transportation sector. And so we created the coalition of the energy sector, which is this document that you see here. We delivered this document to Ambassador André Corrêa do Lago. And now, wherever I am, wherever I go, I'm giving people this document. This here represents our position. And our position is even better than what we thought. So here we're showing that we already know what needs to be done. So we're ready, and it's a matter of putting this into practice. So COP will be important for this. We, from the productive sector, and we, from civil society, we will allow the agenda to be executed. In our meetings related to our coalition with the ambassador, we suggested the creation and observatory of implementation. Can you imagine that, Georgie? We will be observing what's being implemented. So I think that's the path forward. Then afterwards, I can give a little bit more detail about this document. Okay, so implementation, that's the message. And this is what they're calling this COP, the COP of implementation. Marina was going to talk to us as well. Is she already connected? Because I'd like to give her some space. Marina is also a special envoy from the private sector, and she's been here working with Elbia. Is she with us? Is she connected? I don't think so. Hello, I'm Marina Grossi. I'm the president of the Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development, and I'm also the special envoy to COP30, and I'm representing the private sector. It's really pleased to be at this event that has the presence of the Bank of Northeast and the Consortium of Governors, and it's being sponsored by ICS, who's a strategic partner of ours. It's great to be here to talk about a topic that's so dear to us, so dear to Brazil, and so dear to Brazilian competitiveness. When we talk about Powershoring, we're talking above all else about Brazilian competitiveness and how this can be affecting positively the whole world. Brazil can be a green hub for the whole world. We can show that our green energy is competitive and our green energy is clean. Not every place in the world can say that. So bring this cohesive message to the whole world at COP30. And I'm really happy because we had 4 coalitions that were created, and the president of COP, André Corrêa do Lago, asked us to create these coalitions to show what the strategic sectors in the country were doing in terms of preparation to get to net zero by 2050. And he wanted us to show how this could be done in the next 2 or 5 years. So created coalitions which involve 270 institutions and companies. So there's a lot of representation in our coalitions, and we had coalitions in mining, in the energy sector. We created the coalitions for the energy transition. where we talk about how we can decarbonize other sectors, but we also create a coalition for transportation and agriculture, which are very strategic topics for Brazil. And we see that all of these areas are related, but power shoring has this power to become transversal in the economy, and it can provide a competitive advantage to Brazil. But there are some bottlenecks. Despite the fact that our clean energy is cheap, there are some barriers that were detected by this enormous group that involved lots of different associations. So here we have, solar and wind and consumers, lots of different groups being represented in these coalitions. So we weren't just looking at our specific sector, we were looking at everyone who's affected. And that's why I can say very calmly that this articulation is a work plan for the future. Now, of course, we need concrete plans that can be measured, but we also need regulatory stability. We want to make sure that what we plan, we can actually execute. We want to show that predictability and financial instruments are fundamental for innovations like green hydrogen. And this will also allow things like data centers to become feasible in the country in a competitive way. So I think we have to be united. And I think this event will allow us to show Brazil's potential to the world. We're all here partners, and as a special envoy, I have to take to COP30 everything that's being discussed here. So I think we should get there in a cohesive way. We should talk about the barriers, but we should also be able to show the opportunities that Brazil has. And the Northeast region knows a lot about the opportunities. The rest of the world isn't even close to where we are in terms of competitive advantages. But the world is heading in that direction, so it's important that we maintain our advantages. And COP30 will give us this window of visibility, and specifically to the Northeast region. Thank you for your words, Marina. So, Elbio, I would just give you one last opportunity to tell us what comes out of that report, because it seems like we're taking a lot of time already. Already, but I just sat down here. Time is going by so quickly. So, okay, let me complement what Marina said. This is related to what I talked about in our envoys meeting with André Corrêa do Lago. So he said that this is supposed to be the COP of implementation. So this is what we need to think about. We have to implement everything that's been decided on in the last 30 years, perhaps. So we're ready as a society, we're ready as consumers and as the productive sector. But we need to look at the productive sector, and we have to see how much they can contribute. So we looked at the energy sector, because I'm a special envoy for energy. So this report here is more specifically about the electricity sector, but the sector of oil and gas is also producing its own document, and we will be taking our position to COP30. So in terms of electricity, it's been said that we know that we have a green bonus. Brazil has a green bonus because, as has been said by Rodrigo earlier today, we can create a more competitive fertilizer exactly because of the green bonus of the electricity we have. So we can turn on any hydrogen production plant, in Uberaba or here in Pecém or in the state of Rio Grande do Norte, it doesn't matter. We can have this plant that will produce green hydrogen will be connected to renewable energy. We can put a data center wherever we want because the energy feeding into that system will be 93% renewable. Now, this green bonus needs to be preserved regardless of what happens. And this involves regulation. we cannot allow this matrix to leave this renewable position.
Temos que preservar. Outro bônus que descobrimos, Maria, e aí é uma coisa que a gente adora aqui no IX, bônus social. A nossa matriz elétrica tem um bônus social. Só de partida, Rosana, minha companheira de vários anos aí, e a dona da universalização do
Our
serviço.
electric matrix has this social bonus, and we always talk about that, about the MME. 2004, and they are abroad in the how are you going to do a fair energy transition? How are you going to insert society in this clean energy system? Brazil does that because 99.9% of the Brazilian population has access to energy, to power in this country. This is a fair energy transition. 99% of production and consumption of energy in this country is interlinked with a grid throughout the country, which means that 99% of the production and consumption of the energy in the country has access to that renewable energy. So we have an incredible social bonus. Is that enough? No, it's not enough. Well, there is a great deal still to be done from the standpoint of society, investment in energy to preserve that green bonus and to increase our social bonus. Preserving the social bonus means increasing investments and means increasing our view of things. This is our main conclusion in our study. And we have the following motto: our energy is competitive and it is green. Our clean energy is the most competitive, which shows that Rodrigo is going to a new business in Brazil, which is green fertilizer. We have to know that. And I would like to give you this folder that will be given to all of you symbolically, because I will give the link to all of you, because we are a decarbonized society and we are not going to use paper to print that. Excellent, very good, thank you very much. It was quite inspiring to see how our envoys are working for all of us. And the message is one that has widely circulated. The green bonus is something that shows us that everything we're doing here for power shoring is extremely important. I would like to ask you both to come here to the center of the stage so we can take a picture to record this moment as we have recorded the others. Thank you very much.
Boa observação.
Excellent comment.
Bateria também é assunto nesse evento, né?
Well, batteries are also a topic here.
Agora sim, senhoras e senhores, uma salva de palmas.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our guests.
Senhoras e senhores, dando sequência.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed with our panel. We will now talk about financing for power shoring. We'll talk about financial mechanisms, innovative one, and strategies for mobilization of private capital to accelerate and promote sustainable development in the region. Our moderator is the professor of UNB, the University of Brasilia, and we are much honored with his presence. And so it's my pleasure to invite Professor Jorge Albert Dabashi to be our moderator.
Estarão conosco as seguintes autoridades.
We will have the following authorities with us: the leader of the IDB Bank, a representative here in Brazil, Annette Bettina Kilmer.
O diretor de análise e gestão de
the
operações.
Director for Analysis and Management of Operations for the Vice Presidencies of the Private Sector, the CAF, the Bank for Development of Latin America and Caribbean.
O responsável por investimentos em
Our person in charge for investments and infrastructure in Brazil, Mr. João Augusto Cordovil Carneiro. The head from the Plataforma Brasil Investimentos Climáticos e Ecologia, BIP and BNDES, for energy transition from BNDES, Leonardo Pereira.
Senhoras e senhores, também estará conosco.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will also have with us, but at a distance through virtual presence, the representative of the Industry Decarbonization CF, Mr. Siddhartha Dekupta. We'll ask you to please keep your cell phones in silent mode, and we will give the floor to the moderator of this panel. We'll give the floor to Professor Jorge Arbache.
Embaixo.
Alô? Alô? Acho que sim. Bom, antes de mais nada, boa tarde a todos.
Before anything else, good afternoon. I would like to thank Banco do Nordeste for welcoming us here and also allowing us to talk about such an important topic, which is the agenda of Powershoring, which can be considered the most promising opportunity for economic development, not only for Brazil, but for many other countries that have similar conditions that are similar to those of Brazil, with a great deal of wealth in terms of capital, natural resources, and also in terms of having built and achieved competitiveness in critical sectors, a sector that are critical today, such as the renewable energies. These conditions, either in terms of energy or mining, biodiversity, forests, carbon markets, water, agriculture, and other sectors, all these are more important now than they were in the past and will be increasingly more important in the future. And the motives are the ones that we have been talking about: climate change, for instance, that requires a new model of production, new architecture of production and consumption. Another important topic that is linked to geopolitics, they affect this agenda of the geography of investments. Another important thing that is increasingly visible and important is the need of value chains giving more importance to resilience, not just optimization or efficiency. And this permeates throughout everything that we have been talking about, climate change, geopolitical issues, and the value chains must preserve their capacity to keep on functioning, and also optimization, seeking lower costs. Just seeking lower costs, however, does not ensure that they will keep on working and does not protect the capital of these value chains, as was the case in the past. So all this goes through a diversification of the geography of production, as well as an aspect of resilience that has gained increasing importance. This resilience is followed by many other factors that also are present in this agenda: this availability of daily energy, the presence of many other factors that we have mentioned here, that are increasingly important for all the relevant global chains that we have been talking about. All these clearly linked to the consumption of energy. Energy is increasingly important, not only for agricultural production or industrial production, for both of them, for services as well, and for mining. And the countries that may have an important role here, combined with other factors, are in very good conditions compared to others. And this is where the modern economic development agenda comes in. It does not go through the factors that were so characteristic in the past, such as export, elite strategies. The new agenda, this agenda that opens up today for countries that are in development and for other countries in the region, as well as parts of Africa and other parts of the world, is an agenda that brings with it bargaining power, capacity to negotiate access to technology, access to markets, access to investments that we never had in the past. Because why? Because everyone needs those things, including geographic diversification of production. And this is the case of the Northeast, which is extremely well positioned, not only in Brazil, but also in the world. However, to be able to achieve all that, to achieve all this potential, we must deal with some vital points. One of these is financing, getting funds. How are we going to finance an agenda that by its nature itself is extremely large and complex, because we're talking about huge projects and also value chains that are quite complex. We're talking about power shoring that by itself is linked to foreign investments. We're talking about a global market also. All this is much more complex than what we can see at first view and requires something that goes beyond that, which is innovation. You have to think about new solutions because you have new models, business models, new models of production, new value chains, new types of customers who need those things that we can produce. So you need new kinds of financial systems, new kinds of arrangements. This won't work based on the old model. The second aspect that is extremely important as well is who is going to finance those things. Typically, if there is a convergence here, this is a convergence on a very important structure, and we can think that the government, the state, would finance or co-finance things. However, the probabilities of this occurring is very low, not because the state is the federal government or the state government does not appreciate that kind of agenda, but because there is no space for that kind of thing to take place, and so many other things. So in order to go forward in this agenda, we need the private sector. Of course, we also need the public sector, we need public policies and also public funds. But these will not be the only source of financing for this agenda, simply because they are not available. So the issue here is, what can we do? How do we finance this agenda? Because it has a huge potential for return. And with all these impacts that we have been talking about since this morning, for business, for the environment, for the country, for the local communities, and so on and so forth. How do we make progress? How do we mobilize, deploy these resources, these funds that exist in such a large scale, so that we can use these funds and use them for the power shoring agenda, for these investments agenda? This is for take those resources where we are aiming them at. We have here representatives of funds and banks that are the forefront in the world, who have a great deal of international experience and can help us to find ways and paths, especially with regards to innovation, to find new solutions, and also help us to see how we can draw in funds that are available, that are private funds. So let us begin with Annette, that was already introduced. All my colleagues were introduced. I'm not going to introduce them again. So how do you see this agenda? How does the IBD understand power shoring, not only for Brazil, but for Latin America? And in the case of Brazil and the Northeast in particular, what are the innovations that we can talk about, put on the table, so to speak, how to better attract the private sector so that it can help us finance this agenda? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think the governor this morning spoke about the challenges in a very clear way, and the issue of financing, of course, is essential. The IBD has, as part of its strategy, to give priority to the Northeast as a region for development and investment. We have a very interesting portfolio. Right now, it's 13.5 billion reais that we are using to support all the states and the region as well. So we have very interesting experiences, and I have to highlight that those 13.5 billion are with the public and the private sector. The IBD works from 100% public to 100% private. So what are the topics that we find on our way to achieving this job? I will start talking about a challenge that is an opportunity in terms of information and cooperation. In what sense? With regards to funding innovation, we have had a great deal of that lately in the last few years, but it's one thing to talk about that, this innovation in our own buildings or closed circles, and it's something else altogether to get this the information about this innovation to reach those who are looking for funds, who are looking for opportunities for development. They can be investors as well as companies in the Northeast. The other part, and I would like to congratulate you, is that the Northeast Consortium that we have seen is based on the topic of collaboration. There are several other topics, and many other smart people throughout the world have thought about, and often it is possible to adapt solution or learn from other people's mistakes to find the best solutions. So one topic that the IBD has worked on and has supported a great deal, and that benefits from a huge acceptance for our clients in the private and public sector, is an exchange of information. What kind of financial structuring could be better adapted to some given situations? Another aspect we have learned a great deal about in these last few years is that there is no one single magic recipe. We have to really sit down and think about the best financial structure to meet the demands and needs in the context and conditions that we have in each different situation. So thinking about this and following on this line, the fact that the Northeast now thinks with other states on about how to best use the benefits that we have already mentioned here in a way that will help it position itself better in terms of power shoring and other opportunities in the context of Brazil, in the context of Latin America, in the context of the world. I think this is a very important development, and it's extremely strong one. Obviously, there is the part of funds. So just with regard to that, without that, it's very difficult. But bringing that together with other resources, we have available resources. We followed here by SAFS, so it's now. I will not get into the program of decarbonization for the industry. We've talked about that today, and we also talked this morning about the bank's program that has recently been approved, 360 million reais, to support the integration of renewable energy from the Northeast to the national grid. So these are examples where we are using climate resources that can help. Another important aspect, and you mentioned that, is the attracting the private sector to all that. And we're also working on that, and with the BNB, the Northeast Banco do Nordeste, $300 million that are available for those who were eligible at the beginning of the year. And this is to support priority production chains in the Northeast through investment in infrastructure. So the governor this morning talked about that, said it was necessary. That's great, because we have the funds for that. They are available, and we are open for business. So what are we missing here? A part of the infrastructure needs foreign investors, and here we work with Apex to promote the investment of other states, basically promoting projects from Brazil with foreign investors in order to better explain and also increase knowledge about what is being presented and bringing down barriers and hurdles. So we need to take the information where investors actually are, so that they can have access to the resources that are available. And often this is reflected in public and private partnerships or direct investments, but mostly in public-private partnerships or investments from the private sector. For instance, the bank is supporting a super mega project in a photovoltaic wind in Rio Grande do Norte. So we can have different solutions where we can promote the benefits that the Northeast supplies. Just to wrap up with something that does not exist yet, but it can be very interesting. We launched a program recently. It's called Reinvest Plus. What is that? We know that institutional investors, pension funds, invest 30 trillion per year. For a copy, we are looking for 1.3 trillion per year. In other words, it's not a lack of funds, of investments, it's how to attract the investment to sustainable funds, investments. In other words, investors prefer securities.
Não, securities como ações. Obrigada, desculpa, português falhou. De moeda.
They prefer hard currency or currencies. They prefer more assurance, more security in terms of a hard coin for their projects. But we're talking about greater risk there, and maybe the market's not quite ready. These investors are not quite ready to invest in more innovative projects. Projects that are the forefront, but that have higher risks. So the idea of the Greenvest Plus is precisely to give a security to securitize these investments that are being financed by BNDES, AFC, IDB, by BNB. How can we use these projects when they start to show, when they are more mature, they start to show that they have a lower risk profile? How can we convert that into a portfolio that can be bought by pension funds? So, in other words, to bring in the money from these pension funds to these projects. So instead of trying to convince the conservative investors to change their risk profile. So this the Reinvest Plus we are working on, and we're working to attract, to draw in more investors for sustainable projects. I would like once again to highlight the Northeast is a priority for the ability to have a long history behind us of supporting Northeastern states, and we're here to keep on supporting. This is a very productive collaboration in terms of energy, health, agriculture, digitalization, and tax management. We are cooperating together with financial innovation so that we can use all these potential from Powershoring.
Thank you, Annette. These instruments are interesting, especially this last instrument that you mentioned. It has an enormous potential. And it's great to hear that the Northeast region is a priority. Now I will follow the sequence of speakers here. So, Leonardo, we all know that the National Development Bank is doing a bunch of innovative things. And a lot of these activities are associated with this agenda, directly or indirectly. So I would like you to share with us a little bit about what the BNDES has been doing, what's in the pipeline, what's coming up ahead. What do you see as being useful for the Northeast? So please share with us what's ahead. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank ICS and Bank of Northeast and the Northeast Consortium for their invitation. I would also like to greet my fellow panelists. So whenever we talk about renewable energy, we say that bank is the biggest financier of renewable energy. Since 2001, our bank has been financing wind farms and more recently solar farms. And these investments ended up taking place here in the Northeast because of all of the potential. And today, the capital markets and the financial system is able to finance these systems rather easily, considering the reality of risk and return. Now, 20 years back, when you talked about, digging up space for a turbine, and if you told people that you were going to sell energy, and if you didn't know who was going to buy it, then people would say to you, oh, well, you're not thinking things through. But today, this kind of renewable energy is a reality, and it's well developed and mature. So I think that's the role of a development and multilateral bank. We try to induce classes of assets which are important for the development of the local or regional economy. Now, in terms of climate financing, our bank has some instruments such as the Climate Fund, which allows resources to be applied with a lower interest rate. And now, just to give you some calculation, when you finance a project that's worth 1 billion reais, when you finance that for 5 years with an interest rate and then spread, and when you have a payback period of 4 years, you have more or less 3 times the value of the project to be paid in interest. So you pay 3 billion reais in interest. Now imagine that for a climate transition, energy transition project where you don't have a rate of return that you have in the traditional calculation. So when you have cheaper interest rates, this is important to balance the risk-return equation. So we have funds to decarbonize industry and for nature-based solutions. And here in the Northeast, you have a lot of potential for regenerative agriculture. And you also have the production of vegetable oils, which will serve for the production of biofuels. So again, we're talking about the production of energy for green products. You also have the potential of low carbon hydrogen, and you have green industries related to HBI. You have green cement and other products, which again need to be close to the production of energy. And ideally, these industries need to be close to the market in order to sell. And besides all of this, you had all of the power potential of the Northeast. So there are nature-based solutions, energy transition, and the potential for industry in the Northeast. So what's our bank doing? We're directing these resources. We have a platform which is an important initiative, and it's a Brazilian government platform between different ministries, and we help with secretariat work. And basically, I'll give you a comparison to infrastructure because the climate transition projects are all structured based on the modality of project financing. That is, you have a risk that's associated to the project. You don't have a commitment on the part of shareholder, especially because the shareholder cannot assume those risks. And so this is similar in infrastructure. And another thing that's similar is the time to carry out a project. So a hydrogen project or one of these industry projects, they have a completion rate that's longer. So whenever it takes longer to execute a project, you have a higher risk. And all of this needs to be amortized in the long run. So our experience with infrastructure, in terms of infrastructure for financing in the Brazilian capital markets, what we have can be transported or can be migrated to the financing of projects for the energy transition.
Então, assim, muitas vezes essas soluções que aplicadas à infraestrutura.
So a lot of times, these solutions applied to infrastructure have not yet been made available to finance climate transition projects. So, for example, some insurance policies are available for infrastructure, but not for the energy transition. Just for energy transition. In blended finance, you have higher returns and risks that are better known. So, for example, we know the risk related to sanitation, we know the risk associated to a highway that has tolls, but we don't know the risk that's associated to certain sectors or certain technologies. So blended financing is very important. We try to compose and create certain amounts of resources with that. For you to execute a large project, such as climate transition projects, for you to carry out these projects, there's a lot of decarbonization involved, and there are positive benefits, but these projects have an associated risk. So how do I mitigate that risk? And how do I bring these instruments to these kinds of projects? Well, you have co-financing. So you have projects between 2 and 15 billion real projects. And the question is, how do you finance a project of this magnitude? Well, you need many banks, or you finance them and you share the risk with many banks. So there are a lot of instruments to allocate risk. We have a risk matrix. So who will be responsible for risk A, risk B, or risk C? How do we divide this? So this is available for infrastructure, but it's not yet that well consolidated for the energy transition.
Preparação de projeto, estruturação de projeto.
So, in terms of preparation of projects, the IFC is doing some work in Brazil where they're preparing projects for the private sector. That's very important. So we already have this well consolidated. So they're creating mechanisms for co-financing and risk sharing, and they're applying this to the climate transition. They have mechanisms for insurance, and they have mechanisms where you bring concessional resources, such as from CIF, to allocate risks in first losses, things that will unlock private investments. All of this is fundamental. So we're working on this at our program. We're trying to get an equity catalytic fund to be used in IDB projects, many of them here in the Northeast. CIF, through IDB, we're able to get resources that will be applied to local resources. So basically, they're creating a basket of funds to catalyze all of these projects. So all of this needs to be combined. There is no silver bullet. Oh, the CIF will resolve this, or Bank A will resolve this. No, you have to conjugate a bunch of instruments. You have to bring a lot of institutions together so that you can carry all of this out. The Northeast has an enormous potential. It can really drive this Brazilian neo-industrialization. And in terms of power shoring, I think Brazil is unbeatable. It's interesting to talk about the mechanisms and show their potential, but I think the important thing is to structure a project, allocate risks really well, bring together the different actors, especially the capital market, because they can help. So we're talking about here investment funds and institutional managers that can help with the financing. And then you can apply what's available in other sectors, such as the infrastructure sector. I'm optimistic because if you look at the universalization of water and sanitation that's being made available in Brazil and the challenges that are ahead of us, considering all of these challenges and the amount of investments that they require, I think that we can say that we have the ability to unlock these projects. So we're optimistic, and we believe that this potential will materialize a few years from now. Thank you, Leonardo. And the National Development Bank has been showing an important arrangement. It has an enormous amount of instruments and calls for proposals and bidding documents, and it's been moving the agenda forward. And that's very important. So, Luis, what about you? How do you see all of this? When we think about power shoring, we think about foreign investors. They're the ones who most need renewable energy because where these investors are located, they don't have that energy. That's why they come here. So the question is, how do we bring this foreign investor here? What instrument attracts this kind of investor? What kind of arrangement brings these investors? What else can we propose? Okay, so first of all, good afternoon. I would like to thank ICS and Maria and the consortium of governors and the Bank of Northeast. It's an honor to be a part of this panel. I would also like to greet my fellow panelists. I'm very thankful to be here sharing this moment with you. Whenever we talk about these topics, there are a lot of discussions, but there are two key words. The first one is mobilization, the mobilization of resources, and the other word is de-risking. Well, when it comes to risks, let's go slowly. When you have a situation where you need to decarbonize many productive chains, because today in the production chain, there's a lot of consumption of carbon, and if you want to transition that to a chain that consumes less carbon, you have some technologies available. So you can't do things the way you were doing before, so you have to migrate to a new situation, to new production processes, and then you need to have technological innovations. And that usually brings risks. And then you create heterogeneity of risk situations. You have a spectrum of risks. So you have those projects where the risk is well known and is high. You have those projects where the risk is well known but is not that high. You have those projects where the risk is known and it's small. And you have those projects where you have no idea in relation to the risk. That happens a lot. And then, we have spreadsheets, we have software, so you can work with statistical probabilities, but come on. A lot of times we don't know what the risk is. We don't know whether that technology is risky. We don't know how risky it is to implement projects with that new technology. And sometimes you have situations where you have more than one possibility in terms of technology, and you don't know which one will be better. And economic history shows that sometimes one technology is not better than another one. Sometimes least efficient technologies end up prevailing. So you have a myriad of risk situations. And all of this makes everything very complicated because every project is different. And you end up being like a tailor. So each project has to be done in a certain way because different projects have different amounts of risk. And similarly, you need a myriad of solutions for risk. So today I work at CAF, but I was head economist at the Bank of Northeast. So I arrived in 2016, and when I got here in 2016, we used to talk about renewable energy. But, business people and governments, thought about wind energy and solar energy. And I remember that it was the National Development Bank that invested in these kinds of projects. Then, afterwards, BNB started participating in these projects. But everything was too expensive, the risk was not well priced. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of uncertainty. This was in 2016. Then in 2022, I remember that I was arriving at a ministry in Brasilia, and people were asking, what's the purpose of getting funds from the Constitutional Fund and investing that in renewables since it's a well-known model? So I think one thing that banks need to do, what development banks and multilateral banks need to do is what was being done in the past. So sometimes you don't know the temperature of the water. You have to go put your foot in the water, and you need to generate a public good, which is pricing. So I think that's one important thing. And then when we talk about Brazil, there are some challenges. There are some very positive things in terms of the private market, multilateralism, and in terms of mobilizing international resources. But one thing that's very important in Brazil is well-functioning institutions. You have excellent banks. I'm here at the Bank of the Northeast. We have the National Development Bank. We have many different banks. We operate at the second level. We send funds. So we allow funds to get to projects that deserve financing, and we have a set of good institutions here in Brazil. On the other hand, more specifically here in Brazil, there are two things that need to be discussed or considered when you discuss risk with investors or partner banks. There are two things that always show up. When you look at Latin America, when you look at risk and sovereign risk, this risk is not in one of the best spots or positions, because that's one thing people look at. They look at the sovereign risk of the country. So, we're at an intermediate level. If we were in a better position, we would have a much greater capacity to mobilize funds. Now, that's compensated by the quality and the scale that Brazil provides. So we have a lot of private projects, and so we're able to do a lot of business. But this sovereign risk issue is something that needs to be thought about structurally. So that's one first point. Then the second point is the issue of the exchange rate volatility, because people think about exchange rate. Even the Ministry of Finance has already developed an innovative solution that we always talk about with other countries. And that's the following, Brazil is an emerging country. And, we can't do very much about the volatility of the exchange rate. So there's this discussion about arbitration with the exchange rate. But at CAF, and again, when you talk about mobilization, something that always comes up is guarantees and assurances, such as funds of first losses. So the most sophisticated instruments or the most usual instruments for de-risking are those. Now, CAF historically hasn't really worked on assurances and guarantees. This was something important for the line 6 of the subway station. And at CAF, we have the conviction that to get the mobilization of the right amount of resources, we will need to work more firmly on this issue of guarantees and assurances. We have a project that's being headed by Marcelo, and we hope that with this project, by next year, we'll be able to increase our portfolio with assurances and guarantees for the Brazilian economy. Excellent, Luis. So you mentioned a bunch of different factors, which cover not just Brazil, but the whole region, the whole of the Latin American region. Now I'd like to give the floor to João. João, you are at an institution that has a global presence. So what innovative experiences have you had, especially in other sectors around the world? What experiences have you had that may be useful for our power shoring here in the Northeast? What do you think is a little bit outside of the box? What do you think in terms of innovative activities?
First, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here in Fortaleza and with all of you. It's a lovely city. So an excuse is good, but so much the better if you can talk about energy and infrastructure. FC is an arm of the World Bank, and it's the arm that deals with the private sector. And we operate on different countries. Brazil is where we have the highest volume of operations. It was not always like that. In the past, a while ago, it was India, now it's Brazil. So, of course, everything that happens in Brazil is extremely important for us. And how do we work here? My area here is the infrastructural one, which also covers energy and green hydrogen, anything linked to power shoring and data centers, and it operates 100% in reais, Brazilian reais. All my projects in my portfolio and my pipeline are in Brazilian reais. I'd love to have more projects in dollars because I would be more competitive. I would be able to help even more. But Brazil is an economy that works based on Brazilian reais, which is very good because it eliminates many risks. We can operate either financing or helping a project to be developed. We have an area that works close to my own area, which we call upstream or new project development, that works with project developers and help the projects to be developed, also including but giving some funding to those projects, which can then later allow us to put in capital in the companies, because we do not only financing, but also capital investment or equity. And we have also worked in the capital market. Our presence is shy, not compared to that of my friend here, but it's something we have begun to do. We would also like to participate with guarantees and assurances, developing new products. I've talked a great deal with many companies about issuing debentures, infrastructure debentures. This is a new model that was developed by the government that has not yet taken flight, that we could help develop as an entity that creates structure and also a buyer. We also help to develop studies closer to the government, and that is not IFC, but the World Bank. We are working with the BND, the Banco do Nordeste, to help in decarbonization. And the World Bank and IFC, it's the same thing, so I can take some credit for that. But how do I operate? If someone comes to me and tell me, João, I need financing for my Powershoring project in the Northeast, I will say, cool, but I have a credit area, a credit department, like a commercial bank. I will look at the risks, I will present it, and will try to approve it if I like it. And I have some aspects that have already been raised here, which are the risks from Powershoring projects. If you adjust the risk, you can get financing either through BNDES or with us here, or the capital market, which is quite developed in Brazil. It might be that an initial product needs an extra assurance or guarantee because it's something that is as yet unknown by the market, but many banks can supply this guarantee, such as CAF that give the guarantee for BNDES for the line 6, and a great number of commercial banks. I can myself participate, or we would love to do that, because we see a great deal of economic and social value in that kind of project. What concerns me in that kind of project? Firstly, as was mentioned here, the availability of energy. There's no point in having green hydrogen or a data center project or a solar plant beside it. It won't work. I'm sorry, it won't work. You must have access to the grid because the sun sets at 6 and you need your project to keep on working in the night. And you do not have this capacity yet. In our understanding, you see the 4 main projects here in PSM, and that they require 8 giga, and we have an availability of 1, 2, maybe 3 for connection. So it doesn't work. It's not enough. You need to solve that problem. There's also the problem of water. You need water, especially for data centers, but other projects as well require water. So you need to have reuse of water. You need to desalinate, remove the salt from the water. And all this is not cheap. We know there is a project here, but it has not as yet worked. It's not, so that's another problem. Another problem, you need to have an offtake agreement. We see that Europe, that is pushing that forward, can sign agreements, shire agreements that we would like to see, okay? And the project will require an agreement. And in the case of the Atlas Agro, this is mitigated because the sales would be done in Brazil itself. We rather like this model, and we are always following closely. So, of course, you need some support, and I agree with what was said. In Brazil, I believe we have a tendency to subsidize things a great deal. We need to develop something new. It makes sense in terms of industrial policy. It's not up to me to talk about that because I'm not a politician. I'm not from a local development bank. So, since I'm the arm of the World Bank that deals with the private sector, I have to have a private sector view of things. I always need someone to come with me to a project, either an insurance company or a bank, always someone who is loaning in commercial conditions, strict conditions based on what is existing in the markets. It's not up to me to discuss that, but I think it's super valid to have support given by the government. And the issue of energy, well, it's what we see. We see the absurd levels of curtailment that are occurring, and this has to be solved somehow. It can be solved with more transmission, with more batteries, but there's no point in having a whole array of solutions that keep on piling problems, which is what we are doing today. So, well, it's good that my time is over. Otherwise, I would get into the problems, and it's better not to talk about those. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, João. Awesome. And you said something that was music to the ears of many people is the goodwill, the appetite you have to lend in reais, because it makes a huge difference. I would like to give the floor to Siddhartha now and ask him two questions. Siddhartha, first one, how do you see power shoring in the northeastern region of Brazil? And second one, how can CIF cooperate for this financing agenda to help push it forward in the region?
Sure, I'll be talking in English, and just let me know if I'm audible fine.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So thanks a lot, organizers, and a very warm hello to all colleagues and all the fellow panelists. I wish I could be there in person instead, but I'm joining you from a very different sort of a backdrop. We are in back-to-back missions right now on essentially, which is a part of our industrial decarbonization program, where we are helping governments and industry shape their first investment plan. We are calling it STIP, Sectoral Transformational Investment Plan for Industrial Decarbonization. If the lightning looks terrible, forgive me. It's the field, not the filter. It truly is a privilege to speak at this event. Brazil, and particularly the Northeast, has a very special place. It sits at the heart of one of the most promising industrial stories of our time. Out of 26 country applications that applied to Climate Investment Fund's ambitious $1 billion industrial decarbonization program, which is also a first of its kind, Brazil emerged as number one. That outcome wasn't just about readiness. It was about vision. Brazil understood before many others that the green transition isn't only about clean energy. It is also about where industries of the future will choose to live. So, I mean, I can quickly throw some reflections upon the instruments and the innovations around which can be mobilized to accelerate power shoring projects. So when we talk about power shoring, moving heavy industry closer to renewable power, we are really talking about rewriting the industrial map of the world. And to do that, we need financial instruments that don't just follow markets, they also create them. Where I'm sitting here at Climate Investment Funds, where I'm heading the industrial decarbonization portfolio, we can safely say that catalytic capital must go first. At the Climate Investment Funds, we have learned that extremely concessional capital is not just a subsidy, it's also a signal. Where we deploy the first loss tranche, or when we offer a performance-based grant for verified emission cuts, we are actually telling private investors, hey, we believe this risk is worth taking. And that belief actually mobilizes others. CIF's global track record till now has been around $12 billion of concessional finance, which leverages almost close to $64 billion in total investment. And that's not theory. That's evidence that capital can move when courage also moves first. Think ecosystems, not assets. How about the green industrial future, which we cannot, which we won't be able to build one project at a time. It'll be built in clusters, renewable powered corridors, or where steel, cement, fertilizers, and even hydrogen production share infrastructure, logistics, and risk. And in places like Sierra or PESEM, the economics of decarbonization makes sense only when you connect the industries and not isolate them. You cannot decarbonizing industries without having industries fully on board. SIF is funding precisely that kind of ecosystem, designing in countries from Namibia to Turkey to Brazil. And honestly, Brazil is the natural next frontier in our books right now. We also need instruments that kind of reward verified impact. So like CFD, contracts for difference, to protect early movers. We also need to, we always talk about de-risking, but de-risking also need to be extremely, I mean, it has to have yardsticks. You need to measure it. You cannot de-risk anything which you cannot measure. So protecting early movers on green hydrogen or green ammonia, RBF, result-based finance for industrial CO2 intensity cuts, or even guarantee overlays where that kind of that reduces risk on shared infrastructure. Desalination, as my fellow panelists also mentioned, grid upgrades, port electrification, it's all at the same boat. The second thing which I would like to throw some reflection on would be how can public banks, funds, the multilateral climate funds like ours, reduce risk and kind of leverage private capital, and what lessons can inspire this kind of an agenda. So let me start with sort of a simple truth, because there is no shortage of capital in the world. There is definitely a shortage of bankable sort of confidence, and our job collectively is to manufacture that confidence. We have seen this in the scoping missions which we have conducted. Brazil happened; it was virtual, but we have had an in person in Namibia. Turkey is ongoing. Next in line is Mexico. So we are seeing that the most valuable dollar in this transition is not the biggest one. It's one that goes in first. So in Namibia, the SIF concessional finance helped crowd in commercial investors for hydrogen infrastructure that was once considered extremely like too early stage. And in Turkey, our concessionality made possible the first industrial decarbonization linked bond issuance. Again, each case began with a simple logic. I would say use public courage and to essentially to unlock the confidence. The Brazil opportunity in this case, like in Brazil's northeast, you already have all the ingredients in place: renewable abundance, ports with global reach, and a government serious about industrial competitiveness, which has been talked about multiple times. What's missing in this catalytic stitching, in my opinion, is the platform that aligns public risk taking with private ambition. So, SIF is actually now we are ready to work with IDB, IFC, IBRD, CAF, BNDES to design exactly that: a Northeast Powershoring platform, a blended finance structure which combines guarantees, concessional layers, and just-in-time technical assistance to de-risk these kind of investment pipelines. And let me end with a reflection because I know time is of essence. The world right now is entering a decade where we will decide and not just like we will decide not just how to power our economics, but where those economies will live. So power shoring is that decision made visible. At Climate Investment Funds, we exist to make the first move less frightening, to turn the risk into proof. We don't just finance emissions reduction, we finance that kind of confidence. So I'll end with this, that Brazil has already proven it can lead. Now it has the chance to show how leadership looks when clean energy, inclusive growth, and industrial ambition can move together in tandem. SIF is proud to be a part of that journey, and I would say thank you for having me and for the warmth of your welcome, even from across the ocean.
Thank you very much, Dartan.
Bem,
a gente está chegando ao fim dessa
we are reaching the end of this discussion. There are a few things we could add and in which we have some kinds of conversions. Powershoring is about large projects, all those we mentioned here, major large projects that we have talked about. These projects are always singular projects. You cannot create a commodity to support that kind of project. These are difficult projects by definition that are work intensive and require also coordinated work between financial institutions. So it is a tailor-made story, as was said. Luis was mentioning something important here, which is this issue that we are in a new business agenda. These are emerging businesses whose risks had not been totally measured. You mentioned something about technological risks in addition to other aspects. We must also bear in mind that the rules of the game are changing, and making a decision about a large project brings in additional risk that did not exist a while ago. So we are talking about geopolitical problems in addition to climate issues, which makes everything more difficult. However, I believe we have made progress. We are accumulating experience in Brazil and abroad and with international banks. And what I see ahead, due to the attraction of these businesses, even at the microplanet, is that we are going to learn from these lessons. We are going to learn to navigate this difficult ocean that we face. And I believe these operations in the future will get more move on them, more higher impulse. And we're talking about the role of the government, the role of institutions, the role of the government as an enabler from the regulatory standpoint, the one that sets the rules of the game, but also a spot on initiative or activity when we're talking about some specific spaces or very large projects that or technological aspects that require some kind of intervention. And I believe this is something that is also important. We talked about FC doing a technical, giving technical assistance and participating in several aspects. Other banks participate in that as well. I would say that it is in the bringing together of these institutions that we will find solutions, even if they are tailor-made. What we saw, based on what Siddhartha and Annette said, and everyone said, is that there is a great desire to keep on pushing this agenda forward. And I believe that the natural competitiveness of the Northeast for power shoring operation is obvious. It's well known. And when we look at the future, I believe there are 2 or 3 things that will be extremely important to support financing. One is the one we have been talking from the 0 minute of this program, when Maria was talking about the interinstitutional forum to support the power shoring agenda. This is coordination, in other words. This was mentioned by other people. In other words, is coordinating more and better to push forward a complex agenda, and nothing better than a combination of people sitting at the table with people who can collaborate. The institutions that are here are fundamental. They are crucial. They have a great deal of experience. And I believe we have good reasons to look at power shoring in the Northeast with a great deal of optimism. And that's it. We have the path drawn before us. Thank you all very much for your presence, and thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Jorge Arbastos. So we would like our panelists to take their place so that we can take their picture. This is panel number 4 that we're concluding. Now let's give our guests a round of applause. Thank you for your presence.
Obrigado. Obrigado. Senhoras e senhores, neste momento,
ladies and gentlemen, right now, continuing with our event, we would like to invite we would like to call to action for a forum that announces a strategy for the green industry in Brazil, the Northeast. So I'd like to invite Mr. Pedro Lima. Good afternoon. I'll be very brief. So this is basically just an invitation. Considering this historic opportunity of the Northeast region and this possibility of transforming this abundance of energy into an industry that produces wealth for the region, because after all, we want the Northeast region to reach the level of development thought about by Celso Furtado. And so for all of this to happen, as has been made clear by everyone here, it's necessary to coordinate and collaborate. We need many actors and institutions such as local and federal governments, and banks and ports and academia, civil society. We need everyone to collaborate and coordinate. So today, we launched the Interinstitutional Forum for Powershoring. We want to build this forum together with you. That is, with the actors who will be delivering on this forum. This forum right now is an idea and the response to a need that was raised by all of the actors that we have a conversation with. So if you're interested in collaborating with this idea, please scan this QR code. Then a form will pop up, and then you can just add information regarding the institution that you represent. You can add your contact information, and then you can say what area or what sector that you would like to collaborate with, because this forum will be divided into separate topics. So that's the only invitation that I'd like to make. So scan the QR code, and if you can't scan the QR code, just look for Fabi over there at the back, and she can help you. So let's together build this forum, and let's build this power shoring future for the region. Thank you, Mr. Pedro Lima. So let's continue on to panel number 5. This next panel will be talking about institutional framework and regulatory framework to drive power shoring. So to mediate our conversation, we have the Technical Executive Director of the Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development, Ms. Alessandra Fajardo. I'd also like to call on stage the following panelists. We have the Undersecretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Development, Mr. Rafael Dubé. We have the Secretary of State of the Bureau of Land and Urban Devel under Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, Rafael Dubois, the Directory of the Department of Decarbonization and Green Finance of the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, and DIC, Mr. João Francisco Paiva Avelino. I'd like to call the Senior Fellow from the Brazilian Center for International Relations, SEBRE, Ms. Rafaela Guedes, the Manager of Institutional Relations of Acelen Renováveis, Ms. Mayra Crolling Peruzzo. And finally, we have the Director of Marketing and Growth for Re-Energisa, Ms. Camila Scotti. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Welcome to the Bank of Northeast. Now I would like to give the floor to our coordinator, Ms. Alejandra Fajardo. So I had prepared a script, but I'd like to base my talk on our special envoy to COP30. She said, we cannot allow this renewable matrix to leave the level of 90%. And Sabed's study in the coalition showed us that if we keep this level at 90% up until 2050, then we will have negative emissions, negative net emissions. So for us to maintain things at this level, we need regulatory strategies and policies. So this panel will help us to understand what needs to be done, what we already have, and how we can innovate in this regard. So Rafael, I'd like to start with you. One of the first frameworks is stability. We want to know how to reduce risk and how to attract more capital. So I would like you to answer this question. What are the main adjustments that need to be made in order for us to get to this level of stability? Good afternoon, Alessandra. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be a part of this conversation. I'd like to congratulate the organizers and my colleagues at the Bank of Northeast, the Northeast Consortium, and my colleagues from ICS. So we do have this clear opportunity in relation to power shoring. We have this opportunity ahead of us. So in terms of stability and to consolidate investments, we can talk about the macroeconomic agenda of President Lula. This has been trying to provide macro security for the country. So I'd like to present the economic agenda by talking about the activities of the Ministry of Finance. This involves macroeconomic stability and an improvement of the business environment. This is not just related to power shoring, but rather it's related to the different opportunities for investment in Brazil. And in terms of macroeconomic stability, it's important to highlight that with the transition constitutional amendment, with the fiscal framework, and with the uptaking of the new social programs, we achieved positive developments for the country in the period. In 2023, the first year of the Lula government, the market expectation for growth was 0.8%, and the GDP grew by 3.2%. In 2024, in January, the market expectation was that the GDP was going to grow 1.5%, but it grew 3.4%. Unemployment is at its historic minimum. The same applies to misery and poverty and inequality, and the mean inflation is close to being at the lowest level of any government since the establishment of the real. Now, another important area is the agenda related to the improvement of the business environment. And here we're talking about in a broader sense, not just power sharing. So in this area, we've also had notable advances, such as a framework for insurance, After 40 years, we saw this enormous transformation sector. We also had the legal framework to regulate credit in Brazil. But more specifically, we had tax reform, which to me changes the business environment in the country, and it will allow us to leave behind one of the most complex tax systems in the world to one of the best tax systems with added value, and it will be a system that will be completely digitalized and which will allow us to simplify the tax system of the country. It will allow us to reduce taxes on exports, and it will allow us to reduce taxes on new investments. And this is matched with the creation of the Regional Development Fund, which will allow us to have an enormous amount of resources to implement structural policies for regional development. Together with the Northeast Consortium, we can build this new alternative. Perhaps the forum that was mentioned previously will be the correct place for us to establish this governance that will allow us to get to a different culture. But besides the improvement of the business environment and the macroeconomic environment, the finance minister always says that all of this are assumptions for development, but do not ensure development, because we can have these two elements and yet grow by only exporting raw materials, by destroying the environment, and by concentrating income. So besides the two agendas that we're making progress on, our minister decided to create a third front at the Ministry of Finance to create a long-term agenda that breaks the current model of growth, so that we can have growth based on technological innovation, low environmental impact, and a fair distribution of income. This is a set of actions that we're calling the Ecological Transformation Plan, that has in Powershoring a central element to advance this low carbon agenda that will attract foreign investments and that will attract foreign savings to allow us to have a capacity to develop the economy of Brazil by concentrating technologies in these chains. So we have a lot of opportunities ahead of us. We have legislation that provides legal certainty. That's the case of a law that was approved last year for low carbon hydrogen. It's also the case of the provisional decree that was approved by President Lula 2 or 3 months ago related to Reddata. And this program allows us to attract sustainable data centers to Brazil. We have opportunities in relation to renewable energy, and we have all of the industry associated to this. We always say that Brazil doesn't want to be an importer of solar panels or of electrolyzers to create hydrogen and then export this material to be used in other countries. We want to harness the competitive advantage of having one of the cheapest hydrogens in the world in order to concentrate this chain, whether that involves creating our own turbines, electrolyzers, or solar panels. So we want to use our hydrogen also to produce green hydrogen, green steel, and create a longer chain here in Brazil. This is an agenda that we share together with the federal government. We're working together with the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Mines and Energy. So this is an agenda that's been advancing a lot. And here we want to ensure macroeconomic stability, a better business environment, and we want to ensure these other agendas that will make feasible this new model of development for Brazil. This is a part of our ecological transformation. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to greet my fellow panelists. I'd also like to thank the Bank of Northeast and ICS and the consortium for organizing this event. I'd like to say that while Rafa was saying, I was thinking, we work so much together that he basically said everything that I was wanting to say. But yeah, we work together and we coordinate our activities to have this kind of integrated activity. So it's fundamental that every ministry should be able to bring to the table their own perspective. So we have in the Ministry of Finance the ecological transformation plan that involves public policies being developed in other ministries, such as the climate plan, the Ministry of the Environment, or the use of the climate fund, and the linking of that to Eco-Invest and other programs. We have the new Brazilian industry that was launched, which is trying to reorganize reindustrialization policy of our country. We have the Ministry of Mines and Industry, who has an energy transition plan. So it's important that we have this coordination. And at the Ministry of Industry, in the area of green economy, we will be launching at COP the basis for a national strategy for industrial decarbonization. We want to be able to organize the levers that would allow industry to transition, and we want to make sure that we are able to have a new industrialization by maintaining added value here in Brazil. We don't want to be just another exporter of commodities. So we have 4 pillars that, while interacting with industry, we understand to be the 4 levers. The first starts with research and development and professionalization. So that's a matter of how you develop these technologies and what tools that we need for that. And it also involves preparing our professionals to take these spots, take these positions. Because some people say that they want to invest billions of dollars in Brazil. Then when you open up the investment spreadsheet, there's a lot of imported capex, and they will bring their most skilled professionals from abroad. And basically all we will do is the generation of energy or the creation of the commodity, or maybe we will have the job positions that don't have such high salaries. So for us, it's a matter of how we prepare workers to be skilled to work these positions. While we're coming here, we drove past some infrastructure work, and we were thinking about what kinds of careers, what kinds of professionals we want to prepare. We need professionals that will be working at these centers of excellence. Because, for example, we have a very technical research center in the state of São Paulo that works together with the aerospace industry. So we want to do something similar here. We have identified some of our ports as being important industrial centers that will allow for this industrialization. Another pillar that we deal with, that we consider, is decarbonizing raw materials. What we hear from industry is that, well, if I'm a steel producer and if I want to transition from carbon or natural gas to green hydrogen or biomethane, then first of all, I need to have an assurance of a supply of these raw materials, because today these markets don't exist. So how can we foster these markets? And Lula approved a recent framework related to the fuel of the future, and together with the hydrogen law, this contributes to the market. So we need to offer these inputs. And then another pillar would be the generation of demand, because what we hear from the industrial sector is, okay, fine, I will make an investment of billions and billions in a new plant so that I can use green hydrogen and everything will be beautiful. But if my product ends up being 30% more expensive and nobody buys it, then things won't work out. So there's that issue of how we can stimulate demand, whether that's through public purchases or a carbon market. I think the decree was launched last week that will provide a signal to the market in terms of what parameters will need to be met in terms of emissions and how you will take that into account and value that. So basically, you provide signals to industry to show them where they should be going. And then the last pillar is financing. We heard from many specialists talking about financing. And in the industrial sector, we have a higher risk because some of these technologies are still being developed. They're not yet mature. As Leonardo from the National Development Bank said, sometimes you know what the risk is to invest in a solar or wind plant or farm, but you don't know how risky it is to invest on green or hydrogen-based steel. That's a market that doesn't exist yet. So by connecting public policies, we are able to mitigate these risks, whether that's through a subsidized grant or through tax exemptions. For example, in the hydrogen law, we had two laws, the ReHydro law, which is related to CapEx, and we have another law which is related to the supplying of a financial subsidy to producers or consumers of this hydrogen, because that's one concern that we also have. As Rafael said, we don't want to just export hydrogen to decarbonize the European industry, because then we would use the taxpayer money to decarbonize European industry. Instead, we want to keep this added value here. We want this hydrogen to be used in our industry to decarbonize our industrial processes. It seems like my time's up. So those are the 4 pillars of industrial decarbonization that I wanted to share with you. And again, they need to be integrated into the other policies that are being developed.
Eu acho que tanto o Rafael como o João deu pulo aí que a gente vai conseguir.
João and Rafael gave us a step forward. We will be able to bring these questions to Camila in a more direct way. So they just gave her the details. Let's talk about the ecological plan. We have this framework that can drive forward Powershoring and other initiatives. However, we often see that this land bank must also be able to follow transformation. João mentioned innovation and the fact that we cannot transform that into a commodity only. So how do you see that follow-up of this framework with new laws, with new transformations? What do we need to be able to keep up with that? So who would like to come first? Good afternoon, everyone. Well, firstly, thank you very much for being so receptive. I'd like to thank Maria Neto and the Institute Clima and Sociedade, Climate and Society, for inviting me. And I would like also to thank Banco do Nordeste and the Northeastern Consortium. To start answering your question, I would like to bring in the idea of convergence of these policies, these programs, also the several players that are present, from the research and development to the diplomatic scale. We're talking here about, for instance, production projects based on Macaúba in a scale of 1.3 billion liters per year, which is considerable scale in an integrated process from the seed to the fuel. And for this to take place, everything else needs to take place. So I would like to congratulate you and thank the Secretary and the Director for the quality of the dialogue in the ministry and the dialogues between the public and private sector that have been promoting the convergence between these programs and these policies. And I think, basing myself on what was said before, the representativity of BNDES, there are still aspects to be standardized and explored, because there is a new risk to invest in large-scale agriculture. Even though we are in a country that has a vocation to invest in large acres, we have a great deal of lands that do not need to fight for with other spaces to develop other products, such as the case of Macaúba, that is a product that is a native species that is very resilient, that can recover degraded areas with deep roots, that can accumulate carbon in the soil, which represents 60,000 tons of carbon accumulated in the soil during 20 or 30 years during the duration of this project. It's a very complete project, in other words, and it becomes even more complete because for this scale, we require diplomacy, we require international dialogue, and we also require meeting the certifications. And these certifications invite us, since the inception of the project and the business model, to ensure that all social and environmental criteria were met and were well implemented. What does this mean? In addition to the Macaúba, which is the Eureka product, these 180,000 hectares of degraded land that to be recovered by the planting Macaúba in the south of Bahia, and we are in the Bahia region. We also have the participation of small and medium land farmers. This is based on a program that we are proud to call the Se Valoriza, that will generate 40 billion for the Brazilian economy. And in that scale as a whole, we are talking about 85,000 jobs, direct or indirect jobs. So this, the materiality, the convergence of all this effort. Of course, we must keep on working together, collaborating. We believe it is an effort that is achieved by this sector. This is a global demand for all the projects in the pipeline to achieve these FIDs. We still need more solutions, more innovation, more scale. So this is a space for cooperation and essentially dialogue, talking. We have a reality. This reality is seen in different ways in the global markets, but these are established markets with their own mandates for the investors in the country that have such expressive projects, a beautiful one from the social and environmental and economical standpoint. These international harmonization, these bilateral agreements must take place so that we can bring in solutions. And of course, our legislation keeps on being developed. We are going through a moment in which we have the Ministry of Mines and Energies, we have the MDIC, the Ministry of Development and Science and Industry, we have the Ministry of the Environment, all of these talking about the new fuel law. And we have the Treasury Ministry and the MMA that are making progress in the carbon market. We are aware that this is a strategic investment. We have many talks going on and debates going on to ensure that situations such as this one multiply. That's it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Alessandra. Good afternoon to all my colleagues in the panel. And I would like to thank the organizer and the Banco do Nordeste for inviting me to be here. It's a huge pleasure to be part of this discussion, especially because this is a debate where we're talking about how to transform this huge competitiveness that we have and make it into development and economic growth in the Northeast. We have been working in the energy sector in Brazil for 120 years with assets here in the region for the distribution of power and solar and distributed and centralized power and natural gas. So the group is really very interested in that topic. I will share with you how we see that challenge, how we see our role and the stance we have been taking. The same variable that makes us feel very proud to have a very renewable matrix, which is wind and solar energy in our matrix, is precisely the same variable that creates complexity and the operations of the system. We said that in the morning and the beginning of the afternoon. And when we talk about curtailment, we're talking about this complexity of the system, the complexity of the operational system. There is one way to approach this topic, and that's what we have been doing. The same distributed generation that had democratized access to renewable sources and centralized generation through a self-production mechanism and that create competitive energies requires some adjustments for power shoring. And the group sees this future as a process of modernization of the role of the grids in the system. So they will have to play a larger role. They will have to be protagonists. They will need to have a more decentralized operation in the system than they have nowadays. How do we do that specifically in terms of regulatory progress to address the systemic complexities in order to preserve the role of renewable energies and keep them relevant? There are many initiatives the group have developed. I will mention a few concrete examples as well. The first example is the tariff sandbox that we have been developed, which is basically a regulatory lab where we test a different reality in which we define tariffs for the end consumers before the rules change for everyone. In other words, we test with a small group, we see if the result that we expect is the one we want and we expect it, then we validate it for everyone else, let's say. And of course, there are several aspects of complexity in here. We have a huge load sometimes when generation is not supplying the needs. So how do we deal that? How do we distribute this energy consumption throughout the day in a better way? With the tariff sandbox, we have been able to reach out to 4,000 consumers, and differently from what happens in our homes, where we have one single tariff during the day, we have different tariffs throughout the day between 6 and 8 p.m. when solar energy stops generating and we have an abrupt decrease in energy, which is the same moment when everyone is coming home from their work and needs to take a shower and turning on the TV. Why not give a higher tariff, a higher price to test and see whether consumers will distribute their consumption throughout the day? If they will stop doing things that they do between 6 and 8 p.m. to do them at other times during the day. So this is a test we are conducting, P&D, with the regulating agency. And in our opinion, this is part of the process for the future and is part of the solution to address the complexities that we have been seeing taking place due to the changes in the Brazilian matrix. I believe this has a great deal to do with regulation. This can end up becoming a rule for other distributors. So we are going to work with other two distributors in the group to reach out to 20,000 clients next year. We have another project on batteries. We're talking about day-to-day, and we want to add flexibility to the system. And this combines very well with solar energy generation. We have this challenge, which is maybe the main challenge, which is that batteries in an isolated way are still not feasible economically speaking. They work out well when you pile up the different attributes for the use of these batteries. So we are also testing that. We have a project where we have a set of batteries that is linked to a set of photovoltaic panels, and we are testing the best way to operate these batteries in combination with solar power generation and in combination with the distribution tariffs a long time in order to bring that to the system. So on the one hand, we combine the management of demand, and on the other hand, we are working on the management of distributed resources, because in the end, we understand that this will be one of the main roles of the distribution grids, being able to centralize, reorganize, and let's say combine these flexibilities in the system, organize them. And we're talking also about a framework that should be ideal for investment to take place and for technology to be developed, and the models, the business models be developed in a sustainable way. First, it has to be transparent. Second, it has to be predictable. And third, it must be based on concrete evidences. This is why it's important to have this test lab, this sandbox, in order to test things, and also to have very well-defined roles and responsibilities. When we have this regulatory framework with these features, and we look at the electric sector that gives value to flexibility, but also to security. Security is extremely important, and also takes into account these low emissions attribute. You send a very good sign to investors to make investments in the correct direction. And with this, Energisa Group has over 120 years. It went through several regulatory frameworks and several technologies. So we are always very pragmatic. We, however, always try to add solutions, deliver results, and build a trust in the system, to give trust to the system so that we can give on adding renewable energies at a competitive cost, and ensure that power shoring happens. I will give the floor to Rafaela now. Rafaela, my background is agribusiness, and we have always tried to harmonize regenerative agriculture metrics with the metrics that they have here. We have metrics from the north, not from tropical countries. We have another international framework here, and I would like you to share with us how these international market requirements are perceived. What do we need what should we adjust or adapt to be in harmony with those international requirements or those metrics? Thank you very much, Alessandra. Once again, thank you very much for the organizing Banco do Nordeste. Excellent question. It's good for me that I'm the last one, because you already mentioned the regulatory framework, and I've been following everything that the ministries have been doing, the Ministry of Treasury, MDIC, the Ministry of the Environment, MMA, all the organization of these ministries to make progress and to progress in energy transition, bringing in at the same time the social and economic development, which is not something small. And when we compare it to the regions, when we look at the side of the companies, and my last 18 years were devoted to energy, we know the challenges, because no one is still paying for the green premiums. No one wants to pay more for their airplane tickets, for instance. The end consumer does not want that. And we have tried to increase the distributed generation, but it led to a number of problems. So all this environment, even though we have the advantages, the attributes in Brazil, is in a good position with regard to this. It doesn't lack any resources, either in minerals or energy sources or environment. What is missing? Why do we keep on perpetuating in time the same productions, soy, bean, oil, and iron ore, so systematically throughout time? This is beautiful. I think it's extremely important for us to go forward. What is missing, in other words? And I wanted to share with you the provocation on minerals, because they are part of the equation, and I believe this is an important part of this equation. It's that we use these resources to transform our resources, these minerals part, moving on from the upstream and moving on to midstream and downstream. But we must ponder what is missing here. And I brought three pillars, the domestic and the international one. We need predictability from the legal standpoint for the international investor. This is an important point for harmonization. At the federal level, I see that increasingly we have integration. And when we move from the federal to the state level, the communication does not flow as easily. And if we go down to the municipal level, it doesn't flow really. So, and I will say that speaking about the whole of Brazil, Minas, Goiás, rare earths, having all those, having that linkage is important. We need the third sector as well to try to accelerate these systems. So we need a stability in long-term frameworks because these scare the investors. For those who are going to invest, and I was not here this morning, China, for instance, is an example in that sense. You can say whatever you like. China has a long-term vision. It has a long-term plan, and it follows it, and it does it. It subsidizes fees sometimes. Since it controls the whole value chain, it will take the midstream, subsidize it, and the private sector cannot get there. So no one reaches the midstream, and no one reaches the downstream of the processing. And I wanted to share with you tangible examples. If we think about the time it takes Brazil to put these mining, the mineral in production. Canada takes 5 to 7. Australia, that got 2 to 5 years to put into production iron ore. So what can we learn from these other countries? And next week we will be launching the new benchmark. What can we do to make progress in that sense? And we see, oh, okay, I only have 3 minutes. Bahia, for instance, and we can mention other parts, is the second graphite reservoir in the world. We have 74 million tons. We have a production. We started producing 68,000 tons. However, when we look at the trade balance and see how it's working, we see that unfortunately we ended up exporting the raw mineral, and it's abroad that the processing was carried out, and then the product is returned to Brazil. And what happens? We have a deficit in the balance of trade. So we import the purified product, and the trade balance is negative in $42 million. Even though we have the mineral health, we should be able to do that here. We could be doing that here. And in order not to diverge from your question, we need to adopt a taxonomy. Many things have been doing. The ministry is doing a great deal. Christina said that the minerals are there, and we must internalize, do the environmental due diligence. We are doing that kind of stuff, but we need to sign agreement. And we have tried to do that at SARI. We work with development banks and with the whole ecosystem to try and understand win-win situations. We have good examples. CDBM is a good example. And we already produced the batteries here. This is an alliance that we made with Japan, and Toshiba produces part of its product here. So we made product in that chain. So we have to think about what kind of business model we want, being able to look at all what the parts needs, and the energy will be an important asset in the aspect to make feasible. We must understand, okay, I cannot work in the midstream. Okay, so let's work on something different. For instance, let's, for instance, create specific areas, there's special zones at the governmental level where we can subsidize for a while what we want to achieve. Okay, my time is over, but I will go on. I have one last point. We have to finance P&D and innovation. We talked about the PACTEC in the south. They're doing precisely that, which is recycling and reintegration of batteries to solar panels. So wherever we look, there are opportunities. We are not using them. Many of these things happen due to protectionism because many countries try to protect themselves. But we have to understand the geopolitical moment where we are in. Many regions do not want to depend on only one country, and they will pay more to have things done in other places. And Brazil can be this power shoring port for things to take place.
Gente, eu tenho desafio aqui que duas pessoas do painel têm que
So
terminar às
guys,
5. Então eu
I have a challenge here because two people here need to leave at 5, so I'll give each one of you 1 minute so that we can all end at the same time. Okay, well, since there's no question, since I'm just supposed to convey a message, first of all, I'd like to say that it's great to be a part of a panel with a majority of women who are doing excellent work in this area. And I would like to highlight that on this agenda, something that's important for the new Brazilian industry is the issue related to technological innovation. We believe that that's also a central element for our strategy. We can't ensure competitiveness at the international level if we don't move that agenda forward. And we've been making progress with that. I was going to highlight 2 recent measures. And this last week was the launch of a public call for us to have a center for competence of low carbon hydrogen in Brazil. So this will be a center of excellence to conduct partnerships with other high-level institutions so that we won't just be an exporter of, let's say, commodities. We want to be a co-developer of this new economic scenario. And the new initiative that was launched last week was something launched by the Ministry of Education and other partnerships. And it's basically the nucleus of technological innovation at universities. These nuclei need to be strengthened because these are the areas at universities that interface with the private sector so that we can integrate more research into production. So this is another structural change, which is a successful case. Our colleague here mentioned the partnership between the Aeronautical Technical Institute of São Paulo and their partnership with Embraer. So again, these kinds of initiatives are important. And I would also like to mention taxonomy. That's one of the central elements for us to have a clear categorization of what's sustainable and not. That's important for us to overcome barriers to access other markets. And Brazil has been advancing in this theme. It built its own taxonomy in record time. It was approved last month. It should be published by COP. And this will make feasible the possibility for us to channel public and private resources. And this will also allow us to open up new markets and will allow us to go into sectors that other countries don't classify in their taxonomy, such as mining. And here in Brazil, we will have mining in our taxonomy. We will show what the standard is to have sustainable mining. And we know that sustainable mining is possible. Thank you. So I would just like to quickly say that the agenda that we want to take forward to COP at the Ministry of Industry is that we understand that the demand for green products and this certification will come from an international coalition. So this is something that we're building at the ministry. It's what we're calling the Belém Consensus. We hope that together with other countries from the global south and from the global north, we want to announce a coordination effort so that industrial chains and energy chains can be seen in an integrated way. That is, we want the global south to be seen as part of a solution for this challenge because we know that sometimes we receive a ready-made recipe. So the tripod that we want to include is Powershoring. That is, we want to bring these chains closer to renewable solutions. We want to also consider biosolutions because our solutions, our tropical solutions, are not recognized internationally. So we want people to understand that different countries have their own strengths and weaknesses, challenges and opportunities, and the integration of these countries from these regions will allow us to face the challenges. And the third issue is related to carbon accounting. That is, how do you take all of this into account from cradle to tomb? So, for example, let's say you have an electric car in China. You send that car to Europe, but then if you're burning natural gas to charge that car, then there will be a lot of emissions involved. So you have to take everything into account. So for example, maybe you produce green hydrogen in Brazil, and then you need to transform that into ammonia and send that to Europe, but then you lose efficiency, but at the same time you extract the mineral here to be used for making steel in Europe. That's great, it's very green. But we want to show that this is cheaper than producing this material in places where you have natural resources, renewable energy. So this is an effort that we want to take to COP together with the presidency of COP. And the objective will be objective number 2, which is the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors. And we want to launch this initiative at COP. So thank you to everyone for being here until this time. And thank you to our hosts. My final word is optimism. I don't want to say anything else. I'm optimistic. I think we have a lot to do. And this integration between public and private actors in the third sector, this partnership can really make all the difference. Yeah, I'm optimistic by nature, but I'm also a realist. So to conclude, I like to say that my company represents the development of a new sector and the development of a new raw material for the production of sustainable aviation fuel and HVO. For those who know a little bit about the sector and understand the challenge, we know how difficult this is. But the inauguration of Acelen Agri Park that happened this year with the presence of the presidency of the Republic and the presence of Minister Alexandre Silveira and other government agents. And considering that this year we had the first extraction of macaúba oil with technology patented by Selling, and considering that we have support from many different funds and institutions, we have the Institute of Climate and Society, we have basically a whole ecosystem that involves academia, and this ecosystem shows the convergence of the recognition of the natural skills of the country. But we need to continue our conversations. We need to continue converging the public and private sector and civil society so that we can have permanent stimuli, fiscal credits, subsidies, corresponding adjustments of borders so that we can have accessory revenues to stimulate international investors. We need this so that more projects can generate jobs, recover deteriorated areas, and so that we can develop economies. Well, I think as a final message, I would like to say that we need to ensure that we need power in attractive conditions so that we can have power shoring. So it needs to be competitive, sustainable, clean, and accessible. We believe in the concept and the effect of the portfolio that we have. So in our group, we say that our strategy is based on the construction of a strategy built on electrons to electrify what's possible, then molecules, which are supposed to substitute fossil fuels with natural fuel, that is where electrification is unable to reach, and bytes represent technology and the digitalization that we believe is important to integrate these platforms and these different sources so that we can have competitive and safe renewable energy to ensure the growth of the country and the attractiveness of the industry. Thank you, everyone. So we talked about the need to ensure legal certainty. We talked about harmonization of metrics and the legislation that we have. And international agreements. We also talked about the importance of not being an exporter of commodity. So we don't want to export water or wind. We want to export other products. And we need to recognize the importance of producing in places where there's cheaper energy. So again, this brings the idea of internalization, legislation, the importance of the international aspect, and the need to have legislation that will foster innovation and that will foster this R&D. So thank you, everyone. Sorry for rushing with the panel. And now I'd like to give the floor to the people from the next panel. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. I would like to ask all of you to position yourselves at the center of the stage so that we may take a picture.
Mais uma vez, salva de palmas, senhoras e senhores.
Once again, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much for those of us who are still with us here at the Bank of Northeast, and thank you to all of you who are following us on YouTube. Now we'll have a general overview of all of the sessions of this panel. Our invitee will share with everyone here information about the convergence and the next steps for power shoring in the Northeast. So I'd like to call on stage once again the Manager of Energy and Industry for Climate Institute, the Climate and Society Institute. Okay, guys, so thank you very much. I would just basically like to thank everyone present here. I'd like to thank everyone who watched us on YouTube. This is a milestone for the energy transition agenda in the Northeast. It's also a milestone for ICS within this agenda of cooperation with the Northeast Consortium and the Bank of Northeast. Today was a very dense day, so I'd like to thank all of you once again for being here. Until now, we were able to cover key topics, and I don't want to talk too much because there's still more. We will still have 2 additional sessions happening in parallel. So I'm here to thank you. I'd like to thank you all for being here. I'd like to reinforce what I said at the beginning. We are only just starting. This is just the beginning of a work that involves cooperation and sharing and participation, and we count on your participation. We share our QR code once again for the Powershoring Interinstitutional Forum. So please let us know what areas you would like to participate in a more incisive manner. You will see some work groups in the link. And we'd like to invite you all to the next sessions, which are the round panels. Our colleague here will be presenting them to you, and I hope to see you at our other events, at other moments in time, when we will be advancing power shoring in the Northeast. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have your attention because from now on, we will start 2 roundtables in 2 different spaces here at the Bank of Northeast.
a primeira mesa redonda de número
We'll have our first roundtable not one, which will be industrial clusters of low carbon and port ecosystems. This roundtable will take place in this auditorium, the main auditorium. Those participants who want to participate in Roundtable 2, whose topic will be financial mechanisms to unlock power shoring, should go to the small auditorium called Claudio Ferreira Lima. Our receptionists are already at the entry hall of this auditorium to guide you to the other auditorium in case you wish to participate in roundtable number 2. So for those of us who are still here with me, we will now start the last activity of the day. So to mediate this first roundtable, or rather to mediate this roundtable number 1, the executive director of Instituto EMAIS, Ms. Rosana Santos.
Você está no meio. Além da senhora Rosana,
besides Ms. Rosana, we have other executives who will be returning on stage for this last discussion. So I'd like to call the Senior Vice President of Envision Energy, Mr. Frank Yu.
O diretor empresarial de
I'd like to invite Mr. José Demetrios Silva Moura, the Business Director and the Market and Relations Director at Codeba. We have also the Manager of the Environment of the Itaqui Port, and she's also the Coordinator General of the Brazilian Alliance for the Decarbonization of Ports, Ms. Luane Lemos. We have the Director of Climate Change and Decarbonization at Vale, Rodrigo Lauria. We have the Director of the Department of Decarbonization and Green Finance at the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, Mr. João Francisco Paiva Velino. The representative from Systemic, Ms. Julia Tonon. The Honorary Consul of the United Kingdom in Fortaleza, Mr. Bernardo Santana. And representing the Federal University of Ceará, we have Heloína Nogueira da Costa.
Agora sim, vamos facultar a palavra à nossa mediadora.
Now let's give the floor to our mediator.
Por gentileza, fique à vontade.
Oi.
Agora sim.
Como é que vai ficar a outra mesa? Você vai chamar a outra mesa para outro lugar, é isso? Ah, tá bom. Então aqui é o meu público, é isso? São os restantes. Eu só vou fazer um.
So,
Agora que horas são?
What time is it now? It's 5:10.
Eu não combinei com você, Chico.
I didn't arrange anything with you, Chico, but I will have to leave at 6 p.m. So, when it's 6 p.m., I will let you mediate the session. It was supposed to be a 90-minute session. So let's try to do it in 60 and then everything will be okay. But if there are any remaining questions, then I will give you the floor because I will miss my flight.
Esse painel, clusters industrial painel
So this panel related to low carbon industrial clusters and port ecosystems, the unlocking of decarbonization and international cooperation.
Coluna, acreditem ou não, na Tribuna de Santos.
I have a column at the Tribuna de Santos newspaper, and in this column, I write about the participation of ports when it comes to the process of the decarbonization of Brazilian industry. So every month, we bring up an important point in relation to ports. So we talk about how ports need to prepare for decarbonization. There's this idea that all you have to do is decarbonize the energy that ports use. But that's not what we're talking about.
Por favor. Por favor. Oh, isso é importante também. Tá. Desculpa. Como que os portos têm que se preparar para...
So how can ports prepare themselves to be a part of the industrial hubs or the decarbonization hubs, where in fact you may even have a situation where what's waste for one industry can actually be raw material for another industry, such as, between cement industry and steel making industry. Waste from cement making is important for steel making. So this concept of industrial ports, and again, in Rio de Janeiro, we have the Açu port, which is an example of this. This is a very important topic, especially for power shoring, because it's in ports that you have the possibility to optimize and to cheapen the production of everyone involved. So, to start this discussion, I would like to hear from each one of you a little bit about what you think about this topic. So it's just 2 minutes. It's just a quick statement to open up this debate. So let's start with her.
Bom, boa tarde, então, a todos e a todas.
So good afternoon to everyone. So what do I think about that? Well, all my life here summarized in 2 minutes. So we have the Brazilian Alliance for the Decarbonization of Ports. We have been talking about that intensely, and what we have seen, I commented during lunch with people, is that ports throughout the world have used this moment to expand their business network, to increase their workload, and this is a wave that can be used by ports from which they can gather many benefits. It also represents a problem for us because I also demand this for this energy. We demand this energy and this innovation. Apparently, what I can see nowadays, based on all the ports with which we work in the alliance, is that we have a difficulty. There is a great deal of interest in doing things. There is very little regional and sectorial strategic coordination, and there is very little investment, which is the word that I used in the first panel. There's very little intentional investment to develop ports. We have been making the most of other opportunities for decarbonization with other aspects and then the ports, but you do not focus specifically on ports. We think about roadways, stations, and other in which we think about biofuels, but we have not been thinking about this for ports. We have other challenges we have been thinking about.
Oi. Super. Obviamente que é interessante o que você
Obviously, it's extremely interesting what you just said. This is something that we have seen at the Institute, and it's interesting to see, especially such as you, raising that, to have integrated planning between the different infrastructure initiatives. These initiatives should be presented in an integrated way. And seizing on the presence of China here in this panel is what China does, is the economy of projects, having intentional investment that is focused on an integrated way within this a whole scope, a whole vision of the country and the activity of the state. And I thought it was extremely interesting what you said about Salvador and the port that organized itself around the chemical industry. There was a driver for organization, might be it needs a new push, a new organization. Why don't you think about that? And how can we describe that from your standpoint? Okay, the 2 minutes is very little for all that. I won't be able to say everything, but there are two aspects that are extremely important that we have to analyze. The first one is that the port must update itself and get into this decarbonization project to survive, because the port that does not adapt will lose competitiveness. So there is this view of the port toward the world, but we have to look at the port as an infrastructure that gives support to the industry. And when I talk about the chemical industry, 500 years ago, the sugarcane industry was based on one kind of puzzle. We already had the port in Recife that was a port for the industry. We had a Portuguese business that was implemented in America with a plant that came from Asia, and a plant that was refined by the Netherlands and distributed throughout Europe. So when I talk about the competitiveness of ports, you have to understand that you cannot have power shoring if you do not think about the logistic infrastructure that are needed for development. So we have to pay attention to these aspects. As I said in the beginning, in the morning, what you brought up here is that power shoring is not just only about power. It is a concept of value added in terms of a more well-organized plan or planning that is geared on decarbonization of the economy for development. So we only talk about power shoring as if power was only the electric power. Power shoring is a concept of organization. Just having a plant for the generation of hydrogen is not power shoring if it does not come with the whole structure around it or structuring of the economy. So what I wanted to say, Bernardo, is that we have a partnership of Brazil with the UK, with the British government, that in the MS Institute, we have been working on two projects, the UK project on the whole steel industry, the possibilities, how to add value, and another project, which is UK PAC for financing that looks at how to structure financing that can do a de-risking of that chain. These are two very relevant projects that are part of the hub, and I would like to hear more about how this experience, how it can help Brazil in the industrial hubs and the projects that the country is developing with the UK and the organization of the ports. Actually, Rosana, when we talk about this, when we look at this partnership, it has to do with the theorem of Pareto. We 80-20 that was identified. We saw that the port ecosystems are extremely complex, industrially speaking, throughout the world, and there are partnerships. And this year, we have been talking to the Port of Açu and Suabe and Acem to identify the realities and the needs of these different ports and how we can support them in their transition to low carbon energy, so that in each case we can make the most of the opportunities and also add to the companies. It's not just the government that has to do that, it's also the private initiative that is to participate so that we can evolve and keep on unlocking decarbonization. It has to do with financing instruments. So where we are right now, for instance, Banco do Nordeste, the Northeast Bank, is a great promoter of the economy in the northeast of Brazil and should be part of these initiatives. So it's important to have this combination on the synergy between the government, the companies, and banks to promote that. Excuse me if I ask this question, but do you believe that international experience in the UK or throughout the world might be used as inspiration, if not replicated here? I think I heard something about that, but I would like to hear from you. Yes, these meetings that have started taking place this year is helping us to create a diagnosis and identify how international cooperation can interact with each one of these ports in Brazil and replicate favorable situations that exist in the UK, such as a hydrogen hub and the SAF, and others, so we can work together and work with the UK. I would like to give the floor now to you, Professor. Use my mic. Thank you, Rosana. Good afternoon to everyone. It's already quite late, and I'd like to greet everyone who is here. I'm from the Federal University of Ceará. We have a project that we have been working on for the last 5 years, and it is with new types of cement, alternatives to what we have in the market. To give you an idea, the industry of cement worldwide faces a huge demand for decarbonization. The cement industry emits around 8% of the carbon emissions in the world, and it's a huge responsibility to decarbonize this production. 3 strategies have been developed and are being followed by the industry. First is to change the energy matrix. When you change it and remove mineral carbon and replace it by renewable sources. The second solution is investing in research and development for a system to capture carbon that is emitted. We have robust technologies nowadays. They are expensive, but they exist. There are industries investing in the development of that kind of technology. And the third aspect is the decrease of the clinker, the porous cement, which is a product that is a byproduct of calcination of burner, which is a process in which you burn around 1400 degrees. So in these phases of cement production, you have carbon dioxide production that is emitted into the atmosphere. And that's where we look for the decrease of the clinker in the traditional cement production. And many researchers in universities have worked with alternate cements or binders. We use industrial residue to produce new cements. This is a proposal that we have been developed for the last 5 years. And one of our main suppliers of byproducts is the steel industry that has a great generation of byproducts and waste. And following on that line, the steel industry in the conventional cement production has looked for partnerships to keep on developing solutions to decarbonize production. So this is the current situation that industries are interested in, that are trying to work together, create partnerships with universities to try to bring to scale new products with a low carbon emission. And another question that I'm curious about. In Pecém, we have a steel mill, which is the former CSP, and we also have Codip that is not so far away. Is there any kind of synergy or an attempt to create a synergy or a combination in this concept of the industrial port? Did they look for the help of the university? Apparently, yes. So thank you very much. This is quite cool, because in the previous panel, we saw the secretary mentioning innovation centers that are extremely important, but we must have innovation centers that are focused on that integrated planning, and also focused on processes and technologies that are closer to being ready, that can be used very soon, not just rocket science for the future, not what is complicated and is still too far away from us. There are many things that can be done directly that have a more direct effect, more immediate effect, and all we need is for the industry and the university to work together to create solutions, Pareto solutions, so to speak. So do, as you said, create a synergy between the different parties. I was happy to hear about that. Thank you. Moving on to our colleague from Envision. I will speak in Portuguese because we have a simultaneous translation. I was very impressed with what you said in the first panel this morning. I wrote it down. I wrote the whole of it down because I think it was extremely ambitious what Envision is doing. What I wanted to hear from you within your planning for Brazil is we have a whole plan to produce more energy, to produce more products, if we have international demand for that. That's why we would increase our production. Just the Brazilian domestic market is not enough to support growth at the level that I understood you you mentioned. So how do you think, are you thinking of organizing yourselves, structuring things in Brazil? Are you organizing yourselves to meet the needs of the international market, a market that is increasingly demanding and wants products to have fewer emissions per ton, any product? And how does Envision plan to use Brazil to achieve these goals?
Thank you. Let me share some insight. I graduated at 1994.
Young, very young. I graduated in 89.
Wow. You are my senior classmate.
Yes.
Okay. Why I say that? Because my generation witnessed the rapid growth of China economy. When I began to work in China, there's no mature definition of the industrial park. But after several years, the China government began to develop the industrial park. We call the first generation. So they move every industry manufacturer into one park, okay? But just make them together, not so much optimization, but get a lot of benefits. Okay, give them some tax incentive, right? Support them on the permitting license, okay? Make a lot of growth. And China become a very important manufacturing base for US, sorry. Then, after 10 years development, the version 2.0 industry comes up. Chinese government began think about how to optimize upstream, middle stream, downstream. For example, chemical industries, they pull a major player in their park. And then the supplier of this major player come in. And then the customer of this major player, to reduce the transportation cost and risk coming. Okay, they began to pull the investments through the whole value chain. This is version 2. Right now in China, still in version 2. But version 3 come up. We call the net zero industrial park. The core concept is developed by Envision. We built the first industrial park in all those to use the green electricity to produce a lithium battery, and also downstream our partner. The second one is in Inner Mongolia. We built green hydrogen. And downstream green hydrogen, green ammonia is the phosphate fertilizer. Okay. Why we call it net zero industrial park? Because the reality is the renewable power price in China is much lower than the coal power price without any subsidy. Economic-wise, think about a company. They need to spend 100 million RMB to buy the power every year. Move from Shanghai to Inner Mongolia, they save 50%. Then this company do nothing, just relocate to that industrial park. Save, will have 50 million RMB on the net profit. That's the version 3. This version 3 net zero industrial park, built on the upstream, middle stream, downstream, will have everybody to have a green certificate and the lower carbon emission. So that means they are ready for the coming CBAM. So I think in Brazil, Envision, we can help the local community and the local society. You don't need to go to the version 2. Think about jumping to version 3 directly. Bypass version 2. You have some very good condition. For example, Persim Port, very good renewable power supply situation. Also have steel mill. Right now, a lot of the hydrogen developer, if the green hydrogen cost is competitive enough, you can make the green steel. Okay, you can make the green chemical by use green hydrogen for SAF, for methanol. So it's this we can call the version 3 green chemical industrial park. That's a very important concept. I think Envision can help the local government to make this happen. The only challenge is how to solve, I think, curtailment a little bit. And most challenging is the point of the connection. This time I coming to Brazil, I feel that may be a big challenge here. In China, easy. As long as I pay reasonable money, I can connect my facility to the grid. Okay, thank you.
I thank you. It's quite a challenge, and oh. Sorry, guys. Desculpa. Muito obrigada.
Sorry. So thank you.
As suas palavras soam como música.
I think your words sound like music to us.
Da minha organização e minha, que a gente tem que fazer o pulo.
In my organization, we have to take the leap to this net zero industry. The issue of connection in Brazil is a challenge, is a problem, but it's a problem because you can't pay enough money to connect yourself. Any investment in transmission line in Brazil, unless it's a small distance, the investment is socialized to the whole of Brazilian society. So perhaps there is a regulatory matter to resolve there. And I agree with you completely. Now, in terms of curtailment, I want to make a rather controversial comment here. I'm going to tell you, all of you, what I tell my students at engineering school. Even if the stations were made of gold and the stations were made of diamond, and even if the switch gears were all made of platinum, not even then we would be able to resolve curtailment. The Brazilian problem in relation to curtailment would be improved with transmission, but we have an excessive surplus, excessive supply of energy. It's a structural issue. So I saw a lot of discussions here about how you need to have batteries and transmission. Now, I'm not saying that that's not necessary, but what I'm saying is that we have a structural problem related to an excessive amount of energy. An excess amount of energy. That's not a problem related to batteries. You won't solve the problem by having transmission lines with an extra 10 gigawatts of energy being sent to the southeast because there isn't enough demand to absorb that excessive amount of energy. The two ways to solve this issue involve regulation of distributed generation. And there's another issue, which I don't know if it was you who said or your colleague, but the other solution is to attract demand to the Northeast. But this attraction of demand, this demand must behave according to the overcapacity curve that we have. And this goes back to what you were saying, the electrolyzers, where these electrolyzers have the capacity to adapt themselves to the overcapacity of the network. And this equipment would be very helpful to solve this problem here. Now, I wanted to add this disclaimer because as a grid operator that I worked on in the past, it bothered me to hear that solving this matter would just be a matter of building more batteries or transmission lines. I just wanted to make this signed comment, this disclaimer. So now, Chico, I know that the Ministry of Development and Industry has been working hard to have a way of working with the decarbonization that may create added value to Brazil, something that may actually reflect the characteristics of our country. We have to make sure that we make use of that which we have, which is better, and that's not just shore power, Powershoring. So basically, I don't want to extend myself too much, but I'd like to hear your vision about everything that we're discussing here in this panel. You want to know about the collective effort? Well, as I said in the previous panel, and as Rafael from B also mentioned, we have to find the sweet spot where you're able to have an overlapping of these public policies which may unlock investments so that you can then direct these investments, and through this directing of investments, you can send signals to investors. So the Passeim port is a classic example because they have a ZPE, an export processing zone that has their own incentives. So for example, when you overlap the ZPE incentives with the Rehydro Plan law, and when you combine that with the PBC incentives, then when you have a port that facilitates the export to an external demand, then you're doing an overlap of these public policies that makes sense. You're sending signals to the market. You're saying, look, we identify that that port is a hub, so public policies will be directed there. But we have a transmission problem, which is true. In Brazil, it's the government that needs to pay for the transmission. And from an energy demand perspective, we had a peak of requests to be a part of the system. And this is something that according to Thiago Barral, this didn't exist. We never had a sudden peak of demand. All of a sudden, we had a demand of 20 gigawatts in a very specific location. And when we look at this is a market that doesn't exist today. So mobilizing billions in infrastructure project for this demand, and then having this changing in the future and losing this investment in the future, that's problematic. So the government needs to find out what they need to do, because how can you ensure that the demand will be absorbed? How can you ensure that the market will reach the levels that are being projected? And how do you create public policies for that? I was even interested to ask my colleague here, because you said that in China it's very easy. You pay and you get access to the system, but I didn't fully understand the investment in transmission is a private investment? Is it the company that builds a transmission line to have access? Why is it that easy in China? If you allow me to ask my colleague this question.
Yeah.
Why in China you say it's so easy to get into the transmission line, while here
Yeah.
it's more difficult? Is it private?
Okay. Wow, this is a tough question. So I don't want to jump in some political issues. Okay. So the state grid in China, they call the state grid. I talk to them. I give you a story. I complain to state grid. Why my power bill tariff is so high? I use a lot of your electricity. You know what they told me? We are state grid. You are very close to us. But a farmer stay in that mountain, 500 kilometers away from us, just one farmer. As a state grid, I need to build a transmission line for them, for just one family, because I need to take this kind of accountability. So to make every people feel good in the society, the average cost become higher. This is something you need pay. Through us, we transfer some benefits to support some people cannot get that. So that means the state grid, they plan ahead. They plan strategically to build the infrastructure. Okay? So every year, they expand. They absorb install new substation. That's one of the, I think that's one of the reasons. So strategic planning and all the money allocated to the right direction. Okay. So, and the China government pay a lot of attention from the central government, provincial government, prefecture city government, and also industrial park management. They push a lot on this kind of infrastructure. So when they build the infrastructure, industrial park, every infrastructure like substation, transmission line, city water, wastewater management systems, they're all there. Load all there. So when you build your company there, actually you save a lot of money. Okay. So I think I can give the answer like this. Thank you.
But it's all public.
It's all public. It's all public. Concentrate all the efforts into one point. Okay.
Very good.
Different.
É completamente diferente.
Esse assunto que a gente está conversando aqui é
So this topic that we're talking about here is a topic that I know you've been discussing at ITA, that is the discussion, the collection of projects. Now, in your presentation this morning, you presented some alternatives to go around this problem. But this problem is the elephant in the room. Together with curtailment, this is another elephant in the room. So how can we connect the ITA projects? Maybe you can recap some of what you talked about. And if we worked more in industrial clusters located in ports, do you think perhaps we could dilute things? And again, this goes along the line of what our colleague here was saying. Could we dilute the cost? Because if we have a cluster of projects, then we are able to dilute costs for all projects. So I'm just doing a little bit of brainstorming. I would actually like to hear from you on this topic. Well, there's one first point which resonates with what we're talking about in relation to ports. More than half of the ITA projects are located in ports. And it's not just the projects that will be producing green hydrogen. We have SAF projects that are located in ports. We have methanol projects located in ports, aluminum projects close to ports. So the integration between ports, government, and companies is essential. Without this integration, a lot of these projects would not exist. Having said that, there's another point, and I don't know if you were the one who mentioned this, but somebody mentioned this point. There's another point, which is the quantity of demand. There's the quantity of demand that was put on the table that was requested. There's an essential point here, which is ensuring that the demand that's being requested is real and not just a bet, not just some kind of hype that the market is involved when, because all of a sudden hydrogen is being hyped up and there will be demand all over the place, but this demand ends up not being concrete. And then you end up having a 20 gigawatt pipeline that needs to be corresponded with. So while integration is important, we need to ensure that there's demand. The only way we can ensure these projects will be serious and will be real is by having this real projection of demand. And before I talk about solutions, I like to say that all of these projects located in ports are exporting products. But we also have projects that are not involved with export. We have a project here represented by Rodrigo, which is meeting the demands of the internal market, the domestic market. We've also seen initiatives in the hubs that involve clusters in Brazil, which can meet the domestic demand, and that can also work pretty well. Of course, these are not necessarily 5 gigawatt clusters. These are actually smaller clusters concentrated in specific industrial regions that will meet specific demands. That can generate a certain scalability of this green hydrogen market. Maybe this won't be as accelerated as the large projects of the Northeast, but that may be a path forward. So when we look at the EPEs and the ports and the integrations, they're very important, but we also need to think about the domestic demand. It exists, and a lot of times I see some projects, not just projects, but I see companies that don't really care about this domestic demand. So this is a demand that exists, and it may make sense to invest in them. And this can actually help to spread out investments in transmission lines and other things. Now, in the ITA projects, what we've been seeing is the following. There's some projects that have multi-location strategies. So you will be betting on several different locations. So maybe you got a negative response in terms of access to the grid, but then maybe you got a positive response in another location, and maybe that location will have easier access to the transmission line. So maybe you have locations where transmission lines are more robust, and therefore you won't have problems related to the supply of energy. This happened with one specific project, and we're seeing projects that want to modularize this. So these projects are now expecting generation further in the future because they won't have sufficient access to the network in the short term. So they will have to modularize the amount of energy they'll produce. But this is still a challenge for many projects because there is an issue with hydrogen, which is scale. If you don't have the scale that you need, then your economics goes down the drain. So you need to find a way to have scale and have a size that will work for you to have access to energy. And then that also becomes a matter ground of who will take the risk first. Will it be the financier of the project? Will it be the off-taker, which we don't even know if they exist? Will it be government? Who will assume the risk? And at the end of the day, this needs to be a shared risk. We see the Ministry of Mines and Energy doing a study to free up 4 gigawatts. Now, that's not going to free it up like a year from now. There will still be the building of the transmission lines. And most of you probably know this. But I also don't think that the solution involves government involving 20 gigawatts. I think it needs to be a shared risk. The government is sending the market signals. And so those who buy also need to provide signals to show that there will be demand. And those who invest also need to show signals to show that there will be investments. And the projects need to be sufficiently serious so that all of this shared effort will in fact work out, and so that you will have the generation of energy. Okay, thank you, Julia. Yeah, we have you guys have lots of projects, right, that you've selected, and a lot of these projects went to the Brazil investment platform. So there is an interest that this problem be solved. Now, in your talk and in Chico's talk, we saw that there's something that's behind all of this, and that is who will be buying this product that we want to create. Where is the demand? Who will truly value and buy this green hydrogen, whether domestically or internationally? So there is this issue that we have to unlock, which is the green global trade. And China is preparing itself to deliver products to CBAM, and we also need to prepare ourselves. But again, now I would like to go back to Luani, because I think that the Northeast region has a characteristic, which is the fact that it has a lot of renewable sources of energy. There are not that many connections, but we will have maybe 4 or 5 gigawatts being freed up soon. And I think that we can also count on other solutions for decarbonization. For example, here in Fortaleza, we already have the production of biomethane, which is being injected into gas pipelines, and this biomethane will be offered and sent to Pecém. So we need to start valuing other decarbonization routes and not just the electrification or the use of hydrogen. So I become concerned about us having so many hydrogen projects without having the use of hydrogen attached to the project. And that's also a problem for the structuring of ports, because you lose the condition to do some kind of territorial planning. And then to start wrapping up our conversation, I want to bring up another topic, which is the issue of financing. Let me explain myself. When we don't have a certainty related to demand, and when we're investing in a product that we don't know if there really will be demand for that product, then, and on top of all of this, there's the need to find financing, to conduct reforms or to prepare the port or to create a substation, whatever. To me, and again, I'm not a specialist, but to me it seems that without some integrated planning and without more concrete financing, then the risks that will be a part of financing will make the financing so expensive that nothing will actually be executed, and then we won't do the correct diagnosis. So based on your experience with putting different plans into action, how do you think we can break the cycle? How do we can escape this catch-22 situation?
Bom, essa é a pergunta de milhões, né? A gente pensa muito e discute e volta para o mesmo ponto, que é estratégia e planejamento.
We always talk about strategy and planning. What happened in the European Union? We have a set of measures, and we're talking about a regulatory environment that induced the ports to reach a given point. There was a whole framework of goals and standards, definitions for 2030 with deadlines very specific for 2030 with containers for cruise ships, for hubs, and so on and so forth. So it was quite clear. There is a demand very clearly, and this is what does not take place here in Brazil. Ports that are trying to decarbonize are doing so because of a pressure from the market. And this morning we talked about that, trying to follow up the group from Brazil that is well ahead so that I'm not left behind. However, for ports in Brazil, we do not have this definition. The goal is this one, the deadline is this one, and the path to be followed is this one, and so on and so forth. So that is, it's not take place like this. Everyone is doing their thing and looking for partners and economic opportunities abroad. I was taking part in my doctorate class a while ago, and we keep an eye on everything to the left and to the right. We're talking about this precisely, this issue of structuralism. Either you have the opportunity or you have sabotage, so to speak. And in this case, the opportunities for Brazil have come from international partners. So what is PCM is developing, because Rotterdam is a shareholder and is demanding that kind of change. Why is Swabi developing? Because it has found trade partners that will buy that hydrogen. So this is being conducted following the winds of the market and not following specific public policies. And this is what you ask. How can you obtain financing for something? And this is what really was said, that how can you obtain financing for something that you don't even know you'll have a partner for or someone to sell to? So the ports think that way. I'm looking at the foreign market, and if I work with containers, for instance, and I know that containers are investing loads of money to adapt ships, so they have an OPS and they have a power supply on land, I know that this person that invests X millions on that ship to meet European standards will arrive in Brazil and use the technology because he invested on his ship. And so we are basing ourselves on what other people are doing in order to have a progress in Brazil. And it's the market that dictates things. And the who demanded that from us. Was Transpetro said, I'm going to build 30 new ships and I will have PS in my ships. If I have my ships docking on your docks, what will you do? We created a partnership to accommodate that, but it was something on spot. It's not direct, it doesn't follow any specific direction as in other places in the world. As you said, we end up doing what other people are doing and not necessarily making the most of what we have or making the most of what is good that here. We are not watching for our own future. I apologize, but this morning I mentioned that we try to get into this market in IMO. We're talking about the net zero framework, which is the replacement of ship fuel. And we have the European bloc that is extremely strong, that invests in hydrogen and tries to set aside fuels that are and use them for the global south. It's very difficult to try to impose our solution, which is biofuel, because the discourse is always, okay, that will affect food. For instance, you're trading fuel for food. And in Brazil, we also must understand our potential and start working on that in economic and geopolitical disputes with disputing that with other interests in the market. We have worked a great deal trying to give support to IMO people on that pledge that we got, and that was now delayed for 12 months. So that would be this in the same line of thinking. Yes, that you have to compete with the Europeans, Russia, the United States, Saudi Arabia, who want a carbon. And it was 2023. It was a very interesting year when I got into the port system, and also the year when our partner in Camaçari, Itaraçu, about the first equipment in Unijat. That was the first piece of equipment. They were not electrolyzers. That same year, we had a visit from Ursula von der Leyen in Brazil, and she announced some billions European investments in the production of green hydrogen, and I'm still waiting for that. And I haven't yet sent the amount of the financing that would be necessary. If you have the information, please give that so I can send it to her. And the project in Arati is still on standby as well. It's still being incubated, so to speak. And obviously, it is strongly linked. And we talked here during the day about this capacity here to produce our demand. It's always a dual thing, this issue of demand and supply. But without external financing, without financing from abroad, we won't be able to proceed in this issue of green hydrogen. And let's talk about regulations as well. We have the EMA regulation, but it's been delayed for 12 months. But let's think, when these standards become stronger, that's when it starts to make sense, economically speaking, to do the transition. In that sense, we lack many answers still, because we are still within a scenario of research, development, and waiting for funds from the market. And this is why I do this analogy that I used this morning. We must understand that we are not suffering as much pressure as the European Union, that has a different mix, but we have to think that there is a new paradigm in the air, and we have to understand it. And I would love to have an alignment. Frank talks about this alignment from the central government with provincial or state governments, and throughout the whole chain, like in China, to everyone walking towards the same goal for development. We have to find our own way to organize ourselves, to coordinate ourselves, to move toward progress. Thank you. We have 3 or 4 more minutes in our panel. I have to leave you, so I'll ask you to wrap up, otherwise I'll miss my flight. So I'll give you my closing remarks, and I'll apologize as well. And I really have to go, or I miss my plane. So my closing remarks here. Well, to conclude, it's important to take into consideration one aspect that I said disregarded in the first part. The UK has its own Department of Security and Net Zero that is in partnership with MDIC and Menos Energia. And this relationship has everything to do with the Brexit. All the geopolitics we see in this world has created the momentum for the British look or the UK look on international partnerships with Brazil and other ports. So in Ceará, we have our pacing here. We have Rotterdam in the equation, but UK has a great deal to add also in terms of expertise, in terms of green hydrogen and offshore wind. Well, I would also like to adding to your question in the first round, asking whether there is an interaction between the industries that are in the port zone, Apodi, and ArcelorMittal, the steel mill. So the two of them are interested in building a pilot plant. The project is still being developed, developing the business plan. We are participating in EFC, and the next step is precisely looking for funding for the pilot phase of this plant, just to add my little 2 cents.
One word. When we build up something new to the world, always there's a challenge, big challenge, not easy. So hope everybody keep optimistic, keep tenacity. Thank you.
Eu acho que só me colocar à disposição aqui de todos.
Well, I would just like to make myself available for all partners. We have been endeavoring to work on that, to centralize these public policies and the ministry to look to for industrial decarbonization. I hope partnerships will come from this talk today. Well, from my side as well, I make myself available also to connect with 88 projects. The idea for next year as a possible extension of 88 is to look at these hydrogen projects, understand what are the commercial partnerships that will be necessary and needed, the partnerships between Asia, Brazil, and Europe, and the United States, and how they will work out as an incentive. That will be essential for us. I'm sorry, they're not speaking into the microphone. We cannot hear them. I'm sorry, we are unable to hear. The person is not speaking into the microphone. We cannot translate. Your comment is extremely important. On our part, I will give my my contact data to you, and we can keep on with this conversation later. Well, thank you very much to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a picture just to record this last moment in our event. Please come forward, women at the center and the gentlemen on the sides.
Uma salva de palmas, senhoras e senhores.
And a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are reaching the end of a very intense and inspiring day for our debates, and the Nordeste Consortium and the Institute Climate Sociedade, Climate and Society. We thank you for your presence here in this auditorium. We would like to thank our partners and UK CAPEX, FAMBIA, Institute MH, and the Trade Council for Sustainable Development, as well as the Business Council Brazil-China. We would like to thank you who stayed with with us virtually and remotely. Thank you very much for being with us, and I hope that the discussions today will help strengthen the agenda for sustainable development, as well as the leadership of the northeastern region of Brazil in the Brazilian energy transition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.